Chapter 3887. A figure flashed and Yang Kai instantly disappeared. Duan Hai, who had been sitting on the throne, raised his eyes and shouted, "Space principles!" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. Following this action, inside the fire spirit land, Yang Kai, who had just escaped from the main hall, immediately felt a great sense of crisis. Turning his head, he saw a giant hand appear behind him, seemingly capable of lifting the heavens and lifting the sea, trying to grab him. Yang Kai was shocked. He continued to push his space principles as his figure flickered, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from the range of this giant hand. There was also a powerful aura firmly locking onto him. As the giant hand descended, covering the sky, Yang Kai's body tightened and he let out a muffled groan as the scene in front of him changed rapidly. By the time he recovered, he had already appeared in a secret room. Duan Hai, Du Rufeng, and Yu Lian were all here, standing behind Duan Hai, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a smile on his face. Yang Kai's spirit was tense as he looked around but couldn't find any way to escape, his mouth filled with bitterness. Damn, I'm afraid I'm done for. Even using the space divine technique, I can't escape from Duan Hai's grasp. The gap in strength between me and this fourth stage heaven splitter is just too big. Junior brother Yang, why are you running? Big brother won't eat you. He just wants to borrow your wood attribute strength. Yu Lian asked with a smile. Was he waiting to die if he didn't run? Although he knew his chances of escaping were slim, he still had to try, so he said with a gloomy face, "If Big Brother wants my wood attribute strength, he only needs to ask and Junior Brother will contribute it. There's no need to deceive me like this." Yu Lian chuckled. Junior Brother is a sensible person, so be obedient and don't resist. Yang Kai said, "But I'm curious, can other people's yin, yang, and 5 elements be taken by force?" He had asked Old Fong this question before, but Old Fong couldn't explain it. However, since he had encountered such a thing today, it meant that the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang could be taken away. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort? Only one kind of person's power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements can be seized by force. Perhaps because there was hope for him to advance to split the heavens, Yu Lian was in a particularly good mood. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he did not hesitate to answer. What kind of people? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. For example, Junior Brother has only condensed one type of power. If Junior Brother has condensed 2 types of power, then there's nothing we can do. Yu Lian explained with a smile, and after forcefully stripping it out, Junior Brothers with elemental power will drop by 1 or 2 levels. But that's okay. I heard that Junior Brothers with elemental power is at least level 5. As for me, I only need level 4. So as long as I'm lucky, I can still use it even if its level drops. Yang Kai understood. I see. Yu Lian said, Junior Brother, do you have anything else you want to ask? Yang Kai said with a sullen face. If my wood elemental power is taken away, what will happen to me? Yu Lian said, die? Of course, if you're lucky, you can still live, but I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate in the future. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. 2 endings, no matter which one it was, would be a very tragic situation for a cultivator. If he couldn't cultivate, he might as well just die. Not giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, Yu Lian turned around and cupped his fists to Duan Hai. Thank you for your trouble, Venerable. Duan Hai gently nodded, raised his hand, and waved it fiercely. With a clatter, the sound of chains shuttling through the void rang out as a burst of energy rushed towards him from all directions. Yang Kai looked around and saw a series of thumb-thick chains composed of complex runes piercing towards him. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his body stiffened and he couldn't move at all. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk. A series of noises rang out as the invisible chains pierced through his body. Yang Kai instantly cried out in pain as his clothes became soaked with sweat. The spirit array under his feet lit up and slowly rotated. There was actually a spirit array set up here, so it seemed that this spirit array had been prepared beforehand and was only waiting for the right time to pull him over and deprive him of his wood elemental power. The chains stretched taut and pulled Yang Kai up into the air. Duan Hai and Yu Lian's figures flickered as they each stepped into a different spirit array, leaving Du Rufang to stand guard. Yang Kai was extremely anxious. Now that he was in a situation where he had no chance of survival, it was impossible for him to get out of this predicament with his own strength. The only person he could count on was Old Man Su. However, Old Man Su had been in the Seven Secrets land for 3 months without any news. Yang Kai didn't know where he was or what he was doing, so it was unrealistic to expect him to come and save him. What's more, Yang Kai was afraid that he had already lost his value to Old Man Su. On the contrary, his life and death were in Old Man Su's hands. Even if Old Man Su knew about his situation, he probably wouldn't care. Inside the spirit array, Yu Lian sat down cross-legged, a mysterious aura pulsing from his body. On the other side, Duan Hai also wore a solemn expression as he constantly formed seals with his hands. With the clattering of the chains, Yang Kai could clearly feel a strong force being transmitted from the chains to his body, shaking his Dao seal and extracting his wood elemental power. An indescribable pain came from all over his body, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth as blue veins began to appear on his forehead. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Behind Yang Kai, a giant black centipede phantom suddenly appeared and firmly locked Yang Kai in place. No matter what Duan Hai did, he was unable to extract the wood elemental power from Yang Kai's body. Flying black-back centipede? A trace of surprise flashed across Duan Hai's eyes as he shouted in a low voice, stopping the hand seals he was forming. His figure flashing over to Yang Kai's side and placing his hand on Yang Kai's spine. A moment later, a violent force rushed into Yang Kai's body as he examined his Dao seal. In the next instant, Duan Hai's expression changed as he shouted, "Boy, who planted this flying black-back centipede in you?" Yang Kai could only gasp in pain, his face as white as paper, but he still sneered, "Damn you!" He had not expected that the flying black-back centipede, which had originally been a hindrance to him, would actually save him in this moment of crisis. This was truly a stroke of luck. Thinking about it carefully, this was not surprising. This flying black-back centipede was originally designed to target Dao seals. Duan Hai had set up this spirit array and wanted to use this despicable method to deprive him of his wood elemental power, which was the same as attacking his Dao seal. The two methods obviously conflicted with each other. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling grateful to Old Man Su. Although he didn't know how long he would be able to buy, being able to breathe for a moment was always good. Duan Hai turned his head and looked at Du Rufang. "Did you see anything else in his Dao seal last time?" Du Rufang was also a little confused. With his knowledge and experience, he had no idea what this flying black-back centipede was. So he shook his head and said, "Never." "Then it must have appeared later." Duan Hai's eyes flashed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Little brat, when you went out last time, who did you meet?" Duan Hai's mind was also quite meticulous, so he was able to guess the truth of the matter. How could Yang Kai tell him? Sneering, Duan Hai exerted some force on his hand, causing Yang Kai to almost faint from the pain and immediately let out a pitiful cry. Duan Hai sneered, "Do you think this king has no way to deal with this thing? It's just a bug. Once this king gets rid of this thing, he'll deal with you." Saying so, Duan Hai moved his hand, his palm constantly striking the Dao seal on Yang Kai's spine, pouring a pure energy into Yang Kai's body and shaking the flying black-back centipede wrapped around his Dao seal. With Duan Hai's actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the centipede mark that had been wrapping around his Dao seal was gradually loosening its grip and faintly showing signs of being expelled. A vague will suddenly extended from the flying black-back centipede, causing Yang Kai, who was in great pain, to suddenly feel like a drowning man who had grasped onto a life-saving straw, exclaiming in joy, "Old Man Su, save me! Waste, you almost ruined my plans." Old Man Su's voice resounded in Yang Kai's mind, but to him, it was like the sound of nature. Duan Hai's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Who dares act so wildly here?" He had obviously heard what Duan Hai said just now, and being able to extend his will into the flying black-back centipede was obviously the owner of this strange insect. Duan Hai's actions just now should have alerted the other party. There is actually a powerful enemy hiding in the 7 possibilities land. Duan Hai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had coincidentally discovered something today. Otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened. Duan Hai, we haven't seen each other for many years. Have you forgotten this king's voice? Old man Su's voice was cold. Duan Hai's face changed several times as he cried out, Su Huang, you're still alive. Old man Su grinned. This king is blessed with great fortune. How could he die? You traitors schemed against me and stole my 7 possibilities land. Today, this king will take it all back with interest. Duan Hai quickly said, I know nothing about what happened back then. Do you think this king will believe you? Today, all of you will die. As soon as the word die fell, an earth-shattering sound came from outside. Even though the secret room was covered in layers upon layers of spirit arrays, rubble still fell from the ceiling, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Immediately afterwards, a violent force suddenly erupted, transforming into an indestructible finger that shot towards Duan Hai. Duan Hai paled as he hurriedly retreated, his hands flying as he formed a series of seals and pushed his palm forward. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk amidst the loud noise, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The secret room exploded and the great formation collapsed. Yang Kai, who was bound midair, instantly felt as if he was a canoe in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded by endless waves that threatened to capsize him at any moment. The aftermath of the attacks of the 2 heaven-opening realm masters overflowed, piercing through the universe and collapsing everything around him. Yang Kai's body was constantly tumbling as the sound of bones breaking rang out from all over his body. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose as he saw stars, and his soul became unstable. Chapter 3888. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had gone out last time with Ma Lu and Jiang Shang as First Order splitting the heavens, he had never seen them fight, so he didn't know what kind of strength they possessed. What's more, the gap between a First Order splitting the heavens and a Fourth Order splitting the heavens was simply too big. Now that Duan Hai and Old Man Su had fought, the aftermath of their attacks had almost taken his life. This was the heaven-opening realm. If a mid-rank splitting the heavens had such power, then what about a high-rank splitting the heavens? Blood spurting from his mouth and nose, Yang Kai's eyes were as bright as stars. Dust and smoke rose up as the hall collapsed and darkness enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai was in extreme pain as the collapsed building was pressing down on him. But fortunately, the force that had been restraining him had disappeared. This place had been destroyed, so the spirit array arranged here had naturally lost its function. But without the shackles of this spirit array, Yang Kai was able to regain his freedom. With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai removed the debris that had been pressing down on him, and light reappeared in front of him. Before he had time to assess his surroundings, he heard a light cough from nearby. Yang Kai turned his head to look, a fierce light flashing across his eyes as he reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear. Shaking the spear, Yang Kai poured all of his strength into it, and with a resounding dragon roar, he thrust it forward. With a bang, a large amount of rubble was sent flying, revealing Yu Lian's figure underneath. Blood spurting from his mouth, Yu Lian's eyes bulged as he stared in shock. Die! Yang Kai roared as his space principles fluctuated. At the same time, a black ball appeared at the tip of the blue dragon spear, which had been poured into Yu Lian's body. Everything collapsed. A huge hole immediately appeared in Yu Lian's chest as his 5 viscera and 6 bowels disappeared. Grabbing the blue dragon spear with one hand, Yu Lian's other hand reached out towards Yang Kai, a destructive aura pulsing from it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest bulging as he opened his mouth and spat out a sharp breath, cutting through the layers of flesh on Yu Lian's arm like a sharp blade, revealing the white bone underneath. A shriek came out of Yu Lian's mouth. Yang Kai raised his spear and threw Yu Lian's body into the air. The sky was filled with spear shadows. In just 3 breaths, by the time Yang Kai pulled back his spear, Yu Lian had already fallen to the ground like a ragged sack. There were countless holes all over his body, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. His vitality was quickly fading away, and it seemed that he would not be able to survive. Before he could rejoice that he had escaped death, a murderous aura came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned around and blocked with his spear. With a crisp sound, a huge force came, and he was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth in midair. Landing on the ground in a hurry, he looked up and saw Du Ruffing looking to the side in disbelief. "Brother Yu." Yu Lian's mouth opened and closed, but he was gasping for breath like a fish that had jumped ashore, unable to utter a single word. His neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Du Ruffing's hair stood on end. He simply could not accept this. Just a moment ago, his brother was still in high spirits, ready to deprive others of their elemental power to advance to splitting the heavens. How could he have died in the blink of an eye? He knew that the source of all this was caused by the aftermath of the battle between the unknown enemy and the Venerable. In that instant, Du Ruffing almost thought that he was going to die. Although he had escaped death in the end, the aftermath of the battle had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Thinking about it, Brother Yu Lian was not much better off. He was heavily injured, and then he was ambushed. In a moment of carelessness, he lost his life. Du Ruffing's heart palpitated. Just now, if Yang Kai had not attacked Yu Lian but him, would he have been able to dodge? Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai coughing up blood on the side. Obviously, he was not in a good condition either. "You killed Brother Yu." Du Ruffing's face was so cold that it was almost dripping water. "You're next." Yang Kai pointed his spear forward as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "What a joke!" Du Ruffing's face twisted. "You dare spout such nonsense in front of a venerable?" After speaking, Du Ruffing suddenly frowned and swept the area with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he discovered that Duan Hai was no longer here. Du Ruffing knew that something big had happened in the Seven Openings land, and that the Venerable should be in a hurry to defend against the enemy and could not pay attention to this place. Du Ruffing's heart sank as he wondered just who this Su Huang was for the Venerable to act like he was facing a great enemy. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk earth-shaking sounds rang out from the heavens as dazzling lights flickered, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were masters fighting in the heavens. However, this was not something he needed to worry about, as the heavenly monarch and the seven venerables would deal with it. No matter how strong this newcomer was, it was impossible for him to be a match for so many heaven-opening realm masters. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the disciples of the Chichao land who heard the commotion. They flew over from all directions to investigate the situation. When they saw the ruins, they couldn't help but be shocked. When they saw Yu Lian's corpse lying on top of the ruins, their expressions changed drastically. One of them stood out and asked, "Senior Du, what happened? Who killed Brother Yu?" Du Ruffing coldly stared at Yang Kai and said, "Who else could it be? It's this guy in front of me. Kill him." Bold madman, daring to commit murder in the fire spirit land in broad daylight? Hand over your life. The group of Seven Openings land disciples was furious upon hearing this and summoned their artifacts one after another to attack Yang Kai. As soon as these people appeared, Yang Kai had been secretly accumulating strength. Although he also wanted to fight to the death with Du Ruffing, it was now impossible for two fists to fight against four, so it was best to flee first. What's more, almost all of these people were heaven-opening realm masters. Although most of them were first-grade heaven-opening realm masters with only a few second-grade heaven-opening realm masters, they were still not people he could contend with right now. With the exquisiteness of the space divine technique, as long as there were no masters on the level of Duan Hai, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. With a series of rumbles, the void collapsed as countless attacks rained down. But Yang Kai had already dodged to the side, staring coldly at Du Ruffing before flying off in the direction of the orchard. Du Ruffing was flustered and exasperated. "A bunch of trash! Chase after him!" The numerous disciples of the Seven Openings land did not need him to give orders, and as soon as they saw Yang Kai flee, they immediately gave chase. In an instant, above the fire spirit land, a single person fled while a group of people chased after him, creating a lively scene. Asterisk Wang. Asterisk with a loud bang, the heavens and earth trembled. a dull sound directly reaching one's mind, causing one's eyes and ears to tremble. Along with this sound, a flashing spirit array appeared in the sky. This spirit array was incomparably large, almost covering the entire fire spirit land. When this spirit array appeared, a heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing aura descended from the sky, and within the fire spirit land, almost everyone felt an aura of death envelop them. Du Rufeng, who was chasing closely behind Yang Kai, cried out in alarm, "The earth-protecting array!" Yang Kai's hair also stood on end as a feeling of impending doom filled his heart. Although he did not know what was happening, listening to Du Rufeng's words, it seemed that the fire spirit land's earth-protecting array had been activated. In the next instant, an angry roar rang out, "Su Huang, you're crazy. Do you want to destroy the 7 openings land?" Old Man Su's laughter resounded through the world. "So what if it's destroyed? Since this 7 openings land was seized by you traitors, this king doesn't want it. Die, all of you." As soon as these words fell, the huge spirit array that enveloped the fire spirit land suddenly began to spin madly, and along with it, rays of light shot out from the spirit array like a torrential downpour from the sky, seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Yang Kai did not even think about it and dodged into the sealed world bead. Hiding inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai looked out through the sealed world bead and saw that the heavens and earth were filled with rays of light. Everything in the fire spirit land began to fall apart as huge gullies appeared in the ground. The group of 7 openings land disciples who were chasing after him all wore looks of horror as they tried to dodge, but very few of them were able to avoid these rays of light. As the rays of light flashed past, those who were hit by them were injured, those who were grazed by them were killed, and those who were badly mutilated fell from the sky like dumplings. Yang Kai gulped as he secretly prayed that the sealed world bead would not be hit. Although he did not know what would happen to the sealed world bead if it was hit, it would not end well. Fortunately, although the attacks were endless and dense, the sealed world bead was very small, so as long as one's luck was not too bad, there should not be any problems. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai understood what Old Man Su was relying on and why he dared to come here alone for revenge. The 7 openings land's earth-defending array was obviously not activated by Venerable Protector Earth, so there was no reason for him to kill his own disciples. Only Old Man Su could do such a thing. Combined with what Old Man Su had said to the others before, Yang Kai faintly felt that this 7 openings land should have a very deep relationship with Old Man Su. Could even be said that the 7 openings land originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some reason it was taken away. Although it was taken away, Old Man Su still retained the secret method to control the 7 openings land's earth-defending array. He had disappeared without a trace for 3 months because he was trying to seize control of the 7 openings land's earth-defending array. With Old Man Su's own ability, coupled with the assistance of the 7 openings land's earth-defending array, he might really have a chance to take revenge. In this situation, Yang Kai naturally hoped that Old Man Su would make as much noise as possible. Only then would he have a chance to escape from here. If Old Man Su could not hold on and was killed, then he would definitely be buried with him. Just the earth-defending Venerable Duan Hai alone was not enough. The earth-defending array's attack did not last long, only about 20 breaths or so. But after 20 breaths of time, the entire fire spirit land fell silent. Yang Kai waited for a moment until the spirit array in the sky disappeared before leaving the sealed world bead. Looking around, all he could see was a mess. The ground was full of broken corpses, and the 7 openings land's disciples wearing 7 colored robes were scattered about, as if the end of the world had arrived. A large net suddenly fell from the sky, covering Yang Kai's head. This large net had the power to seal the world. Yang Kai's body immediately tensed up as he shouted in a low voice, "Heaven capturing net!" Chapter 3889. Du Rufeng was not dead. This thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind. This heaven-trapping net was Du Rufeng's artifact, and since it was displayed at this moment, it undoubtedly meant that Du Rufeng was still alive. Yang Kai's figure rapidly fell downwards, but the heaven-trapping net was like a maggot in his bones, unable to escape. With the surrounding heaven and earth locked down, he could not even use instant movement. Watching the net wrap around him, Yang Kai became anxious and poured all of his strength into the blue dragon's spear before thrusting it upwards. The heaven-capturing net, on the other hand, didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, it directly fell down and tightly wrapped around Kai Yang. The power of imprisonment was transmitted from the net, and in an instant, Kai Yang felt as if all the strength in his body had been bound. In midair, Du Rufing's figure slowly appeared, a look of resentment and lingering fear on his face. When the Earth-defending array was activated just now, if he hadn't been lucky enough, he would have followed in the footsteps of his other brothers. However, at this moment, his condition was not very good. His face was pale, his hand was clutching his chest, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. The aftermath of the confrontation between Duan Hai and Old Man Su had caused him some serious injuries. "You're quite lucky you didn't die." Du Rufing stared coldly at Yang Kai, who was bound by the heaven-trapping net and formed a seal with one hand, increasing the strength of the net's binding force. Yang Kai snorted. Although the situation was unfavorable, his mouth did not show any mercy. "Aren't you also alive?" Du Rufing snorted. "Don't be so smug. This king will kill you now." Yu Lian coveted Yang Kai's would attribute strength, but Du Rufing did not care. Everyone condensed their own strength differently, and he had already condensed his own would attribute strength long ago, so he did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. Now that the Seven Apertures world had undergone such a great change, leaving Yang Kai alive would only make things worse, so it was best to kill him first. Saying so, Du Rufing was already preparing to attack. Grasping the void with one hand, a long sword appeared in his grasp, and changing his hand seal, he shouted, "Go!" The long sword turned into a sword light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. In his field of vision, the sword light rapidly enlarged in front of him, and the aura of death enveloped him. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. When the dragon's roar resounded, the bones in his body crackled and his body expanded rapidly. The surface of his body was covered with dragon scales. When he was in his dragon form, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the incoming sword light. Yang Kai felt as if his teeth were about to shatter from the powerful shockwave. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Du Rufing was stunned. His eyes followed the changes in Yang Kai's body. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an ability. After a while, he exclaimed, "Dragon Vein!" After Yang Kai dragonized, the surface characteristics of his body were too obvious. How could Du Rufing not see some clues? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon body. But even so, he couldn't escape the shackles of the heaven-capturing net. This thing was similar to the Six Directions Good Fortune pouch in that it could expand or shrink. As Yang Kai's body changed, it continued to expand and bind him. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that the heaven-capturing net was showing signs of instability. He was overjoyed. He knew that although this thing had similar functions to the Six Directions Good Fortune pouch, it was not as mysterious as Elder Su's Six Directions Good Fortune pouch. What was there to hesitate about? Grabbing the black dragon spear, he waved it fiercely. In an instant, the light on the heaven-capturing net flashed wildly and quickly dimmed. "Don't even think about it," Du Rufing shouted. With a wave of his hand, the sword light that Yang Kai was biting in his mouth suddenly flew back. Du Rufing grabbed it and slashed down at Yang Kai. The huge sword light chopped down. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it. If he took this blow, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment of crisis, a golden light quickly flew over from the distance and blocked Yang Kai's path. This golden light was originally just a small ball of light, but after it appeared, it suddenly expanded and turned into a giant golden pheasant several dozen meters in size. "Great General!" Yang Kai was absent-minded. He didn't expect that the one who came to save him at this critical moment would be that unreliable stupid chicken. This time, when Du Rufing summoned him, he didn't bring the Great General. Instead, he left it in the orchard. He didn't know why it would come here. The sword light chopped down. The Great General let out a short cry and was sent flying. In mid-air, its body returned to its original size and its golden hair became much dimmer. Yang Kai was furious. His body filled with dragon breath, the black dragon's spear thrust forward like a dragon. He shouted, "Break for me!" It was as if a real black dragon had appeared, the power of the spear piercing through the void. With a crash, the heaven-capturing net that had been binding Yang Kai collapsed and the power of imprisonment disappeared instantly. The black dragon's spear, however, didn't lose any momentum and shot straight towards Du Rufeng. Feeling the power of this spear, Du Rufeng's face changed greatly and his figure leapt up a few times to dodge. How could Yang Kai give him a chance to catch his breath? This guy was a half-step heaven-opening cultivator, stronger than him, and he also had a secret treasure like the shadowless muslin. If he really found an opportunity, he could use the shadowless muslin to cover himself and Yang Kai would never be able to find him again. Stretching out a dragon claw, Yang Kai grabbed at Du Rufeng and at the same time urged his space principles. The world suddenly froze, and Du Rufeng's figure also came to a halt. In an instant, Yang Kai's hand clenched tightly, holding Du Rufeng in place. Scram! Du Rufeng roared, his strength fluctuating wildly. Even though Yang Kai was in his dragon form, he still felt like he was about to break free, his chest suddenly bulging as he spat out a mouthful of hot air towards Du Rufeng. Fire dragon breath. A dragon breath powerful enough to burn all things in the world erupted from Yang Kai's mouth and enveloped Du Rufeng. A scream immediately rang out as Du Rufeng struggled even more violently. Feeling a sharp pain in his hand, Yang Kai's dragon claw loosened, allowing Du Rufeng to take this opportunity to escape. Looking around, Du Rufeng was in an extremely sorry state at the moment. He had already suffered a lot of damage in the aftermath of the battle between Duanhai and Old Man Su, and now that the heaven-capturing net had been destroyed and Yang Kai had attacked him, his exposed skin was covered in blisters, making him look extremely miserable. Staring at each other, Yang Kai could clearly see the fear and uneasiness in Du Rufeng's eyes. Unlike Yang Kai, who was accustomed to fighting and killing, Du Rufeng had been born into the Seven Openings land and had only been able to leave it a handful of times, let alone engage in a life-or-death battle. At first, Du Rufeng was able to gain the upper hand by relying on his own strength and the power of his artifacts, but now that he had suffered a slight setback, he was unable to cope. Yang Kai had seen many such people before. Flowers in greenhouses were always unable to withstand the wind and rain. Grinning fiercely, Yang Kai pointed his finger towards Du Rufeng and pushed his space principles, summoning a huge moon blade. Du Rufeng's face changed as his figure flickered and he hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai, however, had already enveloped the entire battlefield with his space principles, shaking his black dragon spear slightly as he shouted, "Open for me!" As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. Spatial cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth, filling the vast space. The chaotic void aura was emitted from those spatial cracks. Du Rufeng's face turned pale when he saw this. Du Rufeng, next year on this day will be the anniversary of your death. As he roared, Yang Kai rushed out with his spear, enveloping Du Rufeng in a sea of spear shadows. The countless void cracks around Du Rufeng made him want to escape, but how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? A single spear sealed off all his chances of escape. Forced into a desperate situation, Du Rufeng could only fight Yang Kai to the death. This was what Yang Kai wanted. Du Rufeng was indeed a half-step open the heavens and stronger than him, but his actual combat experience was definitely not as good as his, and his recovery ability was also incomparable. In a life-and-death battle, Yang Kai was not afraid of him. With the heaven-capturing net broken, the only thing he was afraid of now was the shadowless gauze. If Du Rufeng really used it to conceal himself, he would be in a passive position. So, as soon as they began fighting, Yang Kai disregarded consumption and injuries and attacked continuously, making it difficult for Du Rufeng to catch his breath. Silhouettes crisscrossed and blood splattered as time passed by. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly withdrew his spear and stood up, gasping for breath. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his dragon transformation and had returned to his original size. His body was covered with wounds of all sizes, some of which were so deep that even bone could be seen. He looked extremely miserable as he tottered, relying on the black dragon's spear to support himself. On the other side, Du Rufing's situation was not much better. His entire body was dyed red with blood, his hair was disheveled, and he looked like a ghost. His eyes were trembling violently, and his heart was filled with anxiety. While gasping for breath, Du Rufing said, "Yang Kai, with such a big change in the Chichao land, no one knows what the future will be like. Why do the two of us have to fight to the death here?" Yang Kai chuckled. "We've already fought. What do you want?" Du Rufing said, "Why don't we just stop here? With such a thing happening, you can't stay in the Chichao land anymore. While the Venerable is still busy, it's important to quickly escape. Otherwise, when the Venerable is free, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "That's very reasonable." Yang Kai nodded and tilted his head. "Then let's make peace." Du Rufing nodded repeatedly. "Very good." Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed and he stabbed forward with his sword. With a soft sound, the sword pierced through something. When he looked again, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and the sword in his hand had directly pierced through his chest. "Bastard!" Du Rufing cursed. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. "You've schemed against me by every means possible, so how can I let you off so easily?" With a sudden force in his hand, Du Rufing immediately felt a piercing pain coming from his chest. When he looked down, his face turned pale as he saw that his chest was also pierced through by the other party's spear. "Collapse! Collapse!" Yang Kai slowly spat out these two words, the law of space fluctuating. In an instant, Du Rufing felt that something in his body had collapsed. In his field of vision, where the spear pierced through, a huge hole suddenly appeared. He slowly raised his head and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. His eyes were full of longing for life. Yang Kai kicked out and directly sent him flying far away. When the sword was pulled out of his chest, blood spurted out. Yang Kai felt dizzy and almost fainted. He forced himself to stay alert and walked step by step to Du Rufing, looking down at him from above. Chapter 3890. At this moment, Du Rufing's eyes were cloudy and the light in them had long since disappeared. His aura was also extremely weak. Yang Kai stared at him coldly and thrust out his spear, causing a head to explode and red and white matter to splatter everywhere. With a flick of his spear, Yang Kai collected Du Rufing's space ring and, without having time to examine it carefully, staggered off to the side. Not far away, the great general was lying on the ground, his golden fur extremely dim. Yang Kai bent down and picked him up, sweeping him with his divine sense. After examining him carefully, he relaxed. Although the great general's aura was weak, he did not seem to be in any danger. To be honest, Yang Kai had not expected the great general to actually run out of the orchard to find him and save him at a critical moment. Just like how he could not understand why the great general would take such a liking to him, what was it about him that attracted the great general's attention? However, now was not the time to think about such things. While he was fighting with Du Rufing, the rumbling sounds outside the heavens continued. It was obvious that Old Man Su was using the Chichao Land's spirit array to fight against the many heaven-opening realm masters. It was good that there was some movement, but Yang Kai was afraid that there would be no movement at all. Although he did not know if Old Man Su could succeed in his revenge, now was the best time to leave the Chichao Land. However, before that, he had to find Old Fong and Dai Yu first, hoping that they were also safe. Old Man Su had used the earth-protecting array to attack the Chichao Land, so Yang Kai did not know what the situation was like in the orchard. Holding the great general in his arms, Yang Kai had not flown far when he saw two figures flying over side by side. It was Old Fong and Dai Yu. Yang Kai secretly thanked his lucky stars that the two of them had not been affected by the earth-protecting array's attack. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not have been able to survive. At this moment, the entire Fire Spirit Land was in chaos, with figures flying around like headless flies. Basically, no one knew what had happened. When they met, Old Fong cried out, "Little brother, how did you end up like this?" Dai Yu also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. "Such heavy injuries." "It's a long story." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. What's going on? Old Fong asked. Today's events had happened too suddenly. A huge formation rune had appeared in the sky above the fire spirit land, followed by an earth-shattering attack. More than half of the orchard had been destroyed, and 60% of the workers had died in an instant. Old Fong and Dai Yu saw that the situation was bad and quickly ran out. Let's talk on the way. Yang Kai didn't have the time to explain. He pushed his strength and flew upwards. Along the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the situation to Old Fong and Dai Yu. He also mentioned that he was the one who brought Elder Su here. The two of them stared at him in shock, not expecting such a bizarre thing to happen. However, this was indeed a good opportunity for them to leave the Heptashield. Now that the experts of the Heptashield were busy dealing with Elder Su, no one would care about their lives. There were many people with the same idea, and most of them were workers. After all, they had been in the Seven Corners land for a long time and knew that there was no way out. Although the outside world was full of dangers, as long as one dared to risk it, there was still hope. However, as a worker in the Seven Corners land, unless one was willing to degrade themselves and break through to the first grade to open the heavens, there was no chance of success. In all directions, the odd-job workers were flying away. However, when they approached the Seven Corners land's barrier, Yang Kai discovered that his thoughts had been too simple. The Seven Corners land's barrier was completely flawless, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Thinking about it, Elder Su had seized control of the barrier with great difficulty. So how could he give the Seven Corners land's people a chance to escape? The shock waves from the attacks from the outer heavens were rampant, occasionally striking down, causing the entire fire spirit land to fall into chaos. From time to time, large and small spirit inscriptions would appear in the sky, spurring on the earth, protecting Grand Formation's power and unleashing a barrage of attacks. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that some workers were unable to dodge in time and were killed by the earth-protecting Grand Formation. Just as Yang Kai's heart was palpitating, he heard a mournful scream from the outer heavens, followed by a violent energy fluctuation that swept through the entire world, causing the fire spirit land to become restless. A moment later, a figure fell from the outer heavens, landing in the place where the workers were gathered. Old Fong's face was pale. It's the water spirit land's earth-protecting venerable, Dai Yu asked in a trembling voice. Is he dead? Old Fong shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the water spirit land's venerable protector fell straight to the ground and remained motionless for a long time. The many workers glanced at each other, none of them daring to step forward to investigate. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the outer heavens and directly struck the water spirit land's venerable protector, splitting his body in half. This time, there was no need for Old Fong to answer. Everyone knew that this venerable protector was dead. Yang Kai didn't care about his severely injured body and rushed to the corpse of the water spirit land's venerable protector. He took the corpse's space ring and stuffed it into his sleeve before disappearing in a flash. By the time Old Fong and Dai Yu regained their senses, all they could hear was Yang Kai's divine sense message. It wasn't until this moment that the odd-job workers finally reacted. One after another, they began to search for traces of Kai Yang. But how could they find him? Space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's figure flickered, disappearing without a trace. For a moment, everyone was filled with resentment. The wealth of an earth-protecting venerable was unimaginable to these workers. If they had acted a bit faster just now, they might have been able to snatch the space ring, but now someone else had taken advantage of them. Old Fong and Dai Yu quietly withdrew from the crowd and rushed off in a certain direction, soon leaving the fire spirit land and heading towards the city square. The seven-way land's spirit array prevented anyone from leaving, but the inside of the seven-way land was unimpeded. A short time later, the two arrived at a certain corner of the city square. Old Fong glanced around and called out softly, "Yang Kai! Yang Kai!" Yang Kai poked his head out from behind a building and beckoned, "Here! Here!" Old Fong and Dai Yu hurriedly rushed over, but after turning a corner, they saw Yang Kai leaning against a wall covered in blood, his face pale as he gasped for breath. holding great General Si Chan in his arms. Old Fong was both angry and amused. "Little brother, you're so greedy that you don't value your life. If those workers had reacted a bit faster just now, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to escape. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food, so the space ring of an earth-protecting venerable was enough to make anyone go crazy." Yang Kai lightly coughed. "Poor people can only fight with their lives on the line," Dai Yu angrily said. "You call yourself poor?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this for now. No one has come to the city square yet, and there is no earth-protecting array here, so we should be safe here. I need to heal myself for a while." Old Fong nodded solemnly. "You can focus on healing yourself. Lady Dai Yu and I will stand guard for you. Then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai didn't act polite. In this situation, there was no point in thinking too much. He could only take one step at a time and see if Old Man Su succeeded in his revenge or if the Seven Openings Land's Venerable would be able to repel the enemy. However, from the scene of the Water Spirit Land's Venerable Protector being killed just now, the Seven Openings Land's Venerable was likely to be in deep trouble. Although Old Man Su was only one person with the Seven Openings Land's Earth-protecting array, he might not necessarily be a match for those people. Yang Kai didn't care much about who won or lost as long as Duan Hai died. If Duan Hai survived, he wouldn't be able to survive. Taking out a few healing pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth, Yang Kai also gave Great General a few before sitting down cross-legged to adjust his condition. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were serious, they weren't fatal. Yang Kai was clear about his own body, as long as it wasn't too serious, relying on his dragon bloodline and would attribute Force's restorative abilities, he would be able to recover sooner or later. The entire market was quiet. After all, it wasn't the first 3 days of the month, so there was naturally no one here. After standing guard for a while, Old Fong seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "Lady Dai Yu, I'll be going out for a stroll. You take care of Brother Yang." Hearing this, Dai Yu knew what Old Fong was thinking. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Go! Be careful." Old Fong grinned meaningfully before disappearing in a flash. Outside, there was a lot of noise. Obviously a fierce battle was going on. Yang Kai's chaotic breathing gradually stabilized, causing Dai Yu to be amazed. An average person who had suffered such serious injuries would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. But Yang Kai had only taken less than half a day to recover. It had to be said that his physique was incredibly strong. Old Fong returned dejectedly, and when Dai Yu asked, he learned that the market was completely empty, ruining his original idea of picking up some treasures. Yang Kai was still healing, and it was unknown when the battle outside would stop. The two of them didn't know what to do in the future, so they weren't in the mood to talk. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Someone's coming." Dai Yu and Old Fong were startled. They quickly scanned the area with their divine senses and soon noticed something. When they looked up, they saw a petite figure flying towards them. As she flew, she carefully looked around as if she was a thief. However, the other party also quickly discovered Yang Kai and the others, hesitating for a moment before flying straight over. "Stop right there," Old Fong yelled. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I know her. There's no need to be nervous." Looking up, he smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" The newcomer was none other than Sun, who had been brought into the Fire Spirit Land by Duan Hai together with Yang Kai. She was quite lucky. There were no visible wounds on her body, so she should have been able to avoid the attack of the Earth-defending array. Sun was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Yang, you're also here." Yang Kai said, "The Fire Spirit Land is too dangerous, so I came here to hide." Sun nodded repeatedly. "I thought so too. It's too chaotic over there. Now, even the Venerable is dead and many of my brothers have been killed." Chapter 3891. A Venerable is dead? Which Venerable died? Dai Yu was surprised. She had seen the Water Spirit Land's Venerable die with her own eyes, but there were 7 Venerables in the entire Chichao Land. Sun replied, "The Venerable of our Fire Spirit Land. Duan Hai?" Yang Kai was surprised. "You saw him?" Sun nodded. I saw him with my own eyes. Yang Kai clenched his fists, silently cursing the death of this venerable. Now that Duan Hai was dead, no one would know anything about him. Even if Old Man Su's revenge failed and the Chichao land was saved, no one would come looking for trouble with him. However, if there was a chance to leave this place, Yang Kai didn't want to stay any longer. Two venerables had died one after the other. One could imagine how fierce the battle outside was. It was a pity he wasn't strong enough now, otherwise he would have gone to take a look. Old Feng Dai Yu and Ah Sun weren't familiar with each other, and although Yang Kai wasn't too familiar with her either, this little girl's heart wasn't bad. When they first arrived in the Seven Refinements lands, they had met a few times, so Yang Kai's impression of her wasn't bad. Now that they were hiding in the city together, it could be considered fate. The aftermath of the battle continued to spread, but it hadn't affected the city for the time being, so the four of them were safe here. As time passed, more and more people came to this place. Some were servants from various spirit lands. Some were disciples of the Chichao land wearing 7-colored robes. Everyone probably had the same idea. Now that the Chichao land's great array had been seized, the other places were no longer safe, so this city was the only safe haven. Yang Kai had already taken off his 7-colored robes and changed into his normal clothes, making them less conspicuous. The battle continued for more than 10 days without stopping, causing more and more people to hide in the city. Everyone was on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. At a certain moment, more than 10 days later, a ray of light suddenly appeared above the dark city. Everyone looked up and saw that the hazy sky seemed to have been torn open by someone, and the light was coming from this hole. The great array has been broken. It was unknown who shouted, but soon after, a group of figures rushed into the hole in the sky and disappeared. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with joy. Without any hesitation, the four of them activated their powers and followed the crowd into the sky. The formation that covered the entire Chichao land was indeed broken. It was unknown whether it was because Elder Su had used too much of the formation's power, or because the experts of the Chichao land were too powerful. Without the barrier, no one could stop them from escaping. After leaving Chichao land, Yang Kai didn't know where to go. Anyway, he just kept flying forward. At this time, the further away he was from Chichao land, the better. Dai Yu, Old Feng, and Ah Sun followed him without a word. The three of them had no place to go, so it was the same wherever they went. After the initial surprise, Dai Yu and Old Feng couldn't help but fall into a daze. After the two of them jumped out of their own universe world, they had been brought to Chichao land and hadn't left for many years. Now that they had luckily escaped from Chichao land, where should they go in the future? Especially since the two of them still hadn't broken through to heaven opening after so many years. In this vast universe, those who hadn't broken through to heaven opening were nothing. After flying forward for several days, they passed through the endless void along the way. Without any reference point, the four of them had no idea where they were at this moment. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly sensed something. Turning his head to look, his face turned pale with fright. "Run!" Old Feng and the others didn't know what was going on and turned their heads to look as well. Their expressions changed drastically as they saw a streak of light rapidly approaching them. Based on the brightness and speed of the light, it was obvious that this person was a heaven-opening expert. They didn't know what heaven-opening realm this person was at, but no matter what heaven-opening realm this person was at, it wasn't something they could contend against. The group changed directions several times, but the streak of light behind them was like a maggot that stuck to their bones. No matter how they changed directions, the streak of light continued to follow them, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Just as everyone was panicking, Yang Kai let out a miserable cry and suddenly stopped. Dai Yu was shocked. "What's wrong? Hurry up and run." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I can't run." When he had sensed that someone was chasing them, he didn't know who it was. But now he knew. The one chasing after him was actually Elder Su. He still had the black flying centipede on him. Just now, his Dao seal had been strangled by the centipede mark. It was clearly a warning from Elder Su. If he continued to run, he might even lose his life. Yang Kai couldn't figure out how Elder Su had found him after running so far away. He reckoned that it was most likely the work of the flying blackback centipede. This thing was a strange insect that Elder Su had kept in captivity, so there should be some kind of spiritual connection between them. It wasn't surprising that Elder Su had relied on it to find him. But why would Elder Su appear here? Shouldn't he be fighting those venerables and heavenly monarchs in the Kikikyo land? Running here at this time, could it be that he had failed? If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Yang Kai was furious, but he could only stand there and wait. He looked at Old Fong and the others and said, "Hurry up and run." Old Fong hurriedly said, "Take care." With that, he continued to run forward. However, Daiyu didn't move. Yang Kai turned to look at her. Daiyu smiled and said, "If he really wants to do anything to us, I'm afraid we can't run away. If we join forces with you, we might be able to fight." Yang Kai didn't believe her. If they ran, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they didn't run, they could only leave their lives to Elder Su. Ah-sun didn't know if she was stupid or what, but she nodded and said, "I'll go too." Yang Kai was speechless. On the other side, Old Fong, who had run a short distance, flew back and stood beside Yang Kai. He said angrily, "You're going to get us killed this time." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. While they were talking, Elder Su had already flown close to them. Yang Kai cupped his fists and was about to greet him when Elder Su waved his hand. The Rui Six Harmonies pouch appeared and covered everyone. In the next moment, their vision turned black as they were sucked into the pouch. Old Fong cried out in surprise, "What's going on?" He was sucked in without even seeing what the enemy looked like, so he didn't know the mystery of the Rui Six Harmonies pouch. Ah-sun said, "It's so crowded. Where is this?" Daiyu panicked. Who touched me? Whose hand is this?" Yang Kai coughed softly. "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Everyone, don't move. This place is like this. Just bear with it." The pouch suddenly quieted down. No one dared to move. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, followed by a stench. Ah-sun retched. Who farted?" Old Fong hurriedly clarified. "I didn't." Daiyu also said, "It wasn't me." "Brother Yang, you..." Yang Kai was furious. "It was the general. It's not my fault." "You idiot. If it wasn't for the inconvenience, he would have beaten it up." In the enclosed space, the stench lingered for a long time. No one dared to breathe. After some time, the skylight suddenly appeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in a strange space. In this space, the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements were reversed and conflicting with each other. It was so chaotic that it felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. This was a small universe, and it seemed to be the small universe inside Elder Su's body. The small universe was in chaos, which meant that Elder Su's situation was not good. Turning his head, he saw Elder Su sitting cross-legged on the side with a weak aura, looking at him indifferently. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his hands. Elder Su. From the outside, it wasn't obvious that Elder Su had suffered any injuries, but after fighting for so many days, it was impossible for him not to be injured. Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that his plan for revenge had failed, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared here. If he had succeeded, he should have taken over the 7 openings. After expending so much energy to take revenge and failing in the end, Yang Kai didn't know what Elder Su's mood was right now, but it definitely wasn't good, so he spoke with caution. Elder Su stared at him, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. After a long time, he slowly said, "Boy, you ruined my plans." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder Su, why would you say that? I have never leaked any information about you in the 7 openings." Elder Su sighed. "Although you didn't leak anything, the flying blackback centipede had already been exposed. As long as Duan Hai followed the clues, he would have found this king's whereabouts within 3 or 5 days, so this king could only act ahead of time." This? Yang Kai was also speechless. This junior also didn't expect such a thing to happen. This could all be said to be a coincidence. Duan Hai and Yu Lian wanted to seize his would attribute power and arrange a large spirit array. but they ended up triggering the flying blackback centipede's spirit array. Elder Su had sensed this and had no choice but to act ahead of time, but judging from Elder Su's current state and his previous words, the result of acting ahead of time had been failure. If I had been given half a year, how could such a situation have occurred? Elder Su coldly snorted. Yang Kai gulped and stared ahead vigilantly. What does Elder Su want to do? Kill me? If killing you could change the facts, this king would not have allowed you to live until now. Unfortunately, this old master's 1,000-year plan failed at the last moment. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. There was no longer any danger to his life, but now that he had fallen into Elder Su's hands, it was like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Yang Kai didn't know how he would be tortured in the future. If he had known this would happen, he would not have run out. Although his future in the Seven Openings land was bleak, he was now the manager of the orchard and had a large number of subordinates. Now that the Seven Openings land had suffered heavy losses, they were in dire need of manpower. If he had stayed, he might have been able to find a better way out. Elder Su coldly snorted again. Although this king's plan failed, they did not have a good time either. Most of their venerables died and the Seven Openings land was seriously injured. They will need at least a few dozen years to recover. That's not a complete loss. Yang Kai insincerely congratulated him. This time the Seven Openings land's strength has been greatly reduced. Elder Su only needs to go back and recuperate for a while. When he makes a comeback in the future, he will be able to get his revenge. Chapter 3892. Haha. Making a comeback. Elder Su let out a strange laugh. I'm afraid I won't have that chance. Yang Kai asked curiously, What do you mean, Elder Su? I'm going to die. Yang Kai was shocked. How could that be? Elder Su didn't look like he was injured at all. Although Yang Kai knew that he was injured, he didn't expect his injuries to be so serious that they were life-threatening. Elder Su didn't explain anything to him and casually threw something to him. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a piece of jade. He asked suspiciously, What is this? The sigil of the Kikikyo formation. Elder Su said calmly, With this sigil, you will have the chance to control the Kikikyo formation. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't refine it, he could still feel the mysterious fluctuations in the jade in his hand. He knew that Elder Su wasn't lying. This could really be the sigil of the Chichao formation. Elder Su was able to seize the Chichao formation back then because of this item. I've given it to you. You can throw it away or keep it. It's up to you. There was such a good thing. Yang Kai was shocked. From his previous contact with Elder Su, this guy wasn't a good person. Could it be that people would become kind before they died? Elder Su said, I don't have the strength to spare for revenge. However, if you have the chance to grow in the future, you can take this jade to seize the Chichao formation. There will be a chance of success. Don't worry, if the Chichao formation wants to change the formation, it won't be done in a short period of time. This jade will be useful for at least 1,000 years. After that, it's hard to say. Hearing him say this, the doubts in Kai Yang's heart were relieved. Elder Su wanted him to help him take revenge. The sigil of the formation was in his hands. The Chichao formation was such a big piece of meat. If he had enough power, he would definitely covet it. It was also because of this that Elder Su did not vent his anger on him. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. Even if he killed him now, it would only be to vent his anger. If he kept him alive, he might still have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly put away the jade and solemnly cupped his fists. Don't worry, Elder Su. Within 1,000 years, I will definitely advance to split the heavens. At that time, I will return to the Seven Refinements land. No matter what, this attitude had to be displayed. As for whether or not he would help Old Man Su take revenge in the future, that would depend on whether or not he had the mood to do so. Although Kai Yang's impression of the Chichao lands wasn't very good, he hadn't wasted much time here. Those who wanted to harm him had all died, so there really wasn't any deep hatred between them. Elder Su was non-committal. He probably sensed Yang Kai's thoughts, but he didn't have much time left. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He just nodded and closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, his aura rapidly weakened. At the same time, the small universe that was on the verge of collapse began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The yin, yang, and five elements' energy became chaotic. Yang Kai anxiously said, "Elder Su, you can take that flying black-back centipede back." Elder Su did not respond. A moment later, the small universe completely collapsed. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he appeared in a void. Not far in front of him, Elder Su was sitting cross-legged. Unfortunately, there was not the slightest trace of life on his body. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to check his breathing and found that Old Man Su was indeed dead. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. The flying black-backed centipede in the Dao seal was raised by Old Man Su, so he didn't know how Old Man Su's death would affect it. He stood in place vigilantly for a long time, but there was no reaction. Only then did Yang Kai relax. However, with that thing in the Dao seal, Yang Kai really did not feel safe. Before, there was still Elder Su to restrict him, but now that Elder Su was no longer here, if the flying blackback centipede lost control one day and did whatever it wanted in the Dao seal, he would not even know how he died. Yang Kai even suspected that Elder Su had given the flying blackback centipede some kind of order before his death. If he did not go to the Chichao land to avenge him in the future, it would activate. This was very likely, otherwise why would Elder Su leave him alive? However, now that Elder Su had passed away, worrying about it was useless. He could only think of breaking through to splitting the heavens as soon as possible and find a way to expel it himself. Reaching out and taking off Elder Su's space ring, Yang Kai could not find the 6 Unity Wish pouch. He searched Elder Su's body for a while and found the pouch in his sleeve. Fortunately, he had refined the 6 Unity Wish pouch before, so although he could not use it to defend against enemies, opening and closing it was not a problem. Forming a seal, Yang Kai opened the pouch. Elder Fong, Dai Yu Ah-sun, and the Great General all appeared. As soon as Elder Fong Yu appeared, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Senior." Yang Kai said, "He's dead." "He's dead?" Elder Fong raised his head in shock and carefully looked at Elder Su. Finding that he was indeed dead, he could not help but ask, "How did he die?" Yang Kai said, "Probably because his injuries were too serious." Dai Yu asked, "Is he the one who attacked in the Chichao land?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's him." Elder Fong let out a long breath. "It's good that he's dead. If he really accompanied such a master, he would be very nervous. If he was in a bad mood and took it out on him, he would not be able to resist. Encountering such an accident on the way to escape, but fortunately Old Man Su was seriously injured and died, so nothing else happened." Yang Kai collected Old Man Su's body and put it into his sealed world bead, secretly instructing Mu Zhu and Mu Lu to give it a proper burial. He didn't know if Old Man Su had left behind any kind of backup plan, so leaving his body here was just a precaution. "Let's go." Yang Kai took care of the matter and called out to everyone. Naturally, no one objected, but the Great General did not move. Previously, the Great General blocked Du Rufing's fierce blow for Yang Kai and was seriously injured. He had been in a state of recovery and had woken up at this time, but instead of following Yang Kai, he kept shouting something at Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not understand and turned his head to look at him. The Great General shouted for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai was still indifferent, he flapped his wings and flew behind Yang Kai, using his fat body to push him in a certain direction. Elder Fong said curiously, "Brother, he seems to want you to go somewhere." Yang Kai also noticed and reached out to grab the Great General from behind, asking, "Where are you taking me?" The Great General nodded and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in that direction but could not see anything. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The Great General should have something to do. I'm going to follow him. What about you guys?" Dai Yu and the others looked at each other and Elder Fong said, "We don't know where to go anyway, so we'll go with you. At least we can take care of each other." "Then let's go together." Dai Yu also nodded. Ah-sun never had any ideas, so she naturally did not refute. So, Yang Kai put the Great General on his head and let him lead the way, and the four of them continued to fly through the vast universe. The road ahead was long, and Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he quietly counted the gains of these days. He had to admit that since he was summoned by Du Ruffing, although the days had been dangerous, his harvest had been huge. First, he collected Du Ruffing's space ring, then Water Spirit Earth Protector's space ring, and then Old Man Su's space ring. Not to mention anything else. The Six Directions wish bag was a rare treasure. Until now, besides the sealed world bead and the One Realm bead he had refined, Yang Kai had never seen an artifact that could hold living creatures. The Six Directions wish bag was the first. After entering this world, his strength could not keep up for the time being, so he could only rely on the power of artifacts. Although the artifacts he obtained in the star boundary were good, they could not keep up with the pace here. Whether it was the Mountains and Rivers Bell or the soul-splitting saber, they could deal with the Emperor Realm, but it would be difficult to deal with a heaven-opening Realm Master. Now that he had obtained the Six Directions wish bag, it made up for this shortcoming. He had to refine it as soon as possible, so when he encountered a strong enemy later, it might play a miraculous role. Going through the space rings one after another, Yang Kai found a great harvest. Just the heaven-opening pills alone numbered 300,000. Of these, there were only a few tens of thousands in Du Ruffing's space ring, while the rest were basically all taken from the space rings of the Water Spirit Land's venerable Earth Protector. Yang Kai truly understood what it felt like to become rich overnight. Previously, he had painstakingly collected insects to feed the great general, but after a month, he had only managed to collect a few thousand heaven-opening pills. Now that he had obtained 300,000 heaven-opening pills, he felt a heavy burden. However, thinking about it carefully, a third-grade heaven-opening material cost more than 15,000 heaven-opening pills, so these 300,000 heaven-opening pills could only buy a few fourth-grade materials. He couldn't even afford a fifth-grade heaven-opening material, so it wasn't a big deal. In addition, the fourth-grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame that he had helped Du Ruffing collect was also taken back. This thing was a hard currency, and as long as he could find a suitable channel, he could easily exchange it for over 100,000 heaven-opening pills. What surprised Yang Kai the most, though, was the shadowless muslin he had found in Du Ruffing's space ring. Yang Kai had experienced the strange ability of this thing before. It allowed one to conceal themselves, making it impossible to detect even if they were close by. Du Ruffing had also said that the shadowless muslin was a gift from a venerable, so any heaven-opening cultivator under the third grade would not be able to detect it. Even if it was a mid-rank heaven-opening cultivator, as long as they did not search carefully, they could still miss it. Compared to the Six Directions wish bag, this shadowless muslin was the most suitable for him at the moment. If he didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't be able to resist a powerful enemy, so the shadowless muslin might be able to save his life in many cases. Old Man Su's space ring was relatively poor. Besides the strange wooden sword, there were only some random materials inside. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Old Man Su had been focused on revenge all these years, so he probably didn't have the time or energy to do anything else. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was quite curious about. According to his understanding, the Qiqiao land should have originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some unknown reason, it was snatched away. What was the reason that Old Man Su couldn't even protect his own territory? However, there was no place for Yang Kai to ask. Old Man Su was already dead, so who could he ask? Chapter 3893. After tidying up the contents of the 3 space rings, Yang Kai took out the shadowless gauze and held it in his hand, silently refining it. This was originally Du Ruffing's possession and had his soul imprint on it. But now that Du Ruffing was dead, the soul imprint could be easily erased. None of the group spoke along the way. After experiencing such a big change, none of them seemed to be in the mood to talk, all of them quietly following behind Great General, allowing him to lead them in a certain direction. Time passed by, and after flying for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that it had been at least 2 or 3 months, but Great General showed no signs of stopping. Along the way, they did not encounter any great dangers. Occasionally, there would be some natural disasters such as starbursts, but they were all avoided in advance. Until one day, A small black dot suddenly appeared at the edge of their field of vision. At this time, Yang Kai clearly felt that something was wrong with Great General's mood, as if he had become much more excited, causing his flying speed to increase significantly. The distance was too great, so Yang Kai couldn't see what this black dot was. It was not until a long time later that Yang Kai realized it was actually a huge world fragment. He didn't know which universe world it had been left behind, but it was quite large and desolate. The Grand General led the group towards the fragment of the world. A day later, the group of 4 landed on this world fragment. Looking around, all they saw was endless desolation, without the slightest trace of life. Great General flapped his wings and continued to lead the way. Old Fong looked around curiously and asked, "Why did Great General lead us here?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "We'll know once we follow him. Not to mention anything else, just based on how Great General had desperately blocked Du Rufing's attack for him. If something really happened to him, Yang Kai would not just sit back and watch." Great General seemed to be very familiar with this place. After arriving here, he directly flew in a certain direction and soon arrived in front of a barren mountain. Inside this mountain, there was a deep dark cave that led to some unknown destination. Standing at the entrance, one could vaguely hear the sound of wind whistling. Sweeping the cave with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that he could not see the end. This cave was obviously very deep. After arriving here, Great General's footsteps finally stopped, and he turned his head towards Yang Kai and let out a cry. Yang Kai understood and turned back to Old Fong and the others. "I'll go down with Great General and have a look. You stay here and wait for me." Although Yang Kai did not believe that Great General would harm him, it was still best to be careful in this unknown place. If he went down alone, he would have a chance of escaping if he encountered danger, but it would be inconvenient for him to bring Old Fong, Dai Yu, and the others. Dai's Yu's group. Yang Kai nodded his head. Of Yang Kai's. The caves. Of Yang of you. Me you you me you. As Yang. Yang's A's to Great Yang. Yang was. And was. Of course, Yang's to Rufing's. To Yang's was. Yang. After descending for a full 2 hours, Yang Kai even suspected that he had reached the deepest part of this world fragment. Only then did the environment around him suddenly open up. This was a huge underground cave. There was nothing special about this cave, but after arriving here, the Great General was obviously excited and immediately jumped out of Yang Kai's arms. As he flew forward, he cried out loudly, his voice giving off a very strange feeling, one that was both a little aggrieved and a little nostalgic. Yang Kai frowned. He did not know what was so special about this place that made Great General react like this. But before he could figure it out, he sensed an aura coming from the depths of the cave. There was a living thing here. He had not sensed it when he entered. Yang Kai was shocked. He held his breath and looked forward. He could not see anything, but he could clearly feel an aura coming back to life. It was as if the aura had just fallen into a deep sleep. Now it was awakened by Great General. What made Yang Kai's hair stand on end was that this aura was very strong. It was more dangerous than Elder Su. This meant that the owner of this aura was stronger than Elder Su. In the darkness, 2 lights suddenly shone. Yang Kai's blood turned cold. He was frozen in place as if someone had cast a spell on him. He stared at the 2 lights in a daze. What kind of light was that? It was clearly 2 eyes, 2 incomparably huge eyes, each of which was the size of a house. As the pair of eyes opened, a layer of golden light slowly flashed in the dark cave. The golden light grew from weak to strong and soon filled the entire space, illuminating the entire cave with golden light. Yang Kai's mouth was wide open. He could not close it for a long time. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed what he was seeing. In his field of vision, there was a huge golden pheasant lying in the cave. That golden pheasant looked exactly the same as Great General Sichin. However, its body was many times bigger. It was like an enlarged version of Great General Sichin. Whether it was the aura from before, the dazzling golden light, or the house-sized eyes, they all belonged to this huge golden pheasant. At this moment, Great General Si Chun had already pounced in front of the strange beast. It was crying out non-stop. The strange beast's fierce eyes slowly became gentle. It was filled with love. It lowered its head and gently nudged Great General Si Chun. Great General cried out even louder. He flew onto the strange beast's head and used his beak to comb its feathers. Seeing this, how could Yang Kai not understand? The enlarged golden pheasant in front of him was definitely Great General Si Chun's close relative. He did not know if it was its father or mother. The chances of it being its mother were higher. Great General Si Chun had come to find his family. Yang Kai had long felt that Great General Si Chun was not an ordinary golden pheasant and should be some kind of strange beast with a strange bloodline. Now that he had seen its mother, this idea could be confirmed. Since Great General Si Chun had a close relative, how could it have become Duan Hai's pet in the Fire Spirit Land? And looking at its mother, it was obvious that her strength was not ordinary. Duan Hai was definitely not her opponent, so how did Duan Hai manage to take Great General away? Could it have been Duan Hai who took it away? Thinking about it, it was not impossible. If not, why would Great General Si Chun ignore Duan Hai's life and death and instead follow him out of the Chichao land? Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly heard a voice. "Junior, thou hast an aura I hate." Yang Kai was startled. The voice sounded directly in his mind. Sounded gentle and beautiful. It was a woman's voice, but the meaning of the words was not so beautiful. He looked up and saw that the giant golden rooster in front of him was looking down at him. Its eyes, which were the size of a house, reflected his figure. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked left and right. Finally, he fixed his gaze in front of him and asked carefully, "Are you talking to me?" Old Lady Si Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with a dangerous aura. "What do you think?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he quickly cupped his fists. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. "May I ask Senior's name?" "I am Mia Meng." "So it is Senior Mia Meng. I have heard so much about you." Yang Kai cupped his hands again. He did not know if Mia Meng was her name or her race, but he had never heard of it before. However, this world was full of strange things, so it was normal to see things that he had never seen before. The only thing he could be sure of was that old Lady Si Chun was not to be trifled with. However, although she said that he had an aura she hated, Yang Kai was not too worried. Since he had brought Si Chun back, she should not do anything to him. Mia Meng quietly looked at Yang Kai, her huge eyes filled with mockery. Above her head, Grand General Si Chun was muttering something. Mia Meng listened carefully and after a long time, she nodded slightly. "I understand." She then lowered her head and looked at Yang Kai. "My son said that it was all thanks to you that he was able to leave that place and return to my side." Yang Kai said firmly, "The Grand General and I felt like old friends the moment we met, and we are as close as brothers. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning." After pausing for a while, he asked curiously, "Senior, how did the Grand General end up in Kikikyo?" Mia Meng said, "He was kidnapped. My son was young and did not know how dangerous the outside world was. He accidentally got lost when he went out to play." "I see." Yang Kai nodded slightly. This was similar to what he had expected. Since Si Chun had such a strong mother, he should not have gone to Chichao to be Duan Hai's pet. It was obvious that he had been kidnapped. Mia Meng guessed that Si Chun did not have a good impression of Duan Hai, which was why he did not care whether Duan Hai was dead or alive. Instead, he came to look for Yang Kai. At this time, Elder Fong sent a message. It seemed that the few of them had also sensed Mia Meng's aura and were worried about Yang Kai's safety, so they came to ask about it. Yang Kai replied and told them to stay outside. Only when he was safe did they feel relieved. After keeping the communication device, Yang Kai said, "Senior, now that Si Chun is back, you have reunited with your son. It is time for me to leave. Let us meet again in the future." Although he wanted to get some benefits from Mia Meng, since he brought Si Chun back, even if he did not contribute much, he still felt uneasy when facing such a powerful being. Even if he knew that she would not do anything to him, it was better to leave first. Mia Meng's voice was pleasant to the ears, but who knew what her temper was like? If she was temperamental, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Don't be in a hurry to leave, Meng said. I need you to do me a favor. Yang Kai was stunned. How can I help you? Help me leave this place. Senior, are you trapped? Yang Kai was surprised. He did not notice this. However, thinking about it carefully, from the beginning until now, Meng had not moved at all. It seemed like she was really trapped. But I am weak. I am afraid I am powerless. Chapter 3894. To be able to trap Meng, it had to be someone stronger than her. Yang Kai did not think that he could help her. Meng said, as long as you want to. Since it had already come to this point, Kai Yang reckoned that he couldn't refuse. Feeling a bit bored, he frowned and asked, then what does Senior want me to do? Meng didn't answer, but the golden light on his body suddenly flickered. As the golden light flickered, Yang Kai clearly saw something that looked like chains appear, binding Meng's huge body tightly. From these chains, Yang Kai felt a strange aura. Dragon race. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who would have thought that Meng was trapped because of the secret skill of the dragon tribe? Only the dragon tribe could use the secret skill of the dragon tribe. Yang Kai said excitedly, have you met a dragon race before? Meng sneered. If not, why would I be trapped here? It was funny to hear a golden rooster call himself I. But Yang Kai was not in the mood to care about that. He asked anxiously, when did you meet a dragon race, and where did you meet it? He was also a dragon race. If he could find another dragon race outside of Chenkuan, he would have found the organization. He would not have to run around like a headless fly. He might even be able to find the world tree with the help of the dragon race. Then it would be much easier. We met in the star field and had a conflict. I don't know where that stupid dragon is now, but there is no one good in the dragon race. Meng sneered. Yang Kai was speechless. He was being scolded as well. But now he knew what Meng wanted him to help with. The dragon race secret technique could be used by a dragon race, but it could also be removed by a dragon race. If Meng wanted to escape, he might be able to help. But there was one thing that Yang Kai was curious about. How do you know that I am a dragon? Yang Kai thought that he did not reveal any flaws. Meng said coldly, normal people might not be able to sense the dragon race's aura, but I can. That is why my son brought you here. When Yang Kai heard this, he suddenly understood why Great General Sichin favored him so much. Back in the Fire Spirit Land, Great General Sichin treated him differently from the others. Then he helped him block Du Rufing's attack. Now he even took the trouble to bring him here. It turned out that Great General Sichin had sensed the dragon vein aura on him and knew that he could help his mother. Meng continued, however, you don't seem to be a pure dragon. Whether or not you can help depends on the purity of your bloodline. Yang Kai frowned. What does this junior need to do? I need your dragon's blood. Kai Yang asked again. What can this junior obtain? What do you want? Meng's eyes flashed with mockery. That depends on what you can give me. Although he got along well with General Sichin, he was not related to his mother. If he helped him this time, he would have to sacrifice a lot. He had to get some benefits first. Meng looked at him seriously for a while. Suddenly, he stretched his neck and stuck his head out. Yang Kai was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but Meng had already pecked and retracted his head. He did not even have time to react. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that something was missing from his body. It was as if he had broken free from a layer of restraint. There was a strange sound. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the sound. There was a black centipede in Meng's mouth. It was struggling. The strange sound was made by the black centipede. Flying black centipede. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he hurriedly examined his body. The centipede mark that originally existed in his Dao seal had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the black-back centipede in Meng's mouth, how could Yang Kai not know that Elder Su's trick had been broken by Meng? He was overjoyed and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior. Although Old Man Su was already dead, the presence of this thing in the Dao seal was really unsettling. Yang Kai had planned to find a way to get rid of it after he broke through to the heaven-splitting realm. But who would have thought that this flying blackback centipede would be so easily removed by Miameng? This effortless action made Yang Kai deeply aware of Miameng's strength, and he couldn't help imagining just how tyrannical the dragon race who could trap Miameng with their dragon race secret technique was. Miameng raised his neck and swallowed the black centipede. He said calmly, "Is this enough?" "Enough, enough." Yang Kai nodded. Miameng had done him a huge favor, so it was only right for him to return the favor. Without hesitation, Yang Kai said, "As for what you want me to do, please tell me, senior. I only need your dragon blood. The more the better. I will deal with the rest. But before that, I want to see if your dragon blood is pure enough. If it is not, it will be useless even if I drain your blood." Yang Kai didn't waste any time and simply cut a small wound on his finger, forcing out a drop of blood before wrapping it in his Saint Chi and sending it to Miameng. Swallowing it down, Miameng's originally slightly squinted eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai in astonishment, a strange light flashing across his eyes. "Does Junior's blood meet the requirements?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes." Miameng nodded. "Then, shall we begin?" Yang Kai looked at him. Miameng said, "Use your dragon blood to smear the chains on my body. You don't have to worry about the rest." As she spoke, the chains appeared on her body again. Yang Kai observed for a while and was speechless. Miameng's body was huge. The chains wrapped around her body. It would take a lot of blood to smear all over her body. However, Yang Kai had already accepted the other party's kindness, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Amidst a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure quickly transformed into a 2,000-meter-long dragon, one that was not inferior to Miameng's in size. A powerful dragon aura spread from his body as he was covered in dragon scales, dragon horns on his head, and a lifelike dragon tail behind him. Miameng was even more surprised. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of Miameng in just a few steps. Forming a claw with one hand, Yang Kai clawed at the palm of his other hand, causing blood to spurt out. Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed one of the chains and stroked it from head to tail. The chain was immediately covered in golden dragon blood. As if stimulated by the dragon blood, a dragon's roar could be heard from the chain. It shone brightly. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and simply did the same thing as before, grabbing the other chains. It was a good thing to have a strong recovery ability. However, it was a little troublesome now. The wound on Yang Kai's palm showed signs of healing. He had no choice but to cut his own palm. The dragon blood kept flowing out. The chains were soon covered in golden blood, and the light flickered more and more urgently. Miameng's eyes were filled with excitement. After being trapped for so many years, he was just trying to break free. He never thought that he would actually have a chance to break free. How could he not be excited? In less than half an incense's time, the chains outside Miameng's body were covered in dragon blood. Even though Yang Kai's body was strong, he could not take it anymore. He had paid a huge price this time. He would need to rest for a while to recover. "Enough!" Miameng suddenly said. Yang Kai relaxed. He could no longer maintain the dragon form. His body shrunk rapidly and he returned to his original form. "You take my son out first." Miameng turned to Yang Kai and ordered. Si Chun, Great General, flapped his wings and flew over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught him and without hesitation summoned his azure dragon spear and soared into the sky. Wherever the long spear passed, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, forcibly opening up a passage from underground. With a rumbling sound, Yang Kai broke free from the ground. Not far away, Old Fong and the others heard the commotion and turned to look. Before they could ask, Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go!" Old Fong and the others were stunned, but they did not have time to say anything. They immediately followed behind him and flew into the sky. After flying a great distance away, Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look back, but the world fragment was still silent, not showing any signs of movement. "What happened?" Dayu asked in bewilderment. "General C's mother is here. She's trying to break free." Yang Kai did not have the time to explain and answered casually. General C's mother? Old Fong was stunned. He looked at the stupid chicken in Yang Kai's arms. As soon as he said that, he heard a loud noise coming from afar. He turned to look and was shocked. The huge world fragment was vibrating non-stop, and there seemed to be violent energy bursting out from within. Even standing here, he could clearly feel the fierce and powerful aura. In front of such an aura, he was as small as an ant. Old Fong was shocked. Is this caused by General C's mother? He thought that if the general was so strong, then his mother would not be so strong either. But now, it seemed that the general's mother was more than strong. Before Yang Kai could say anything, he heard a loud noise. A violent energy erupted and the world fragment shattered into pieces, shooting in all directions. Among the scattered fragments, there was a dazzling golden light. When the dust settled, a giant golden rooster came into view. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, looking majestic like a full sun. Its fierce aura made the world tremble. Old Fong gulped, and his teeth chattered. Great General, is this your mother? The general ignored him. In the distance, Meng had broken free. He spread his wings and screeched. His voice was so sharp that it made people's eardrums tremble. The invisible sound waves turned into a violent energy that pushed people back. After a long time, Meng retracted his wings and stopped. He walked over step by step. Old Fong's face was pale. He secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. What's her name? She calls herself Meng. Yang Kai replied. Old Fong understood. Before Meng could get close, he cupped his hands and shouted, Junior Fong Biki greets Senior Meng. Chapter 3895. Daiyu and Ah-sun hurriedly bowed as well. Meng scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. He nodded slightly and transmitted his voice. Thank you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Senior, you were too polite. You have also helped me a lot. We both got what we needed. Meng said, It is best not to let others know that you have the dragon bloodline. Yang Kai was stunned. Why is that? Meng sneered. The dragon race has many enemies in the greater thousand worlds. If those people who have a grudge against the dragon race know that you have the dragon bloodline, what do you think will happen to you? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart and said seriously, I will remember that. Thank you for your reminder. If that was the case, it would not be convenient for him to use the dragon form secret technique casually in the future. At the very least, he would not be able to use it casually before he grew up. Otherwise, he might cause some trouble. The arrogance of the dragon race was something that Yang Kai had experienced when he was in the star boundary. The dragon race outside of the Chen Kuan realm would not be any better. Meng continued, However, the dragon race is a very united race. Although they are all secretive, if something happens to you, the other dragon race will definitely take revenge for you. Therefore, if you really meet with any unavoidable danger, you might as well reveal your dragon bloodline. Perhaps others will not dare to attack you. Yang Kai cupped his fists. I understand. He paused for a while and said, Senior, if I want to find other dragon race, where should I go? Meng snorted. I have already said that the dragon race is secretive. Even if you want to find them, you will not be able to find them. However, I heard that the dragon race has a dragon altar. That is the headquarters of the dragon race and is also the origin of the dragon race. However, no one knows where the dragon altar is. Only the dragon race themselves know where it is. Perhaps one day you will be able to sense the location of the dragon altar. Improve the bloodline. Yang Kai was slightly dazed. If he wanted to improve his bloodline, he had to continue activating the origin of the golden divine dragon in his body. Although Yang Kai was already 2,000 feet tall, he could feel that the origin of the dragon race in his body was not fully activated. He still had a lot of room for growth. But the growth of the dragon race required a long time, and he could not wait. He could not afford to wait. Great Emperor Mie. He could not wait. The dragon, great emperor. He could not wait. The dragon was the dragon. He was, and he. He, the great general, jumped out of Yang Kai's arms and flapped its wings, flying up and down in front of Meng. Meng lowered his head and caught the great general in his mouth before placing it on his back. The great general chirped for a while. Meng listened carefully. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brat, take care. The 3 golden feathers seal contains my 3 divine technique. If you are in danger, you can activate it to defend yourself. We will meet again if fate allows." Then, a gust of wind blew. Everyone could not open their eyes. By the time they came back to their senses, Meng had already disappeared. The golden light in the distance was getting farther and farther away. 3 golden feathers were floating in front of Yang Kai. They looked like they were made of pure gold. There were no impurities in them. Yang Kai was stunned. He did not expect Meng to leave him with such benefits before he left. It was probably the great general's last request. Before he left, the great general must have communicated something with Meng. Yang Kai grabbed the 3 golden feathers and stuffed them into his space ring. Looking in the direction Meng left, he raised his hand and waved goodbye. In this vast universe, after this farewell, it was likely they would never meet again. Old Fong stared at Yang Kai's ring with a fiery gaze. Although he didn't know what the 3 golden feathers Meng left behind before he left, they were obviously not ordinary things. Swallowing his saliva, he asked, "What did Senior Meng say to you just now?" When Meng and Yang Kai had communicated just now, they had used divine sense transmissions. Old Fong and the others could not hear them at all. "Nothing much, just thanking me for helping her escape," Yang Kai casually replied. Looking around at everyone, he chuckled and asked, "Where should we go now?" The 4 of them could be considered newcomers to the outside world. Although Old Fong and Dai Yu had arrived earlier, they had stayed in the Kikikyo land for many years and had not been to other places. Their understanding of the outside world was not much better than Yang Kai and Asunde previously. With the great general leading the way, everyone at least had a goal, but now that the great general had left, they really had nowhere to go. They all felt like headless flies. Ah-sun asked weakly from the side, "Do you want to go somewhere with me?" Yang Kai turned to look at her and asked, "Where to?" "Great Moon Province," Ah-sun said with a guilty expression. "What is that place?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Old Fong looked at Ah-sun thoughtfully and said slowly, "Outside the world, there are countless forces, big and small. If these forces are divided into 3 levels, the top ones are the 36 grotto heavens and the 72 blessed lands, which are guarded by upper-level heaven splitters. Below these grotto heavens and blessed lands, there are second-tier forces like the Kikikyo land, which are guarded by middle-level heaven splitters. Further down, there are many spiritual states, which do not have upper-level heaven splitters or middle-level heaven splitters. This Great Moon Province should be one of them." Ah-sun shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, but it should be." Old Fong chuckled and said, "It seems that Miss Ah-sun has some background. Otherwise, how would you know about a place like the Great Moon Province?" Ah-sun couldn't help but stick out her tongue and said, "There is a senior in the Great Moon Province, and I just want to join her." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Ah-sun, didn't you say that the world you came from has collapsed and perished, and that you are the only one left?" When he first met Ah-sun, she did say that, and Yang Kai remembered it clearly. Ah-sun said, "Yes, that world has indeed collapsed and perished, and I am the only one left. However, a few hundred years ago, a senior from that world went back once." These words sounded familiar. Fong Tai seemed to have said the same thing. "That senior left me a token and told me that if I ever went outside the world, I could use this token to find her." These words sounded even more familiar. Yang Kai was speechless. However, unlike Fong Tai had taken out the token and showed it to Duan Hai, while Ah-sun had kept it a secret. Judging from the current results, Ah-sun's approach was undoubtedly correct. The reason Fong Tai died was because he assisted Zhou Zhang and Xiang Yong in stealing the spirit fruit, but it was also because of his background. Just think about it. If that powerful master from the Black River realm learned that Fong Tai, a junior, had been recruited by the 7 openings to work as a servant, he would definitely not let this matter go. Therefore, Duan Hai had asked him to hunt down Fong Tai to prevent future trouble. If Ah Sun had done what Fong Tai had done at that time, she might have suffered the same fate. Saying so, Ah Sun took out a small fox. This fox was about the size of a palm and seemed to be made from some unknown spirit jade. Its entire body was white and crystal clear, and it had a lifelike appearance, as if it was a living creature. Can we find the Great Moon Province with this? Yang Kai was puzzled. Old Fong said, I think that senior must have left a guide in this token. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the jade token left behind by Fong Tai. It was estimated that the function of the two items was the same. Both items had a guide inside them, and by relying on the guidance of these tokens, Yang Kai could find his location. That thing was still in Yang Kai's sealed world bead, so it seemed he had to deal with it as soon as possible, otherwise it would become a problem. However, just getting rid of the token wasn't enough. There were still traces left on his body, and if he didn't get rid of them, once he encountered that powerful master from the Black River realm, the other party would definitely know he was the one who killed Fong Tai. Since you have a place to go, why didn't you mention it before? Why did you follow us? Dai Yu looked at Ah Sun and asked. Ah Sun stuck out her tongue again. I didn't dare to run around outside this world by myself, and I didn't know what kind of temperament you had before. Now you know. Dai Yu chuckled. Ah Sun hugged Dai Yu's arm and grinned. In any case, you're not bad people. Dai Yu glanced at Yang Kai helplessly. Yang Kai said, It's always right to be careful when you're outside. What do you think? Old Fong shrugged and said, I don't have any ideas. We'll go wherever we want. Dai Yu said, It's up to you. We'll go wherever you want. The two of them left the decision to Yang Kai. Ah Sun understood and immediately came to Yang Kai's side, pulled his arm, and shook it vigorously. Brother Yang, come with me. Ah Sun really doesn't dare to run around alone. After we get there, if you think it's appropriate, you can also stay. My senior seems to have some authority in Great Moon Province, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to take in a few people. Don't make promises for others so casually. Yang Kai laughed and pondered for a while before saying, Okay. Stop shaking me. We have nowhere to go anyway, so I'll go with you. Ah Sun was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Yang. Old Fong said faintly. You're thanking only him? Ah Sun said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Fong, and Senior Sister Dai Yu. Old Fong nodded. That's more like it. Yang Kai said. But if we really go there, we don't know if we'll stay or not. We have to see what's going on there. Ah Sun kept nodding. Ah Sun knows, but brother and senior sister, don't worry. If you really want to stay, you won't be a handyman. Let's go. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked her on the head. Ah Sun didn't seem to care. She held the white jade fox in her palm and her face suddenly became solemn. She muttered something, but no one knew what she was muttering. Then her strength surged and poured into the fox. A white silhouette suddenly shot out from Ah Sun's palm and turned into a 2-feet-long three-tailed fox. The fox turned its head and looked at everyone with its human-like eyes. Then it started to run at a very fast speed. Needless to say, the fox was showing them the direction of Great Moon Province. Keep up! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, and the four of them immediately followed the fox. Fortunately, the fox was running in the same direction as the crowd. In other words, they didn't waste time and journey when they accompanied the general to save his mother. Now, they were just continuing the previous path. The road ahead was long. The four of them followed the fox closely and ran into the depths of the universe. Chapter 3896. They didn't know where the Great Moon Province was, but as they followed the guide, a month passed by in a flash. The fox-shaped guide was still leading the way, but no one knew how long it would take. In the beginning, everyone's state of mind was still calm, but as time passed, they couldn't help but become impatient, especially Ah Sunday. She even began to doubt whether the guide given to her by that senior was useful or not. Otherwise, how could they not reach their destination after walking for so long? Until one day, a territory gate appeared in front of them, stretching across the void. The fox guide rushed straight towards the territory gate, but when it approached, it suddenly stopped and turned back to look at everyone. "It looks like we'll have to pass through this territory gate," Yang Kai said thoughtfully. He was no stranger to territory gates. He had passed through them several times when he followed Duan Hai to the Chichao land, but passing through a territory gate required great strength. If one didn't have enough strength, it was very likely they would encounter danger. Could the few of them really do it? They couldn't go in vertically and come out horizontally. Not only did he think so, but Old Fong and the others obviously also had this concern, so they all stopped and frowned as they looked forward. Right at this moment, the fox, Lu Yin, suddenly shook its body and transformed into a layer of white light that enveloped everyone. The group looked at each other and their faces lit up with joy. They knew that Ah Sun Sr. had obviously considered this and knew that with Ah Sun's strength, there was no way she could pass through the territory gate. This guide actually had a protective function. Without needing to communicate, the four of them rushed into the territory gate. A feeling of dizziness hit them and their vision blurred as they found themselves in another large territory. The scenery around the star field had changed, and in that instant, they had crossed an unknown distance. After passing through the territory gate, the white light wrapped around everyone once again condensed into the shape of a fox. But at this moment, the fox was no longer as plump as before and had instead become extremely dim. It seemed that the consumption of its strength was not small. As always, with the fox guide in front and the four behind, they continued to fly forward. Another half a month later, the fox guide once again stopped in front of a territory gate. With their previous experience, everyone was familiar with the process. After they gathered together, the fox guidance turned into a layer of white light and enveloped everyone. Yang Kai took the lead and led the other three into the territory gate. However, this time they were not as lucky as last time. When they entered the territory gate, Yang Kai immediately felt a tearing force coming from all directions. The layer of white light that enveloped everyone quickly dimmed. Yang Kai was shocked and knew that this was bad. This fox guide was given to her by Ah Sun's predecessor to guide her to the Great Moon Prefecture. That predecessor probably didn't expect that Ah Sun would not go alone, but with 3 other people. In this way, when going through the territory gate, the consumption of the guide would be several times greater. The Great Moon state was only a spiritual state. According to Old Fong's classification, it was the lowest level force in the world outside the universe. The strongest person inside was only at the 3rd stage sky splitter. Presumably, the strength of Ah Sun's predecessor was also limited. The guide's function naturally couldn't be that powerful. After going through the territory gate twice, the guide's power was almost exhausted. "Don't resist," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He stretched out his hand and summoned the Rui pouch, covering Ah Sun and the others with it. Ah Sun and the other 2 obviously noticed that something was wrong with the guide. When they saw Yang Kai's actions, they quickly understood and immediately relaxed. A figure flashed and the 3 of them were put into the Rui pouch. With 3 people gone, the speed at which the white light enveloping them dimmed slowed down a lot. However, it still quickly dimmed. Yang Kai was on tenterhooks. He didn't know what would happen to him if he didn't have the protection of the guide. He could only secretly pray that they could quickly pass through the territory gate. In the distorted space-time, a faint light appeared in front of them. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. He hurriedly urged the law of space and rushed in that direction. After what seemed like an instant and what seemed like a long time, Yang Kai felt his vision change. He had already rushed out of the territory gate. When he looked back, there was nothing in the void. This territory gate was the same as the realm gate in the demon territory. They were all one-way, but perhaps there were 2-way ones as well. It was just that he hadn't encountered them yet. Looking down, the white light enveloping him had disappeared. Yang Kai was speechless. He released Ah Sun and the other 2 from the Rui pouch. Ah Sun asked, "What about the fox?" Yang Kai shook his head. Ah Sun's pretty face changed. She hurriedly took out the token that her predecessor had left her. The palm-sized white jade fox was now dim and covered in cracks. It seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. Needless to say, this token couldn't be activated. "Ah Sun," Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. We may have implicated you. If Ah Sun was alone, the power of the travel permit should be enough to lead her safely to the Great Moon Province. However, there were suddenly 3 more people. The consumption of traveling through the territory gate was too great. Now, before they reached the Great Moon Province, the travel permit was gone. This was quite embarrassing. Ah Sun was absent-minded for a while. She obviously didn't expect this to happen. The reason why she invited Yang Kai and the others to accompany her to the Great Moon Province was that she felt that Yang Kai and the others were not bad people. The second reason was that, as she said, she didn't dare to run around outside the universe. She had just condensed a Dao seal. If she really encountered any danger, she wouldn't be able to resist. Holding the white jade fox, Ah Sun forced a smile and shook her head. It's not your fault. I asked you to accompany me. What do we do now? Dayu looked at Yang Kai and asked. It wasn't easy to find a destination. Now, the travel permit was gone and the destination was gone. Yang Kai pondered and said, the guidance of the travel permit should be correct. Since it brought us here, it means that the Great Moon Province is in this direction. But we don't know if the Great Moon Province is in this territory. If it is, we may have a chance to find it. If not, it will be troublesome. Now, it's better to ask someone. Old Fong smiled bitterly. How can we find anyone? We've wandered around outside for several months, but we haven't even seen a shadow of a person. That's because we haven't looked for it. In any large territory, there must be big or small forces. As long as we have the heart, we can always find it. What if the forces here are the same as the Chiqiao land? Then we're out of luck. Yang Kai shrugged. As they were talking, they suddenly saw a flash of light from the corner of their eyes. Yang Kai turned his head but saw nothing. He couldn't help but frown. Just as he was wondering if it was an illusion, Dayu said, Did you see it? You saw it too? Yang Kai asked. Dayu nodded. Something flashed. It was very far away. Old Fong craned his neck and looked in that direction, puzzled. Where did that flash? Did you see it wrong? Yang Kai shook his head. One person may see it wrong, but 2 people can't. Something must have flashed over there. Why didn't I see it? Old Fong suddenly exclaimed and pointed in that direction. Look over there. Can you see something? Seeing him act as if he had discovered something, Kai Yang and the others were all surprised. Looking in the direction he was pointing, they didn't see anything at first. But when Kai Yang focused his vision and continued to look forward, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He could actually see a house in the distant void. Blinking hard, Yang Kai confirmed that there was indeed a house there. This house wasn't very big, and there seemed to be 2 large flags standing at the door, fluttering in the void. Dayu and Ah Sun obviously also saw it and both showed surprised expressions. Miniature universe? Yang Kai frowned. When he met Duan Hai before, the door to Duan Hai's miniature universe was just a door standing in the void. Now that he saw this house, he couldn't help thinking about it. I don't know. Old Fong shook his head and asked, Should we go and take a look? Dayu and Ah Sun didn't speak and just looked at Yang Kai, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang Kai looked around and chuckled. It's already like this. It's rare to meet living people, so if we don't go, they will definitely be unwilling. However, we don't know what the situation is like over there for the time being. Let's observe from a distance first before making a decision. The 3 of them nodded together. Very good. After making up their minds, the group of 4 flew over, but they didn't get too close. Stopping at a distance, they quietly concealed their auras and observed the situation. At first glance, they found something strange. There were actually people going in and out of the house. Although there weren't many people going in and out, it was still surprising to see so many people in this vast world. Of those people going in and out, some were in groups while others were alone. It wasn't clear how strong they were, but it was likely that not all of them had reached the heavens realm. There were definitely some like Yang Kai and the others who had condensed their own Dao seals and were on the path to the heavens realm. Little brother, look at that flag. There are words on it, Old Fong suddenly said. With his reminder, Yang Kai noticed that there was indeed a large word on the flag erected in front of the house. Looking carefully, he found that the flag on the left had the word wine on it. The flag on the right had the words the first inn on it. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become strange. Dayu said, "Why does this place look like an inn?" Ah Sun's eyes widened. "It can't be." Old Feng's mouth twitched. "It's really possible," Yang Kai said thoughtfully. "There are all kinds of strange things in this world. There are people going in and out of that place, and there are also two large flags. If this isn't an inn, then what is it? Who built an inn here?" Old Feng still couldn't believe it. Besides, what kind of business could be built here? Did they expect passers-by to stay and eat? Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go and take a look. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at the others. "Just order some of our signature dishes and a few pots of wine. Please wait a moment, we'll be right there," the manservant said, then turned around and left. This really is an inn. After the manservant left, Old Feng looked around and secretly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai, his tone full of disbelief. Yang Kai nodded. "It doesn't look like a scam. Maybe we can ask the manservant for some information later and ask if the Great Moon Prefecture is in this territory." Ah Sun's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded repeatedly. "We must ask. We must ask." The lobby was still lively. Yang Kai coldly observed and sensed the auras of many heaven-opening realm masters. There were many heaven-opening realm masters in the lobby, but there were also some who, like them, had condensed a Dao seal but had not yet reached the heaven-opening realm. After observing, Yang Kai felt a lot more relieved. This was not a scam, and the cultivation levels of the people entering and exiting were also different. As such, they did not have to worry about their safety. The efficiency of the first inn was very high. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, the manservant brought up the dishes. There were 4 people, 4 exquisite side dishes, a pot of soup, and 2 pots of wine. They did not know what the side dishes were made of, but they looked very appetizing. As soon as they were presented, their appetites were greatly stimulated. Ah Sun was constantly swallowing her saliva, as if she had not eaten for hundreds of years. "The dishes are ready. Please enjoy," the manservant said and was about to leave. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Second brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Can I ask you for some information?" The manservant turned around and said with a smile, "The first inn is a place where all kinds of information converge. Naturally, you can also buy or sell information depending on what you want to ask." "Buy or sell information?" Yang Kai frowned. "Is there a fee?" The manservant said, "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. No matter what kind of information it is valuable in the first inn." "How much is the fee?" "That depends on what you want to ask. Some information is very cheap while others are very expensive." Yang Kai didn't know what to say about this kind of business, but thinking about it, it was not strange. In this vast world, it was not easy to find someone to inquire about information. Since this manservant was able to do this, it was his own ability. "I only want to ask about the location of a certain force," Yang Kai said. "Which force?" "Great Moon Province." The manservant stretched out his hand. 100 heaven-opening pills. Old Feng almost spat out the wine in his mouth. 100 heaven-opening pills? Why don't you just rob someone?" Thinking about how he was only paid a few heaven-opening pills a year as a handyman in the 7 Openings land, but now, asking for 100 just for some information was simply unimaginable. Looking at the wine and food in front of him, he couldn't help gulping. If asking for information was so expensive, just how much would this table of wine and food cost? He subconsciously covered his space ring. The manservant always had a smile on his face. "Whether you want to ask or not is up to you." Yang Kai nodded, took out 100 heaven-opening pills from his space ring, and handed them to the manservant. The manservant took them and casually returned a jade slip to Yang Kai. "The location of Great Moon Province is here. Please check it for yourself." Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the jade slip and immediately saw what appeared to be a star. Carefully identifying it, Yang Kai found his current location and the location of Great Moon Province. After silently calculating for a moment, he couldn't help smacking his lips. "How is it?" A son asked nervously. Yang Kai handed the jade slip to her and said, "It's not in this territory. We still have to pass through 2 territory gates to reach the territory where Great Moon Province is located." Sun investigated and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said. Great Moon Province was not in this territory. If she wanted to go there, she would have to continue on her way, causing her to feel a little discouraged. Yang Kai raised his head, looked at the manservant, and asked, "How do we pass through the territory gates?" Saying so, he handed over another 100 heaven-opening pills. The manservant replied, "Mid-rank heaven-opening pills allow you to pass through at will, but below mid-rank heaven-opening pills, you'll have to buy those flight-type artifacts with defensive functions, which are sold in every star market." "Is there a star market here? Where is it?" Another 100 heaven-opening pills were handed over. The manservant handed Yang Kai another jade slip. "Follow the directions here, and you'll be able to reach it within a month." Needless to say, this was another road map. "Have several guests just arrived outside this world?" the manservant suddenly asked. There was no need to hide this, and the questions Yang Kai just asked were all common sense, so others could easily infer this point. So Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes." "Is that so?" The manservant pondered for a moment. "Guests have asked me 3 questions, so I'll give you some information." "Many thanks." Yang Kai cupped his fists. The manservant said, "Let's talk about our first-in first. Our first-in's business extends throughout this world, and we have branches in every large territory. In the future, if guests encounter any unsolvable problems, such as being hunted down by enemies, they can come to our first inn to take refuge. Inside the first inn, no one is allowed to use force, otherwise they will have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai was surprised. "You can take refuge here?" The manservant smiled meaningfully. "Everyone who comes is a guest, and since you're a guest, our first inn naturally has to protect your safety. If something happens to guests in the inn, how can we do business?" He spoke lightly, but Yang Kai heard something different. He originally thought that this was just an inn, but now it seemed that there was definitely a huge background behind it. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say such words. One had to know that outside this world, there was no lack of heaven-opening realm existences. As for the Great Moon Prefecture, the manservant smiled lightly. "Guests don't need to go to the Great Moon Prefecture. Just wait here for a while, and perhaps you'll see someone from the Great Moon Prefecture." "Why is that?" Sun hurriedly asked. "Because something happened here, so many people from various forces have come." The manservant pointed to the lobby. "Otherwise, how could there be so many people here? What happened?" Yang Kai was very curious, guessing that something big must have happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many people. The manservant pondered for a moment and sighed. "Forget it. Since you're new here, you probably don't have much money, so I'll give you this information." He handed a jade slip to Yang Kai and shook the white cloth on his shoulder. "Enjoy. If you need anything, just call me." Chapter 3898. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "By the way, our first inn not only sells information but also buys information. If any guests have any useful information in the future, they can come to our first inn to sell it, as well as rare treasures. Our first inn has always been honest when doing business." The manservant withdrew and the 3 of them stared at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. Sun asked, "What happened here? Why did that person say that as long as we waited here, we might see people from the Great Moon Province?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. After a short while, his brow rose as a look of shock appeared on his face. Glancing over at Old Fong and the others, he handed the jade slip to them. "Take a look as well." The jade slip passed through the hands of the 3 of them, and without exception, all 3 of them were shocked speechless. "The sun is about to die?" Daiyu asked thoughtfully. So, the dazzling light we caught a glimpse of before was the final radiance of the sun star? Yang Kai nodded. It should be. When they had left the territory gate earlier, both he and Dai Yu had noticed a dazzling flash of light in the distance, but it had only lasted for a short time. At the time, they hadn't understood what was going on, but now that they had read the contents of the jade slip, they realized that it was the final radiance of a sun star before it was about to be extinguished. A sun star on the brink of destruction was a major matter no matter where it was. If that was all, it wouldn't have attracted so many forces to investigate. The crux of the matter was that sun stars contained something like sun true gold. Normally, even heaven-opening experts would be unable to ascend a sun star, as the terrifying heat was enough to make them shrink back. However, a sun star on the brink of destruction was different. As long as they waited for the right opportunity, anyone could ascend and investigate. The sun's true gold was at least a 6th-grade heaven-opening material, and it was also of the fire attribute. Not to mention, it was rumored that there was an existence called the Golden Crow Divine Palace on the Sun Star. The Golden Crow was about to die, so the Sun Star would also perish. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. This was a truth since ancient times. If there were no benefits here, how could so many people be attracted to it? Whether it was the sun's true gold that might be nurtured on the Sun Star or the Golden Crow Divine Palace that might not exist at all, they were enough to attract all the great forces in the nearby territory. The Firstin's business, otherwise, how could there be so many people coming here to stay and drink? Sun's true gold, old Fong. If I can obtain a piece, I won't have to worry the rest of my life. According to the jade slip, the sun true gold was at least a grade 6 heaven opening material. That was something worth 15 million heaven opening pills. Moreover, it was priceless. If it were to be sold, it could be easily sold for tens of millions of heaven opening pills. Dai Yu pursed her lips and said, "Even if you can get it, I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it." Now, all the great forces in the nearby territory were gathered here, staring at the sun's star that was about to perish. It was conceivable that once the sun's fire was extinguished, countless people would go to search for it. With their strength, even if they were lucky enough to find the sun's true gold, they might not be able to bring it out alive. Hearing Dai Yu's words, Old Fong's face darkened. He punched hard and said, "Damn it! Opportunities are hard to predict. We may have a chance." Yang Kai chuckled. "And anyway, we have to stay here and see if we can meet the people from the Great Moon Province." Ah Sun nodded vigorously. Before leaving, Yang Kai asked him to pay more attention to the news of the Great Moon Province, and to inform him if someone from the Great Moon Province came. The waiter agreed without hesitation. The two rooms were next to each other. In this way, if something really happened, it would be convenient for them to take care of each other. They agreed to meet once every 3 days, and then go to inquire about the news. Yang Kai and Lao Fong entered the room and looked around. The room was not big, with only a bed, a table, and a chair. It was barely enough for 2 people, but it would be too crowded for 4 people. Lao Fong said, "Brother, you sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor." The money for the room was paid for by Yang Kai, so Lao Fong was too embarrassed to compete with him, let alone compete. Yang Kai didn't bother to be polite with him. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the shadowless gauze, and silently refined it. The matter of the Sun Star involved too many people, and all forces had gathered here. If he really wanted to get involved, it would be too difficult for him to do so with his current strength. Thus, the shadowless gauze was very important. Yang Kai had been refining it during the journey, but it seemed to be of a high grade, so refining it was a little troublesome, so he hadn't completely refined it until now. At this time, it was naturally more important to refine it quickly. At a critical moment, this thing might be able to save his life. Time flew by and 3 days passed. At the appointed time, the 4 of them walked out of their rooms and met in the lobby. They chatted while inquiring about the news from all sides. There was nothing special. The people from the Great Moon State had not arrived yet, and the Sun Star was still in a half-dead state. From time to time, it would erupt with dazzling light, and no one knew when the sun's fire would be extinguished. After eating and drinking for a while, they didn't need to pay. Anyway, it was all included in the room fee, so they went their separate ways. For the next 3 months, the 4 of them stayed in the first inn and had become regular customers here. The room price was 1,000 heaven opening pills a day, so in 1 month it would be 30,000, so in 3 months it would be 90,000. Yang Kai's wallet shrank by nearly half. Every 3 days they would meet, but after staying here for 3 months, they didn't get any information they wanted, which was really discouraging. However, they became familiar with the servants and the cashier at the counter. If they wanted to inquire about something, they could give them a discount. Yang Kai also found that there was a mysterious landlady in the first inn. He had only seen her 3 times in 3 months. She was a charming woman, smiling all day long. Every time she came out of the backyard, she would go to the tables and say a few words to the guests, asking them how they ate and how they lived. She was a person who knew how to dance. There were all kinds of guests coming and going. When they saw the landlady's outstanding appearance, they would casually tease her. The landlady didn't get angry, and instead, she would talk and laugh with them. However, Yang Kai saw with his own eyes a fellow who wanted to take advantage of the landlady. As a result, he was casually thrown out of the first inn by the landlady, and even the people from that faction were chased out. Moreover, they could no longer enter the first inn. Not only this first inn, but the entire first inn outside of this universe would not accept them. It was also at that time that Yang Kai vaguely saw the landlady's strength. At the very least, she was a mid-rank heaven-opening pill. As for what mid-rank she was, Yang Kai couldn't tell. Chapter 3899. One day, for months after he entered the first inn, Old Fong, who was meditating on the ground, suddenly heard Yang Kai calling out to him. He quickly opened his eyes, but before he could ask what Yang Kai wanted, he saw a black shadow looming over him. Old Fong was shocked and hurriedly tried to dodge, but the black shadow seemed to have the effect of sealing the world, making him feel that he couldn't avoid it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, his vision turned dark and he entered a dark space. Old Fong blinked and suddenly realized that he had been sucked into Yang Kai's bag. Recalling Yang Kai's recent performance, he hurriedly called out, "Little brother, did you succeed in refining it?" Yang Kai's voice came, "I can barely activate it." On the bed, Yang Kai held the 6-unity wish bag in his hand, frowning slightly. Although this bag had been in his hands before, he could only open and close it, unable to activate its power. Now that he had refined it, he could barely use it to defend against enemies. This thing felt similar to the sealed world bead, both of which could be forcefully sucked in, and depending on the strength of the enemy, the cost was different. However, Yang Kai was the master of the sealed world bead, so he could do whatever he wanted with it. In this regard, the wish bag was inferior to the sealed world bead. However, the wish bag didn't only have the ability to suck people in, it also had many restrictions and killing arrays that could be activated. This time, Yang Kai used Old Fong as an experiment, so he didn't need to activate any of the restrictions and released him in the blink of an eye. Old Fong stared at the wish bag in Yang Kai's hand with envy. What a good treasure! He had lived for many years, but he had never seen such a secret treasure. Yang Kai didn't comment and stood up. "Let's go out and take a look." Together with Old Fong, Yang Kai walked out of the backyard and into the lobby. Yang Kai was startled. The lobby, which used to be extremely noisy, was now extremely quiet. The tables in the lobby were empty. Looking up, Yang Kai saw the bookkeeper behind the counter working on his golden abacus, and in the corner of the hall, the manservant was dozing off on a stool. What's going on? Old Fong looked around in confusion. Yang Kai was also baffled. He went straight to the manservant and patted him, saying, "Get up." The servant shivered and crawled up to take a look. Seeing that it was Yang Kai, he said, "Ah, it's you." Saying this, he weakly lay back down. After working together for a few months, they had become familiar with each other. The manservant was no longer as enthusiastic as before and spoke much more casually. "Where are the people here? Why are they all gone?" Yang Kai asked. The servant turned over and pointed at the door. "They've all gone out." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to the Sun Star? The reason why so many guests had been waiting at the first inn was because they were waiting for Sun Star. Now that they had all run out, it was obvious that something had happened. The manservant said, "Yes, it seems that the fire of the sun is about to be extinguished, so they are all rushing to try their luck." Suddenly, he sat up and looked at Yang Kai, saying, "By the way, the people from the Great Moon Prefecture are also here. They are all at the Sun Star." Yang Kai looked solemn and said to Old Fong, "Call Dai Yu and the others." "No need to call them." Dai Yu's voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Dai Yu and Ah Sun coming out of the backyard. "I heard it. What should we do now?" Yang Kai looked at Ah Sun and said, "Let's go find the people from the Great Moon Prefecture first. We'll make plans later." The fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, so it was imperative to explore the Sun Star. The four of them were too weak. Stopping far away, Yang Kai turned to Ah Sun and said, "The first-in servant said that the people from Great Moon Province are here, but how to find them depends on you. Did that senior mention any special signs in Great Moon Province?" Ah Sun shook her head. "No, he didn't." Yang Kai frowned. "Then when you saw that senior, was there anything special about his clothes? Look around and see if anyone here is wearing anything similar to that senior's." "Nothing special. It seems to be just ordinary clothes. He gave me the white jade fox and told me that if I ever went outside the universe, I could use it to find him." Yang Kai and Dai Yu exchanged a glance after hearing this, the latter saying, "This is a bit troublesome. Without any clues, how can we find so many people? We can't just ask them one by one." Yang Kai shook his head. If he were to ask them one by one, not only would it be a waste of time, but if he were to meet someone with a good temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be a complete waste of time. If he were to meet someone with a bad temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. "Let's look around first, maybe that senior is also here. If so, Ah Sun will definitely recognize him." Yang Kai thought for a moment and said. Ah Sun nodded. "If I really see him, I will definitely recognize him." Then there was nothing more to say, and the four of them immediately began searching. Flying around the periphery of Sun Star, not daring to approach any of the great forces, they simply looked from afar and eliminated them one by one. After a few days, they found nothing. However, the four of them were able to see many strange flying artifacts. The great ship-like artifacts were the most common, but there were also palace-like artifacts, which were not surprising. The flowing time temple was an extraordinary artifact that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could use to fly after refining it. There were also people riding strange flying beasts. At first glance, these strange flying beasts were extremely powerful, and it was unknown how they were tamed. Old Fong and the others were extremely envious, all of them saying that if they could subdue such a spirit beast, they would be able to go anywhere in the world. After several days of fruitless searching, Ah Sun couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Yang Kai also felt that searching aimlessly like this was not a good idea. So after pondering for a moment, he said, "Ah Sun, let me take a look at that white jade fox." Ah Sun nodded and took out the white jade fox. Since passing through the second territory gate, there were many cracks on the white jade fox, as if it could collapse at any time. Moreover, no more fox phantoms appeared when he poured his strength into it. Holding the white jade fox, Yang Kai carefully poured his strength into it. He could feel that the white jade fox was absorbing his strength, but there was not much change. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and handed the white jade fox back to Asunde. He coughed lightly and said in a muffled voice, "Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me who bullied you. I'll stand up for you." As he spoke, his bell-like eyes swept over Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai and the others' skin tensed up, and Old Fong quickly waved his hand and said, "Senior, please understand, we didn't bully Miss Ah Sun. We've been protecting her all this time. Brother Wei snorted. I don't think you would dare. Senior. Sun choked. Home. Home is gone. Chapter 3901. Senior Brother Wei suddenly realized that it wasn't that Sun was bullied by someone, but that her home was gone. In an instant, his expression darkened, and he patted Sun's head. From now on, wherever I am, will be your home. Sun buried her head in his arms again and cried loudly. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but feel emotional. The current situation of the astral boundary was not very optimistic. After Emo Shang's torment, the entire astral boundary was in a mess, and only the world tree could repair it. What if he could not find the world tree? Would the astral boundary be completely destroyed, just like Sun's homeland? At that time, many people would be displaced. This made him even more determined to find the world tree and return to repair the astral boundary. After crying for a while, Sun finally calmed down. She walked out of Brother Wei's arms with a red face, feeling embarrassed. She had lost control of her emotions just now mainly because she had experienced so many dangers along the way. It was not easy to meet the last person from the same world as her, so she could not control her emotions. Now that she had calmed down, she felt even more embarrassed. Senior Brother Wei laughed heartily and patted Sun's little head. You still know how to be shy. Good. It seems like you're living a good life. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and nodded. You're very good. Just now, when he had rushed over, Kai Yang had immediately stood in front of the others to block him. Even though he didn't know the strength of the other party, he was still able to act like this. This showed that this youth was a very responsible person, which gave Senior Brother Wei a very good impression of Kai Yang. Senior, you flatter me. Yang Kai said politely. Little son, aren't you going to introduce your friends to me? Brother Wei looked down at Asunde. Sun wiped her eyes and calmed down before introducing them one by one. Through her introduction, Yang Kai and the others learned that the burly man's name was Wei Kei, and they naturally bowed again. Wei Kei waved his hand generously. Don't be so polite. Since your little son's friends, you're not outsiders. Come with me to a safe place first. It's up to you. Yang Kai and the others naturally had no objections. This time, they came with the intention of seeking shelter under the wings of the Great Moon Province. Wei Kei immediately led them to the station of the Great Moon Province. As he flew, he asked, Little son, how did you find this place? Didn't I ask you to take the token to find me in the Great Moon Province? He was very curious about this. If he hadn't sensed the aura of his token, he wouldn't have believed that Sun could find this place. After all, this place was too far away from the Great Moon State. It's a long story. Sun stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Wei Kei smiled and said, Then take your time. There's nothing important anyway. Sun immediately told him what happened after she jumped out of the Chenkuan world. Wei Kei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot when he heard that Sun was taken to the Chiqiao land as a servant for more than half a year. Then he learned that the Chiqiao land had a great change and that more than one Earth Protector Venerable had died, and Lord of Chiqiao was seriously injured. His face changed again. No wonder I didn't see anyone from the Chiqiao land this time. Something must have happened. If the Chiqiao land hadn't had a great change some time ago, and the fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, how could the Chiqiao land not participate? Although the Chiqiao land wasn't close to here, it wasn't too far either. And then, Wei Kei asked. Sun glanced at Yang Kai and didn't mention the general's search for his family. She only said that after they escaped from the Chiqiao land, they activated the White Jade Fox and went to the Great Moon Province under the Fox's lead. Who knew that the Fox lost its function after passing through 2 territory gates? Wei Kei's expression was a little awkward. Well, the situation is like this. I didn't expect you to bring so many friends with you. Ha ha ha. So when I was refining that fox, I made a mistake and made you suffer. Sun shook her head and said, Senior, don't say that. If it weren't for the fox, we wouldn't have found this place. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, I still found you. I'm satisfied. That's right. Anyway, you and I met outside the Chenkuan world. Stay in the Great Moon Province. As long as I don't die, I can guarantee your safety. Thank you, Senior. Asun pursed her lips and nodded, then looked at Yang Kai and the others. Wei Kei said, your friends, if you want, can stay in the Great Moon Province. I have some status in the Great Moon Province, so it's not difficult for me to take in a few people. Old Fong and Dai Yu were overjoyed when they heard this. Yang Kai also hurriedly said, thank you, Senior. While talking, they came in front of a big ship. Wei Kei led everyone directly to the deck, which was already full of people. The leader was a woman in a palace dress, looking at them with a smile. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had seen this big ship from a distance before, but they didn't see Wei Quebec. They guessed that he was in the cabin at that time and didn't show up, so they missed him. Fortunately, Wei Kei took the initiative to meet them later. Otherwise, they would have to ask them one by one. Brother Wei, have you found them? The woman in the palace dress glanced at Yang Kai and the others, but she couldn't be sure who was Wei Kei's junior. Wei Kei reached out and pulled Asun in front of him. He laughed and said, come, come, greet your martial Uncle Tao. Asun bowed obediently. Greetings, martial Uncle Tao. Martial Uncle Tao looked at Asun and smiled. What a beautiful little girl. What's your name? Asun. Asun lowered her head, a little embarrassed. You have a nice name. Martial Uncle Tao nodded. You must have had a hard journey. You're home now. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell Martial Uncle Tao. Martial Uncle Tao will stand up for you. Thank you, Martial Uncle Tao. Asun's eyes reddened again. She had been alone for so many years. Suddenly, someone cared for her so much. She couldn't help but feel like she was in a dream. Everything was so unreal. You little girl. Wei Kei felt a headache coming. Why do you cry so easily? Martial Uncle Tao glared at Wei Kei. Haven't you heard that women are made of water? What's wrong with crying? She reached out and pulled Asun into her arms, patting her shoulder lightly. Wei Kei scratched his head. Is that so? He didn't quite understand, so he put his hands on his waist and looked around at the other disciples of Great Moon stayed on the deck. You little brats, listen up. From today onwards, little Sun is my personal disciple. She's also your little junior sister. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Do you hear me? If anyone dares to bully her, I'll skin them alive. A young man giggled. Martial Uncle Wei, what are you saying? Our little junior sister is so cute. We can't wait to dote on her, so why would we bully her? The group nodded vigorously. Wei Kei snorted. That better be the case. Martial Uncle Tao said, Brother, is your cultivation method suitable for little Sun? I can't imagine what such a delicate beauty will become after a few years of your training. Wei Kei blinked and said firmly, what's the point of cultivation method being suitable or not? It's fine as long as she can become stronger. He turned his head to look at the group of disciples. Am I right? The group of people led by the young man from before said in unison, Martial Uncle Wei is right. Martial Uncle Tao chuckled. It's useless to ask them. Who in Great Moon State dares to disagree with you? Brother, if you're not worried, how about this? I'll take little Sun as my disciple. I'll definitely teach her well when she cultivates with me in the future. You want to take her in? Wei Kei looked at his junior sister in astonishment. Martial Uncle Tao said, Why? Brother, are you reluctant to let her go? Wei Kei laughed. What's there to be reluctant about? It's all up to little Sun He looked at Asun and said, Little Sun let me ask you, are you willing to cultivate with me or with your martial Uncle Tao? Asun raised her head to look at Wei Kei and then at martial Uncle Tao. She lowered her head and said, Senior, you can decide. I have no objections. She was new here, so she didn't have any opinions. Martial Uncle Tao immediately said, Then it's settled. I'll take little Sun as my disciple. The decision was made. Wei Kei immediately said, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet your master. With that said, he gave Ah Sun a push. Ah Sun was quick to react and hurriedly bowed down. Disciple Ah Sun greets master. Martial Uncle Tao accepted her bow and helped her up with a smile. This place is simple and crude. We'll talk about the apprenticeship ceremony when we return to Great Moon State. Let me give you a gift first. With that said, she reached out to take a jade hairpin from her hair and stuffed it into Ah Sun's hand. This is a defensive artifact. Refine it well. It can save your life at a critical moment. Wei Kei's expression changed slightly. Why are you giving this away? It's too precious. No. Take it back and give her something else later. Martial Uncle Tao chuckled. I'm giving it to my own disciple. What does that have to do with you? Wei Kei was speechless. A group of Great Moon State disciples looked on enviously. Their junior sister had been fought over by two martial uncles as soon as she arrived. Now that she had become Martial Uncle Tao's disciple, she even received such a precious artifact as a gift. Which disciple present would receive such treatment? However, there was no point in being envious. Ah Sun had a relationship with Martial Uncle Wei, and Martial Uncle Tao had been in love with Martial Uncle Wei for many years. However, Martial Uncle Wei was stupid and did not realize it. Martial Uncle Tao's actions were clearly an act of loving Ah Sun's dog. It was not just the Great Moon State disciples who were envious. How could old Fong and Dai Yu not be envious? They had all escaped from the Chichao land and had traveled side by side through the wind and rain. Now that they were here, Ah Sun had suddenly become a hot commodity. However, even though they were envious, they were mostly happy. Although they had only known each other for a few months, Ah Sun's pure personality was indeed likable. After taking in a disciple, Martial Uncle Tao was also in a good mood. She looked at Yang Kai and the others and asked, "These are?" Ah Sun hurriedly said, "Master, they are my friends. It's all thanks to them that I was able to come all the way here." Chapter 3902. Since they are your friends, they are not outsiders. The woman surnamed Tao looked at Yang Kai and the others and nodded slightly with a smile on her face. Yang Kai and the others hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, senior." Wei Kei said, "They all have a hard life. Like little Sun they don't have a place to go. There is no other way out of this universe. I just promised them that if they are willing, they can stay in the Great Moon Prefecture in the future." Junior Martial Sister Tao, what do you think? Of course, it's up to you, brother. The woman surnamed Tao nodded. I believe the chief will not refuse newcomers. Then it's settled. Wei Kei chuckled and looked at Yang Kai and the others. You must be tired after such a long journey. Go and rest first. He turned his head and ordered the smiling young man. Boy Meng, arrange a few rooms for them. Yes. The young man responded and beckoned to Yang Kai. Please follow me. Yang Kai and the others had no objection and hurriedly followed. After crossing the deck and stepping into the cabin, the young man was very friendly and said as he walked forward, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Meng Hong. How do I address you?" Yang Kai and the others reported their names and said that they had seen Brother Meng before. Meng Hong said, "The one who led you here was one of the elders of Great Moon Province. I think you all know his name. The other one is Elder Tao Rongfang." He turned his head and said sneakily, "I'll tell you a secret. Elder Tao is interested in Elder Wei. Unfortunately, Elder Wei is a blockhead and hasn't noticed it yet." Women were more gossipy about this kind of thing. Dai was excited when she heard this and asked in surprise, "Elder Wei doesn't know anything?" Meng Hong sighed and said, "That's right. I really don't know how his brain works. Everyone in the Great Moon Prefecture knows about it, but he doesn't realize it. Sometimes, as disciples, we really want to pry open his head and see what's inside." These words made people want to laugh. Yang Kai said, "Brother Meng, aren't you afraid that Elder Wei will find trouble with you if he hears this?" No. Meng Hong waved his hand and said, "Elder Wei is very nice. Although he looks like a bear, he is actually very kind to us disciples. He has never beaten or scolded us. Among the 5 governors of the Great Moon Empire, Elder Wei is the most popular one. Many senior sisters and junior sisters want to marry him. Elder Wei is indeed a very good person. Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. Although he hadn't interacted with someone for a long time, sometimes even a short period of time could allow one to clearly see a person's character and nature. Wei Kei gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. Meng Hong smiled and said, "In fact, the other elders are also very good, and so is the chief. Anyway, our Great Moon Province is a very good place, and you may join us in the future. You will naturally know when the time comes." As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Meng Hong arranged accommodations for the 3 of them before leaving. Although the place was not very spacious, it was a single room anyway. Yang Kai looked around, sat cross-legged on the bed, and meditated to regulate his qi circulation. He had found the people of the Great Moon Province and successfully brought Asun here. However, he was still a little hesitant about what to do next. The people from the Great Moon Prefecture gave him a good feeling. Judging from the situation, this force should be a very harmonious force. If he were to join it, he should be able to have a good cultivation environment. However, Yang Kai did not come to the outside world for cultivation. He had other important things to do. If he really joined the Great Moon Province, he would be branded with the Great Moon Province, and it would not be so easy for him to leave in the future. Moreover, the Great Moon Province was not very powerful outside the world, and the cultivation resources he could get were limited. Yang Kai had a high status and a big goal, so he could not let himself be bound. Thinking about it, Yang Kai simply stood up and went to the deck. This time, there were many people from the Great Moon Province. In addition to the 2 elders, there were more than a dozen other disciples, but at this time, the deck was empty. Standing on the side of the ship, Yang Kai held the side of the ship and looked at the sun star in the distance. Perhaps it was because the sun's fire was about to be extinguished, but the entire sun star had a dark red luster, like a large piece of red-hot iron. The scorching heat was constantly spreading in all directions, and even though the ship was isolated by a protective spirit array, Yang Kai could still feel the heat. "Junior brother Yang," a voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and looked, cupping his hands and saying, "Brother Meng." Meng Hong walked over and looked at the sun star in the distance. He smiled and said, "It's spectacular, isn't it? Let alone you, even I have never seen such a thing. This is the first time in my life. When I go back and tell the other junior brothers, they will definitely be jealous." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he could almost imagine that scene. "Senior brother Meng, it is rumored that this sun star may produce sun's true gold. Is that true?" Meng Hong's expression became serious. "There is no smoke without fire. Since everyone says so, it may be true. Some people say that sun true gold is at least a 6th grade fire element material. I don't know. I've never seen sun's true gold before, but if it really exists, its grade will definitely not be low." Turning to look at Yang Kai, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is junior brother Yang interested in sun's true gold?" "Brother Meng, are you not interested?" Yang Kai asked in return. "Of course I'm interested. Sun true gold, if I can get a piece, I'll be rich. However, there are too many people here this time. Even if there is one, I may not be able to get it. If I want to stand out among so many people, I must have a great opportunity. By the way, brother Meng, this Yang is new here and has no idea about the situation here. I don't know which forces are here. Can brother Meng explain a thing or two to me?" Meng Hong laughed. "Even if there aren't 100 forces here, there are at least 80. Even I don't know which province they are from, so how can I explain it to you?" Yang Kai did not expect this and was a little speechless. However, thinking about it, it was not strange. The world outside heaven and earth was too big. It was not like the star boundary where the various forces could be seen at a glance. Outside heaven and earth, if one did not have a strong memory and deep knowledge, one might not know how many forces there were. Of course, with the exception of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands, these 108 forces were all famous existences. It was difficult not to know them. Wait a moment. Meng Hong suddenly seemed to think of something and lowered his head to search his space ring. A moment later, he took out a jade slip and said, "There are many things recorded in this jade slip outside heaven and earth, including the division of the various forces and a lot of other information. If you have time, take a look at it. It will be good for you." Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Meng. Although this thing was not worth much, it was what Yang Kai needed the most right now. No need, go back and rest early. Once the sun's fire is completely extinguished, you'll be busy. At that time, you won't be able to rest even if you want to." Meng Hong patted him on the shoulder before turning and walking back to the cabin. Yang Kai did not stay on the deck for long. Not long after Meng Hong left, he returned to his room and took out the jade slip to carefully read it. The information recorded in this jade slip was very complicated, but it was not chaotic. The author should be a very knowledgeable person who had traveled to many large territory and recorded everything he knew in this jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were divided into several large chapters. The first chapter was an introduction to the various forces in the 3,000 worlds, starting with the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. Yang Kai saw the name of the 10,000 demon realm in this chapter. He did not know whether Emoshang was from the 10,000 demon realm or not, but if he really met someone from the 10,000 demon realm in the future, it would be best to be careful. To Yang Kai's surprise, the dragon race's dragon altar was also one of the 36 paradise. This stunned him for a long time, but on second thought, how bad could the place occupied by the dragon race be? It was not surprising that it was listed as a paradise. After looking at it for a while, he found that the forces outside this universe were similar to what Old Fong had said. They could be divided into 3 classes. The first class were the paradise, all of which were huge, and there was no lack of high-grade heaven splitters. The second class was like the Kikikyo land, which had mid-grade heaven splitters. The third class was like the Great Moon Province, which only had low-grade heaven splitters. Of course, they could be further divided, but overall, this was the situation. The chapter of forces not only introduced the various forces, but also recorded the symbol of each force in detail. Yang Kai searched for a while and found a symbol. The name of the corresponding force was the Restless Province. Recalling the symbol on the large ship on the way here, he immediately understood that the young man should be from the Restless Province. This Restless Province was similar to the Great Moon Province, a third-class force. There were no mid-grade heaven splitters, only low-grade heaven splitters. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the young man only came from a third-class force. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to escape. In the future, it was better to avoid using the tiger's skin as a banner. If he was not careful, he might blow his own trumpet. After the chapter of forces was the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Some of the strange birds and strange beasts outside this universe were similar to those in the star boundary, and some were completely different. However, those who could survive in the void were all extremely powerful. Ranked first was the giant god spirit. Yang Kai could not understand why the giant god spirit was classified in the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Ada looked like a giant at first glance. It had nothing to do with strange birds and strange beasts. However, Yang Kai could understand why it was ranked first. He had seen low-grade heaven splitters and mid-grade heaven splitters. Although he had not seen the power of high-grade heaven splitters, Yang Kai estimated that even high-grade heaven splitters might not be a match for Ada. It was recorded in the Jade Slip that the giant god spirit clan fed on dead Chen Kuan worlds and wandered the starry sky. They had a gentle temperament and basically never fought with others. As long as you did not provoke them, nothing would happen. Chapter 3903. This was no different from what Yang Kai knew. Ada's temperament was really gentle, and he was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. All he knew was to eat, and eat all day long. Thinking of Ada, he couldn't help but think of the star boundary. He didn't know how the star boundary was doing now. He had been out for almost a year, so the star boundary shouldn't have changed much. Moreover, with Ada guarding outside the star boundary, even if some powerful guys passed by, they wouldn't dare to approach. Therefore, on the whole, the star boundary was still safe. The only thing he needed to guard against was the sudden collapse of the star boundary and Ada eating the star boundary. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find the Tree of World as soon as possible. After the giant gods, it was the dragon race. Yang Kai was amused when he saw this. It seemed that the dragon race was famous no matter where they went, whether it was in the star boundary or outside of the universe. Yang Kai also saw the record of Miemeng. His image was almost the same as the one he had seen before, and his ranking was not low either. There were indeed a lot of things recorded in the Jade Slip. Yang Kai was immediately engrossed in reading. He was like a tireless scholar, reading with great interest. After an unknown period of time, Yang Kai was suddenly alarmed by a violent shaking. Then, a terrifying burning force swept over. Even the protective formation of the ship couldn't isolate it. At this time, the whole ship creaked as if it couldn't bear the burden. It sounded extremely frightening. Yang Kai was startled and quickly got up and flashed out. When he came to the deck, he saw that the people of the Great Moon Province had already come out. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were both making gestures, as if they were activating the restriction formation of the ship. However, at this moment, the restriction formation of the whole ship was on the verge of collapse. Even the hull of the ship had scorched marks, as if it had been burned by a scorching force. What's going on? Yang Kai turned to look at Meng Hong, who was standing beside him. Meng Hong's face was burning. He suppressed his voice and said, "The sun's fire is about to be extinguished." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and followed his gaze. He saw that the sun's star, which had always been dark red, was now burning fiercely, like a huge ball of fire hanging in the air. However, the burning flames were extremely unstable. They would expand and contract at times. Every time they expanded, a scorching energy would sweep through the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. It was the final radiance of the setting sun. There was no need for anyone to explain anything, as Yang Kai could see the problem at a glance. This violent eruption would likely exhaust the last of the sun star's power, and once the flames were extinguished, the sun fire on this sun star would be completely extinguished. At that time, there would be a fierce struggle between the two sides. "I can't hold on any longer, Brother Wei." Right at this moment, Tao Rongfang suddenly shouted. Wei Kei's face paled slightly as he shouted, "Retreat!" As soon as his voice fell, he changed his hand seal and the ship immediately retreated at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they had retreated thousands of kilometers. Only after they had retreated far away did the scorching energy weaken slightly, and the creaking sound of the ship's hull gradually subsided. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. It wasn't just the Great Moon Province, but the other forces that had been gathered around the periphery of the Sun Star reacted in the same way, quickly retreating. Only a few of them remained in place. The sun's fire erupted suddenly and disappeared quickly. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the huge burning fireball slowly lost its vitality. The flames that could burn the void shrank back and the scorching aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang glanced at each other. There was no need for any discussion at all. They immediately urged the ship to sail towards the sun star. At the same time, the forces that had retreated also rushed forward, scrambling to be the first to arrive. Everyone knew that it was time to explore the sun star and search for the sun true gold. On the deck, Wei Kei swept his gaze around and shouted, "Little brats, once we reach the sun star, don't scatter, and don't stray too far from me and your martial Aunt Tao. No one knows if there's any danger up there, so if you want to live, be careful, understood?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Wei Kei nodded as he stared ahead solemnly. Although he and Tao Rongfang, two heaven-opening realm masters, would be there to support them in this exploration of the sun star, if they really did encounter some kind of danger, they might not be able to protect so many people. However, compared to something like the sun true gold, any price was worth it. As they got closer, the pressure from the huge stars grew stronger and stronger. Although the sun's fire had already been extinguished, the scorching energy would not completely dissipate in a short time. The closer they got, the hotter it became. From time to time, specks of light would flicker from the sun's star. This was the last bit of the sun's fire. On the large ship, everyone stared ahead in a daze. This scene was not something that could be seen casually. After flying for a full 2 hours, the large ship finally arrived on the sun's star. The large ship stopped, and everyone jumped off. Taking a deep breath, they felt like flames were burning in their chests, and the pungent smell was somewhat unbearable, causing everyone to hold their breaths in fear. Wei Kei's hand seals changed, and the large ship shrank, turning into a palm-sized object that he put away into his robes. Yang Kai, Old Fong, and the others squeezed into the crowd and looked around. All they saw was an empty space with only the people from the Great Moon Prefecture. They did not know where the people from the other forces were. This was not strange. Although there were quite a few forces that had come this time, the Sun Star was simply too big. Everyone had chosen different places to settle down, so they naturally would not meet each other immediately. This also prevented the possibility of impulsiveness from the start. The ground was dark red, and from time to time magma spurted out from the ground. The whole environment gave people a very dangerous feeling. After all, Tao Rongfang was a woman. Although she had also split open the sky, she had probably never participated in such a big event in her life. At this time, she had no idea what to do. Looking at Wei Kei, she asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Wei Kei stroked the beard on his chin and pondered for a while. Tao Rongfang happily went over and asked, "Brother, did you succeed?" Wei Kei nodded and said, "Sun's true fire." Tao Rongfang suddenly understood. No wonder it's 4th grade, so it's Sun's true fire. Wei Kei grinned. It's not surprising for Sun's true fire to be born on top of Sun's fire. It seems that our thoughts have been misled and all our attention has been drawn to the Sun's true gold. Everyone wanted to find 6th grade Sun's true gold here, but wasn't the Sun's true fire born here also a precious treasure? Moreover, based on the current situation, there might be a lot of Sun's true fire here, or else it would not make sense for one to be collected so easily. She had already regarded Yang Kai as a disciple of Great Moon Province, so Yang Kai could not refute her. Wei Kei patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. One day you can break through to the heaven-opening realm. The universe is so big that you can go anywhere." "Yes." Yang Kai responded respectfully. Wei Kei then looked at the disciple of Great Moon Province. "Brat, why don't you thank your junior brother Yang? You have no manners at all. Who taught you this?" The disciple of Great Moon Province seemed to have woken up from a dream. He came to Yang Kai and saluted respectfully. "Junior brother Yang, thank you for saving me just now." "Brother, you are too polite. We should help each other. It is my duty." Yang Kai returned the salute. However, after this incident, Yang Kai found that the group of disciples of Great Moon Province looked at him with a much more cordial gaze and a sense of approval. It was no wonder. For the people of Great Moon Province, Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other. They had not gone through life and death together, so it was naturally difficult for them to approve of him. However, it was different now. Everyone's feelings were cultivated in this way. He had only encountered this once since he started cultivating. On this day, half of the disciples of the Great Moon Province, led by Wei Kei, dived into the magma to explore. Yang Kai was also one of them. Shuttling through the magma was a very strange experience. The temperature of the surrounding magma was frighteningly high, so anyone would have to constantly circulate their energy to protect themselves. Moreover, because of this special environment, their divine sense could not be released too far, so the range they could search was not very large. Therefore, before reaching the heaven-opening stage, one could not stay in the magma for too long. At most, one could stay in the magma for an hour. Once the hour was over, one would have to quickly go up to rest. These days, the disciples of the Great Moon Province divided the work and cooperated with each other. Under the magma, Yang Kai's figure swam unhurriedly as his divine sense scanned the surroundings, but he found nothing. To be honest, he was not very interested in the sun's true fire, but since he had been assigned to Wei Kei, he could only go with the flow. It would be good if he could find something, but it did not matter if he could not. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Kai was about to go up when he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Under the magma, there was only a fiery red color. He could not see anything, but his divine sense had clearly sensed something. Did I really find it? Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. Since he had found it, he could not let it go. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Before he arrived, he had already activated his space principles, binding that part of the world. At the same time, he summoned the 6 Directions Rui pouch and covered that area. For ordinary people of the Emperor realm, even Meng Hong and the others would find it difficult to collect the sun's true fire on their own unless they had a handy secret treasure, such as Du Roofing's heaven-trapping net. However, the disciples of the Great Moon Province obviously did not have this condition, so the last time they found the sun's true fire, they had to force it to the surface and let the people above collect it. However, Yang Kai had the 6 Directions Rui pouch, so he naturally did not need to do this. The 6 Directions Rui pouch could even be forcibly collected by a heaven-opening cultivator, let alone a mere ball of sun's true fire. Even though Yang Kai's current strength was not enough to fully activate its power, he could not erase the power of this secret treasure. He originally thought that he could easily collect the sun's true fire, but who would have thought that when the 6 Directions Rui pouch was summoned, Yang Kai would suddenly feel a powerful force coming from that direction. His space principles were actually broken free, and a ball of sun's true fire hidden in the magma gave off a dazzling light and escaped underground. 5th grade. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When this sun's true fire was quietly hidden in the magma, he did not notice it. But when it moved, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was wrong. This ball of sun's true fire was clearly different from the 3 he had collected from the Great Moon Province. Its fire attribute was much denser and purer, and it had undoubtedly surpassed the 4th grade. A 5th grade material was a good thing worth 1 or 2 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai was not interested in a 4th grade material, but he was very interested in a 5th grade material. Seeing this ball of sun's true fire escape, how could Yang Kai hesitate? His figure flickered and he immediately chased after it, his hand forming a claw as the space principles fiercely filled the air. The ball of sun's true fire paused for a moment, but it quickly broke free from the shackles of the space principles and continued to escape. Having failed twice, Yang Kai was immediately enraged, and he naturally chased after it relentlessly. If it were anyone else, they would naturally hurry up and go up first. Otherwise, if they went too deep and exhausted too much energy, they would not be able to come up even if they wanted to, and might even die down there. However, Yang Kai had the 6 Directions Rui pouch and the sealed world bead, so he was not afraid of this. If it really did not work out, he could just hide in the sealed world bead and the 6 Directions Rui pouch to recover for a while before taking action. As he fled and chased after it, he did not know where it had gone. After a short while, on the ground, figures rushed out of the magma hole one after another. All of them had pale faces, and it was obvious that they had consumed a lot of energy. Wei Kei was the last to rush out. Tao Rongfang asked, "Nothing." Wei Kei shook his head, somewhat discouraged. "It seems that the situation is not what I expected." The first harvest made him think that this place was full of sun's true fire, but after several days he only found one. Only then did he realize that he had been too naive. Even on the Sun Star, sun's true fire was not something that could be casually produced. Tao Rongfang nodded. "Brother, take them to rest for a while. We'll look for another place." Wei Kei nodded. "That's the only way." Ah Sun suddenly looked around and said, "Where's Brother Yang?" She did not see Yang Kai's figure among the people who came out. With her reminder, everyone realized that one person was missing. Wei Kei frowned and looked at the disciples who had gone down with him before. "Did any of you see Yang Kai down there?" A female disciple said, "Martial uncle, I passed by junior brother Yang down there. Wei Kei asked, how long has it been? The female disciple thought for a moment and said, about the time it takes to make a cup of tea. Wei Kei nodded. Then it hasn't been that long. Let's. He wanted to say to wait a little longer as Yang Kai might come up soon. But when he saw the worried gazes of Ah-sun, Dai-yu and the others, he changed his words. You wait here. I'll go down and look for him. Saying so, he dove down again. Old Fong and Dai-yu looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Old Fong said, I'll try and see if I can contact him. Saying so, he took out the communication device he usually used with Yang Kai and poured his divine sense into it. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Dai-yu also tried, but there was still no response. After a while, Wei Kei came up from underground with an ugly expression. Dai-yu hurriedly asked, Senior Wei, did you find him? In fact, there was no need to ask. If they had found him, Wei Kei would have taken him with him. Now that Wei Kei came up alone, it was clear that something was wrong. Wei Kei slowly shook his head. Dai-yu's face paled. Old Fong was also anxious. How could we not find him? He went down with everyone. Ah-sun was on the verge of tears. As his thoughts changed, Wei Kei immediately made a decision. Meng Hong, disciple is here. Meng Hong stepped forward. Take your junior brother and junior sister and leave this place. Meng Hong was startled, but he immediately reacted and cupped his hands. Yes, then we'll wait for the two uncle masters outside. Wei Kei shook his head. No, wait for me and your uncle master Tao at the first inn. Then ask the first inn to send a message to the head and ask him and the other elders to come here quickly. Meng Hong said seriously, Disciple understands. After arranging this, Wei Kei turned to Tao Rongfang and said, Let's go. Then he turned into a streak of rainbow light and flew into the distance. Tao Rongfang reminded Ah-sun, Little son, go with Brother Meng. Be careful. Ah-sun nodded. Master too. Tao Rongfang didn't say anything else and chased after Wei Quebec. Once the two heaven splitters left, the disciples of the Great Moon Province immediately lost their sense of security. Everyone looked at Meng Hong, who said, You heard the two uncle masters' orders. Now that the Golden Crow Divine Palace might appear, this place will be in chaos. It's more important for us to go to the first inn. Follow me. Dai-yu said, Brother Meng, I want to stay. Old Fong also stood up. I want to stay too. Ah-sun said, Me too. You. Meng Hong glared at the three of them and tried to put on the dignity of a brother. Didn't you hear what Uncle Master said just now? Now that we don't have the protection of Uncle Masters, what if we run into some enemy? Dai-yu lowered her head and looked down. Silent. Old Fong said, Brother Meng, calm down. We're not disciples of the Great Moon Province for the time being, so I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble with us. We just want to find Brother Yang again. At the very least, we want to see him alive or dead. Ah-sun nodded fiercely. Meng Hong's face darkened. Do we have to do this? Old Fong cupped his fists. Brother Meng, please forgive us. If it weren't for Brother Yang, we would still be suffering in the Kikikyo land. We owe him a debt of gratitude. And now that he's in trouble, we can't just sit by and watch. Meng Hong let out a long breath and struggled for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm afraid of you. He beckoned to a disciple. Junior Brother Lu, go to the first inn and ask it to send a message to the headquarters. Be careful on the way. The disciple surnamed Lu cupped his fists and said, Yes. Then he immediately flew away. Meng Hong looked at everyone again and said, Rest for 2 hours. We'll search for another half a day. After half a day, whether we find anything or not, we must leave this place. Old Fong was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Meng. Dai-yu also hurriedly thanked him. Although she didn't want to trouble him, there was strength in numbers. At this time, they couldn't care too much. Meng Hong shook his head and sighed. All of you better remember this. If any one of you reveals even half a word about what happened today to the two martial uncles, don't call me senior martial brother anymore. He was going against Wei Kei's orders, so he was naturally afraid. The disciples hurriedly said, we won't, we definitely won't. Everyone landed again and found a place to rest. Fortunately, the sun's star calmed down after the strange movement. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to find a place to rest. At the same time, in a secret passage deep underground, Yang Kai looked around blankly. He chased after the grade 5 grandson primordial flame for a long time under the magma and failed several times. Finally, he found a chance to collect the grandson primordial flame with the Rui pouch. Before he could celebrate, he felt a strong force sucking him in. It was as if he had fallen into a whirlpool. When he came back to his senses, he was already here. Although he had gained something from this trip to the Sun Star, it was nothing compared to his future expenses. Therefore, no matter what, he had to gain as much as he could this time. He didn't know if he would have such an opportunity in the future. Behind the bronze door, there might be an incredible treasure. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and pushed his strength to the limit, thrusting it forward. The earth shook and the mountains shook at the same time on the ground. In front of an ancient hall, figures flew over from all directions and landed in front of the hall, staring at the ancient palace in a daze. Golden Crow Divine Palace. It really is the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Exclamations came from the mouths of many heaven-opening realm masters, an abnormal flush appearing on their faces. Even these heaven-opening realm masters had never thought that the legend was actually true and that the Golden Crow Divine Palace really existed on the Sun Star. Since there was a Golden Crow Divine Palace here, it meant that the other legend was not groundless. The Golden Crow was about to die, and the sun was about to be extinguished. Thinking that there might be the corpse of a powerful Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, many heaven-opening realm masters' hearts burned with excitement. That was the Golden Crow, one of the ancient demonic beasts, not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. Not to mention how many treasures this Golden Crow had collected in its life. Its corpse itself was a priceless treasure. And now, the Golden Crow Divine Palace was right in front of them, and the countless treasures inside seemed to be beckoning to them. Who wouldn't be tempted? The heaven-opening realm masters who had arrived first could not suppress the excitement in their hearts, and rushed into the Golden Crow Divine Palace in a flash. A slight move in one part would affect the whole body, and one figure after another rushed forward, striving to be the first to arrive. The gates of the Divine Palace were tightly shut, and although there were no signs of a restriction, it still blocked everyone's path. Just as the heaven-opening realm masters were about to forcefully break open the gates, two statues of strange three-legged birds on the left and right of the gates suddenly released dangerous auras. The eyes of the two strange three-legged birds spun nimbly, and with a cracking sound, their heads turned and aimed at the gates. Immediately after, they opened their mouths and spat out two thin threads of fire. The threads of fire were so thin that they could be ignored, and when they were spat out, they did not burn in the slightest. However, when the threads of fire were spat out, the chests of the heaven-opening realm masters gathered near the gates were instantly burned into a large hole. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the hole, but one could clearly see the wriggling of their internal organs. This change happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. After fighting for a long time, another two heaven-opening cultivators were injured by the Golden Crow True Flame and fled in a sorry state. However, the Golden Crow True Flame was truly ferocious. Although the two were not seriously injured, they were clearly covered in boiling blood. If they did not find a way to resolve the power of the Golden Crow True Flame in their bodies, their fate would be no different from Zai's. The group of heaven-opening cultivators groaned inwardly. They had come here first, but who would have thought that they would encounter these two gods of plague? If they had known earlier, they would not have come so quickly. However, the efforts of the heaven-opening cultivators were not in vain. After fighting for such a long time, the movements of the two golden crow statues were clearly not as nimble as before. The golden crow true flame they spat out was also not as ferocious as before. Their eyes, which originally still had some spirituality, had become dull. Everyone understood that this was because the divinity in the statues had been worn down by the brand. No matter how powerful they were still inanimate objects. With so many heaven-opening cultivators attacking together, there would be a time when they would be destroyed. How could the first inn, which was located in this territory, sit idly by? It was understandable that the landlady would come here. How is this flattery? Elder Sister Lan is really amazing. Xiao Man admires you. That pure voice said in annoyance, and then asked, "Don't you guys agree?" Yes, yes, yes. The group of people responded, their voices mixed with flattery. So many people. Yang Kai was startled and hid even more carefully. "You talk too much, let's go in and take a look," the voice that seemed to belong to the landlady said as a voluptuous figure stepped into the passage. Yang Kai glanced around and found that he had guessed correctly. That was indeed the landlady of the first inn. The landlady stood still and looked around the passage. Her gaze suddenly fixed on a certain spot, and her beautiful eyes widened, as if she had seen something extremely inconceivable. Even her rosy little mouth opened slightly. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he cursed Du Rufang in his heart, saying that the shadowless veil was very miraculous, and that a mid-ranked sky splitter wouldn't be able to see through it. If a mid-ranked sky splitter didn't search carefully, it might be overlooked. Overlooked? My ass. The landlady had been staring at him the moment she came in, so it was obvious that she had seen him. Yang Kai's expression was one of awkwardness, as if he had been caught red-handed doing something bad. It was too late to run now, so he squeezed out a smile at the landlady and quietly cupped his hands, begging for mercy. "What's wrong, Sister Lan? Did you find anything?" A delicate young girl suddenly flashed in and asked suspiciously. The landlady's gaze shifted as she shook her head. "Nothing, there's nothing here. Let's continue forward." Oh, the young girl didn't suspect anything and followed the landlady forward. Following closely behind the two of them, a group of people rushed in noisily. Yang Kai didn't dare to move because these people were all in the Sky Splitter realm. There were quite a few who were only a few inches away from him, almost touching his body. Fortunately, he was hiding behind a broken door, so as long as he didn't take it away, he wasn't afraid of being touched. When these Sky Splitters entered, they naturally looked around. Yang Kai discovered that many people's gazes swept past him, but they didn't react at all. Only after everyone had gone far away did Yang Kai let out a light breath. From the situation just now, he had somewhat wrong Du Rufang. This shadowless veil was truly quite miraculous. So many Sky Splitters had entered, yet they hadn't discovered his tracks. Then what was the landlady's expression from before? Had she discovered him or not? Yang Kai was somewhat unable to determine. However, regardless of whether she had discovered him or not, since she hadn't exposed him on the spot, he owed her a favor. Otherwise, if he had been caught in that situation, he probably wouldn't have had a good ending. There were at least 40 to 50 Sky Splitters who had entered just now. Yang Kai even saw Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang's figures among them, but not a single disciple from the Great Moon Prefecture was present. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. In front of so many Sky Splitters, even if the disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture had followed, they would have been a burden. They had probably been arranged elsewhere by Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang. He had been chasing after a ball of sun-true flame in the lava and had been carelessly sucked in by a whirlpool. So how had they come in? And where was this place? Yang Kai looked at the broken door in front of him and then looked in the direction those people were heading. After muttering to himself for a while, he quietly followed them. Not long after, he saw the traces of that group of people in the distance. Needless to say, they had been blocked by the bronze door at the other end of the passage. A rumbling sound came from that side, and a berserk energy was rampaging. Presumably, the lady boss was breaking the door. Feeling the scattered energy fluctuations, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had long known that the lady boss of the first inn was definitely not ordinary, it seemed that she was even more powerful than he had imagined. She definitely wasn't just a fourth-stage sky splitter, but most likely a fifth-stage sky splitter. So far, Yang Kai had only encountered a fifth-stage sky splitter, Elder Su. But Elder Su had failed in his revenge and died. Yang Kai had never seen a fifth-stage sky splitter with his own eyes. At this moment, he could feel it. Not long after, less than an incense stick's worth of time, the cracking sound came again, and Yuan Xiaoman called out, "Sister Lan, put in more effort. The door is about to break." The lady boss said angrily, "If you have time to talk, why don't you come and help me?" Yuan Xiaoman giggled. Xiaoman won't embarrass herself in front of Sister Lan with this bit of skill. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at the dozens of heaven splitters in the passage and snorted. "You guys, do you only know how to stare? If you're not going to help, can you cheer for Sister Lan? Come, cheer with me. Sister Lan's divine might is unparalleled. #1 in the universe." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. A group of heaven splitters, in their respective forces, were all well-known figures. If they shouted such words, how would they have the face to see others in the future? Are you going to shout or not? If not, then scram. Yuan Xiaoman's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Everyone was at a loss for words. Whether they were willing or not, they could only respond. For a time, the passage was filled with wave after wave of cheers. Madame Lan stomped her foot in anger. "All of you, shut up! What are you doing?" She was so angry that her liver hurt, and wanted nothing more than to slap that little girl to death. When everyone heard this, it was as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they hurriedly shut up. Afraid that Yuan Xiaoman would cause trouble again, Madame Lan no longer held back. With a bang, a few palms landed, and with a crash, the bronze door on this side was also broken open. Too lazy to waste any more words with Yuan Xiaoman, Madame Lan rushed in. What she saw stunned her, and her body froze in place. Yuan Xiaoman, who had followed closely behind, bumped into her back and covered her forehead, saying, "Sister Lan, why aren't you leaving?" As she spoke, she noticed Madame Lan's expression and followed her gaze. She also froze in place, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. The heaven splitters who had rushed in later, one after another, all froze in place as if someone had used a body-freezing technique on them. The shock in the depths of their hearts could not be any greater. Sensing everyone's abnormalities, Yang Kai, who had been following them, also rushed in. Looking left and right, his gaze instantly fixed on a certain place in front of him, and his pupils violently contracted. In front of him, within a dark red light screen, a strange three-legged bird about 10 meters tall and completely black stood on a high platform. The strange bird's wings were spread out, and it was motionless. However, a brilliant divine aura continuously spread out from the strange bird's body. Everyone who came here, regardless of their cultivation, could not help but feel their own insignificance. They had obtained some Sun True Fire, but how could the value of Sun True Fire compare to Sun True Gold? Those were materials that were at least of the 6th grade, and even the 7th or 8th grade. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. A figure rushed out from the crowd, directly pouncing towards a corner of the high platform. More than a dozen figures followed closely behind, all of them pouncing towards different targets. "Idiot! Yuan Xiaoman, who was leaning close to Madame Lan, coldly snorted. Madame Lan sighed. Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. As she said this, a world-shaking scream rang out. It was the heaven-opening realm cultivator who was the first to reach the high platform. A ball of scorching flames burned on his right hand, and no matter how he circulated his energy, he couldn't extinguish it. The smell of roasted flesh quickly filled the air, making people feel nauseous. Not only that, the flames rapidly spread upwards, burning his arm in the blink of an eye. That person's expression changed, but he was also very decisive, raising his hand to grab a sword and chopping at his own arm. Sword light flashed, and blood splattered. At the same time, a muffled groan rang out, and an arm fell to the ground. Under everyone's gaze, the flames quickly burned the arm to ashes, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Learning from the mistakes of others, the others who were originally restless all froze in place when they saw this person suffer such a great loss, and didn't dare to move. Of the dozen or so people who had rushed out before, 2 or 3 of them also suffered the same fate, and had no choice but to cut off their own arms to save their lives. Yuan Xiaoman's expression was extremely solemn. It's the golden crow true fire. Madame Lan nodded lightly, looking up at the red light screen. It seems that this golden crow laid down a restriction here before it died. Without breaking the restriction, don't even think about obtaining the Sun True Gold. Does Sister Lan have a way? Yuan Xiaoman asked. Madame Lan's brows furrowed, and she pondered for a moment before saying, Perhaps I can try, but I can't do it alone. Let's work together. After we succeed, you take 70% and I take 30%. Yuan Xiaoman's expression was excited. Although the amount of Sun True Gold on the platform wasn't much, it wasn't little either, about 7 or 8 strands. Even if she only took 30%, she could still obtain 2 or 3 strands. This kind of treasure, let alone 2 or 3 strands, even 1 strand was enough to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, Madame Lan still shook her head. 2 people won't do. Let's wait for the others. When the time comes, we'll have a chance if we act together. Hong Lao and the others? Yuan Xiaoman was stunned. They went in another direction. I don't know if they're still alive at this time. The 2 of them had chosen the life gate, so they hadn't encountered any danger along the way. We just discussed it, and if we want to break the restriction, we will need everyone here to work together to have a chance. I ask everyone to put aside their grudges for the time being and work together to break the restriction. Once these words were said, many low-tier heaven splitters looked at each other in dismay. There were also some who sneered inwardly, thinking that Hong Lao was dreaming. There were so many heaven splitters present, and everyone had their own plans. There was no harm in working together to break the restriction, but after breaking the restriction, who would be able to snatch any benefits from a mid-tier heaven splitter? At that time, all the benefits would probably fall into the hands of Hong Lao and the others, and everyone else could only watch helplessly. Who would be willing to do such a thankless task? As a result, no one spoke, and they all remained silent. Hong Lao had clearly expected this, and he smiled. Of course, we won't make everyone work for nothing. We just carefully investigated and found that there are a total of 8 portions of Sun True Gold on this high platform. Before the restriction is broken, no one knows what the quality of this Sun True Gold is. When we mid-tier heaven splitters arrive, we will each take 1 portion, and the remaining 3 portions will be left to the capable ones. How about it? Chapter 39:12. There were 5 mid-grade heaven splitters present, and the rest were all low-grade heaven splitters. Even though they had been injured during the 8 inner hidden gates, there were still 60 to 70 of them. With 60 to 70 people competing for 3 portions of Sun True Gold, one could almost imagine how bloody and chaotic it would be. The possibility of dying here was extremely high. However, with such a precious treasure in front of them, none of the low-grade heaven splitters flinched. Instead, after Hong Lao's words, their expressions brightened. Amidst the uproar, the low-grade heaven splitters from the same force or familiar with each other gathered together and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. Hong Lao floated in the air calmly, looking down and waiting quietly without any intention of urging them. After a long time, a person walked out of the crowd. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the dark and watching from afar, took a closer look and found that this guy was Great Moon Province's Wei Quebec. Wei K was a straightforward person, so it was not strange for him to stand up at this time. First, he cupped his hands towards the mid-grade heaven splitters and said loudly, "Hong Lao, what you said just now, is it true?" Hong Lao chuckled and pointed behind him. "Friend, even if you don't believe this old man, can you not believe the people behind me? This matter was discussed by the several of us together, so of course it's true." Wei K said, "This Wei dares to ask again. If we low-grade heaven splitters are lucky enough to snatch a portion of Sun True Gold, will you master still fight for it?" Once the restriction was broken, the 5 mid-grade heaven splitters would definitely be able to quickly take away their respective portions of Sun True Gold. The remaining low-grade heaven splitters would compete for the other 3 portions, but if Hong Lao and the others interfered at this time, the low-grade heaven splitters would only be able to stand aside. Who would be able to snatch it from them? If so, it would be better not to participate now so as to avoid taking risks and wasting time. Hong Lao looked at Wei K and said, "Friend, you think too much." Wei K said, "If we don't get to the bottom of this, we won't feel at ease." These words were approved by many low-grade heaven splitters, and there was a burst of agreement. Hong Lao nodded. "Since you asked, this old man might as well tell you that we will not interfere with the 3 portions of Sun True Gold. Whoever has the ability can take the treasure away." "How can you guarantee that?" Wei K asked again. A hint of anger flashed across Hong Lao's face. "Aren't my words a guarantee? With so many fellow Taoists here, could it be that I can go back on my word?" "Even if you go back on your word, we can't do anything to you." A voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. "Who is it? Who's talking? Come out if you have the guts." Hong Lao was furious, but the voice just now had been erratic, so the speaker had clearly used some kind of secret technique. With so many heaven-opening realm cultivators gathered together, Hong Lao was unable to pinpoint the speaker's location. His old face immediately sank, becoming extremely unsightly. At this moment, Madame Lan stepped forward and looked at the crowd with a smile. "How about I swear on the reputation of the first in? When the time comes, us mid-stage heaven splitters will only take 1 portion of True Sun Gold. No matter who obtains the remaining 3 portions, we won't interfere." Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. Wei K clasped his hands and said, "Since Madame Lan is the guarantor, then there's no problem." Everyone still trusted the reputation of the first in. Seeing this, Hong Lao's expression became slightly unhappy. It made him seem like a despicable person who would go back on his word. Chapter 39:13. Another 2 hours later, the barrier around the platform had become extremely thin, as if it could break at any moment. At this moment, the atmosphere of working together suddenly changed. The eyes of many heaven splitters flickered as they looked around, as if they were competitors. Some of them had already begun to move, preparing to attack at any moment. "Don't get distracted. This is the final attack." At this critical moment, Madame Lan suddenly shouted and formed a series of hand seals. The 5-element formation activated, and the combined attacks of several dozen heaven splitters bombarded the transparent barrier from 5 different directions. A loud bang rang out, followed by a series of cracking sounds as small cracks appeared on the barrier. "It's broken." Hong Lao's expression froze as his eyes blazed. With a series of cracking sounds, the barrier began to shatter. Everyone stared at the Sun True Gold in different directions. Yang Kai's heart also burned with excitement, but at this moment, even if he had advanced to Heaven Splitter, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. In order to conceal himself, he didn't dare to get too close. At this moment, he was still quite a distance away from the platform. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked towards the Golden Crow's corpse on the platform. In that instant, he seemed to have seen the Golden Crow's eyes move. He originally thought it was just his imagination, but upon closer inspection, he actually saw a hint of mockery in the Golden Crow's eyes. This guy wasn't dead. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he hurriedly retreated, not forgetting to send a message to Wei Kei before he left. Right at this moment, the barrier around the high platform collapsed, and several dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators surged forward, each of them reaching out to grab their target. Wei Kei was also preparing to attack, but just as he was about to make a move, he heard Yang Kai's voice and his expression changed slightly. Grabbing Tao Rongfang's arm, he dragged her along as he fled. Tao Rongfang was stunned. "Brother!" She didn't understand why Wei Kei had retreated at the last moment. If he had wanted to leave, he would have left earlier. Now that the restriction had been broken, it was the perfect opportunity to fight for the Sun Genuine Gold. If he retreated now, all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Wei Kei didn't have time to explain anything. After all, he had only heard Yang Kai's voice transmission. Holding the attitude that he would rather believe it than not, he took a step back first. There was no way for him to judge whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. Staring at the Golden Crow in the next moment, his hair went numb. He noticed that the Golden Crow's eyes moved. This guy really didn't die. "Let's go!" Wei Kei shouted in a low voice as he pulled Tao Rongfang back the way they came. On the high platform, Yuan Xiaoman and the others all headed for the same primordial sun gold. This primordial sun gold was the one that Madame Lan had been observing earlier. Madame Lan, on the other hand, pounced on the other primordial sun gold. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could they not know that they had all been played by Madame Lan? Previously, Madame Lan had been observing the Sun Genuine Gold from time to time, causing them to think that this one was of the best quality. Naturally, they all wanted to fight for it, but who knew that she was just misleading them? At this moment, the restriction had been broken, and the Sun Genuine Gold's appearance was clearly visible. They quickly glanced at Madame Lan's target and found that it was indeed a 7th grade Sun Genuine Gold. From the moment he discovered that there was something wrong with the Golden Crow, he had been running away, but in order to avoid exposing himself, he didn't dare to make too much noise, so his running speed wasn't fast. At this moment, the entire hall was sealed by the Golden Crow's divine might, so he probably couldn't even teleport away. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were also unable to escape. Although they had been warned by Yang Kai and had promptly withdrawn, not participating in the chaotic battle, they were now facing the same situation as Yang Kai. It's still not dead? Hong Lao's face, which had been glowing with red, instantly turned snow-white. Ji Tianxing, Zhang Qi, and Yuan Xiaoman, which one of them wasn't shocked? Even mid-grade heaven splitters could only tremble under the Golden Crow's divine might. Even they were like this, let alone low-grade heaven splitters. When the Golden Crow's divine might filled the air, the hall, which had been bustling with activity, suddenly fell silent. Many low-grade heaven splitters felt as if several worlds were pressing down on their bodies. They couldn't move, and the power in their bodies couldn't circulate smoothly. On the high platform, several low-grade heaven splitters watched as the Golden Crow raised a claw and gently pressed it down. Then, their vision turned black, and they couldn't feel anything. Slaughtering heaven splitters like slaughtering pigs and dogs was something they had only heard of in legends, but at this moment, everyone in the hall saw it with their own eyes. Under the Golden Crow's claw, several low-grade heaven splitters were crushed into meat paste without even having the strength to resist. Even if they were only low-grade heaven splitters, they were still heaven splitters. After killing several low-grade heaven splitters, the Golden Crow's golden eyes swept across the hall. Being stared at like this, everyone felt as if their souls had left their bodies. Even Yang Kai, who was enveloped by the shadowless gauze, felt a chill in his heart. An aura of death enveloped him. The Golden Crow flapped its wings, creating a boundless astral wind that blew everyone away. Several low-grade heaven splitters who were closer had blood erupt from their bodies, their flesh and bones separated. But within the Golden Crow's pitch-black body, a faint light blossomed that grew brighter and brighter, and a scorching aura surged out. Screech! With a cry, the entire hall was illuminated. Everyone lost their vision at this moment. The Golden Crow seemed to have turned into a round sun. The Golden Crow true fire, which could burn everything, spread out in all directions. It's over. At this moment, almost everyone had such a thought. Everyone had experienced the power of the Golden Crow true fire before. Low-grade heaven splitters were simply unable to block it. Just being touched by it would cause a terrible injury. Now that the Golden Crow had forced out its true fire, who could block it? Moreover, there was no place to hide from this kind of large-scale indiscriminate attack. The dazzling light only lasted for a moment before suddenly disappearing, and the terrifying energy fluctuations were also annihilated. Everyone turned their heads in shock, only to see that an umbrella-like secret treasure had appeared on the high platform at some point. The light blue umbrella had an exquisite pattern on it, and it was spinning, releasing a mysterious power. It was this umbrella that had covered the figure of the Golden Crow, blocking the dazzling light and the terrifying power. In the air, Madame Lan's delicate body trembled, and her hands formed a seal. Only now was her powerful strength completely exposed to everyone's perception. Sixth grade heaven splitter. Hong Lao exclaimed. Sixth grade heaven splitter was already the limit of mid-grade heaven splitter. Chapter 39:14. A spark of fire seeped out from a certain part of the umbrella and quickly burned a large hole in it. As the flames spread, the hole grew larger and larger. Not only that, the light on the umbrella began to flicker and rapidly dim. Madame Lan looked at her artifact, her eyes full of reluctance and pain. This artifact was bestowed upon her by her sect elders and could easily block the full-powered attack of a high-grade heaven splitter. She had never expected it to be destroyed here today. Compared to the 7th grade True Sun Gold she had obtained, she didn't know whether it was a loss or a gain. At this moment, it was meaningless to think about this. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a boom and the umbrella exploded. The dazzling light that was originally covered by the umbrella once again filled everyone's vision, and the scorching power spread in all directions. Shrill screams rang out as the heaven splitters closer to the high platform were instantly set ablaze, turning into fireballs. No matter how they urged their strength, they were unable to extinguish the Golden Crow true fire on their bodies. Those who were further away were relatively lucky, but they were also desperately urging their strength to resist the Golden Crow true fire that was spreading towards them. The aura of world force rose and fell one after another, and the shadows of different miniature universe worlds appeared behind these heaven splitters. Yang Kai also sensed that something was wrong. He hesitated for a moment between the sealed world bead, the Six Directions wish pouch, and the mountains and rivers bell before hiding in the Six Directions wish pouch. At the same time, he summoned the mountains and rivers bell to cover the wish pouch. With these two layers of protection, he felt much safer. The next moment, his mind shook as if someone had punched him in the chest. His chi and blood surged, and he had the urge to vomit blood. He knew that the mountains and rivers bell had been severely damaged, and he had also suffered a backlash. 10 breaths. The Golden Crow true fire only wreaked havoc for 10 breaths. However, after 10 breaths, the entire hall was littered with corpses. Almost half of the several dozen heaven splitters had died. All of them burned to death by the Golden Crow true fire. Those who didn't die were all injured and pale. And this was the result of Madame Lan using a precious treasure to block it. If it weren't for the umbrella secret treasure blocking the most ferocious attack of the Golden Crow true fire, all of the low-rank heaven splitters in the hall would probably have perished by now. It was also thanks to Madame Lan's umbrella blocking some of the flames, greatly weakening the power of the Golden Crow primordial fire. This was why most of the people were able to keep their lives and not be completely wiped out. The few mid-tier heaven splitters were fine, but they all had terrified expressions. Faced with the might of a fully grown golden crow, who would dare to even think about fighting it? In a corner of the hall, Yang Kai also flashed out of the Six Harmonies Rui pouch. He immediately covered himself with the shadowless gauze and continued to conceal himself. Fortunately, the situation in the hall was very chaotic. Everyone was thinking of ways to save their own lives, so no one saw the situation on his side. Otherwise, it would be difficult to not notice a person from the Emperor realm appearing here. After a brief examination, Yang Kai's face twitched, revealing a distressed expression. The mountains and rivers bell could be considered destroyed. Its surface was full of burn marks, and it had lost a lot of its spirituality. Unless someone repaired it and nurtured it for a long time, it would be difficult to use it again. This ancient exotic artifact that had accompanied him since his trip to the Shattered Star Sea was actually going to be destroyed here. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, when the truth was placed in front of him, Yang Kai still felt a little reluctant. But in the situation just now, he had no other choice. He didn't know how powerful the Golden Crow primordial fire was, so he didn't dare to hide in the Sealed World Bead. Because once he hid in the Sealed World Bead, the Sealed World Bead would be exposed in the hall and exposed to the Golden Crow primordial fire. Yang Kai wasn't sure whether the Sealed World Bead would be safe under the burning of the Golden Crow primordial fire. If something went wrong, not to mention the medicine garden inside the Sealed World Bead, the Wood Bead and Wood Dew were still living inside. Therefore, hiding in the 6-unity wish bag was the best choice. To be on the safe side, Yang Kai summoned the mountains and rivers bell to protect himself. Now, it seemed that this arrangement was not in vain. Compared to those heaven-opening realm masters who were all injured, he didn't feel any other discomfort except for the slight backlash from the destruction of his artifact. The mountains and rivers bell could be considered an ancient exotic treasure. Yang Kai comforted himself. Now was not the time to be sentimental. The Golden Crow had faked its death and resurrected, so the crisis was not over yet. If he couldn't escape from here, he was afraid he would be doomed. Looking around, Yang Kai found that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were hiding in a corner with pale faces. Looking at the situation, the two of them seemed to be in good condition, without any trace of injury. Yang Kai guessed that it was related to his timely warning. When the barrier on the high platform was broken, everyone was rushing forward, and only the two from Great Moon Province and himself were retreating. When the Golden Crow primordial fire broke out, it was blocked by others, so the further back it was, the weaker its power would be. Should I join them? At this time, with 2 heaven-opening realm masters accompanying him, his chances of survival would definitely be higher. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a monstrous evil aura erupted from the center of the hall. Yang Kai looked over in shock. He saw the Golden Crow standing on the high platform, its pair of golden eyes staring at Madame Lan of the First Inn. Its eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. Obviously, it also knew that it was Madame Lan who had ruined its plan. If this woman hadn't summoned that umbrella artifact just now, how could there be anyone alive in the hall? And being stared at like this, Madame Lan couldn't help but feel like her soul had left her body. Her whole body turned cold, and her vision blurred. The Golden Crow, originally standing on the high platform, had already flashed in front of her, one of its claws gently pressing down. Madame Lan's beautiful face turned pale. She raised her jade palm and pressed upwards. The phantom of a small universe behind her flashed and disappeared, and the power of the world suddenly erupted. The violent power swept out, and Madame Lan's body flew out like a rag sack. Blood flowed endlessly in the air, and large patches of blood stained the clothes on her chest. The Golden Crow's body also leaned back slightly, almost falling down. After tumbling a few times in the air, Madame Lan nimbly landed on the ground. Her hand covered her full chest, and although her face was pale, her beautiful eyes were frighteningly bright. She cried out, "It's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone, please lend me a hand." Without fighting with the Golden Crow, Madame Lan still didn't know its details, but after the exchange just now, she immediately felt that the Golden Crow in front of her wasn't as powerful as she had imagined. Although she couldn't defeat it with her own strength, it definitely wouldn't be so easy for it to kill her. She understood that this golden crow was probably really going to die. The reason it had faked its death was probably to lure people to come and be buried with it. At the same time, it would also teach those who coveted its treasures a profound lesson, so that those who came later would be cautious. This idea was quite vicious. It was already at the end of its tether, and the eruption of such a powerful golden crow primordial fire just now made things worse. Unfortunately, although Madame Lan had seen through this, the others didn't know the situation. Seeing that Madame Lan, a 6th-rank sky splitter, couldn't withstand a single blow from the golden crow and was directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood, who would dare to step forward? Yuan Xiaoman, Ji Tianxing, Hong Lao, Zhang Qi, and the other sky splitters only watched from afar, not to mention those lower sky splitters. Mockery flashed in the golden crow's eyes, and it walked towards Madame Lan step by step. Madame Lan stared straight ahead, angry and furious. What are you all waiting for? If I die here, none of you can think of leaving. When the time comes, you'll all be finished with me. Instead of waiting for death, why don't you all take a gamble and join hands with me to kill it? Only then will you have a chance to escape. Her words hit the nail on the head, and the sky splitters all looked at each other. If it were any other time, they wouldn't mind sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Although the first in had a powerful background, as long as they didn't make a move against Madame Lan, even if she died, it had nothing to do with them. However, at this time, in this place, if even the strongest Madame Lan died here, who would be able to withstand a single blow from the golden crow? When the time came, they would probably be slaughtered like chickens and dogs by the golden crow, just as Madame Lan said. While the sky splitters were still hesitating, 2 figures had already rushed over from a corner of the hall and landed on Madame Lan's left and right. They were none other than the 2 from Great Moon Province. Wei Kei said, "Madame Lan, we're here to help you." Madame Lan glanced at him gratefully and nodded slightly. "Thank you, husband and wife." To be the first to stand up at this time required not only courage, but also trust in her. Tao Rongfang glanced at Wei Kei, her face slightly red, but she didn't explain much. She thought that if she could die here with him, her life wouldn't be in vain. "Sister Lan, I'll help too," Yuan Xiaoman shouted as she also ran over. Hong Lao, Zhang Qi, Ji Tianxing, and the others nodded slightly and also came to Madame Lan's side in a flash. With the help of the sky splitters, Madame Lan's heart was at ease. She smiled and said, "You won't regret your choice." Hong Lao glanced at the sky splitters who were wavering and said in a cold voice, "If you want to live, follow this old man and the others." Chapter 39:15. The colorful silk fluttered in the air as Madame Lan's figure danced around, the shadow of the mini-universe world flickering behind her. The power of a 6th-grade heaven splitter was extraordinary. The colorful silk fluttered here and there, whipping the golden crow until it staggered and cried angrily. Although it occasionally counterattacked, Madame Lan avoided it in advance. Hong Lao and the others were overjoyed. They knew that Madame Lan was right. The golden crow was really at the end of its life. Otherwise, how could such a famous vicious beast be so weak? Madame Lan alone was qualified to contend with it. Even though it seemed to be at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be defeated in a short time. If Madame Lan was able to do this on her own, how could the golden crow survive if everyone in the hall worked together? Hong Lao shouted, "Madame Lan, this old man is coming." The golden crow's fat body flew out and slammed a palm down. Behind him, Yuan Xiaoman, Zhang Qi, and Ji Tianxing summoned their artifacts and attacked the golden crow with loud rumbling noises. The low-grade Heaven Splitter generals and mid-grade Heaven Splitter generals had already attacked, so they didn't hesitate and followed. In an instant, a fight broke out in the hall. Secret treasures flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely lively. In a corner of the hall, Yang Kai hid under the shadowless silk and watched with widened eyes. The golden crow was so majestic. It was born with the sun and danced with the sun, but now it was in a situation where it was like a tiger in the sun and a dragon in shallow water. The power of time was endless. No matter how powerful an existence was, it couldn't resist the passage of time. There was always a time when it couldn't catch up. The golden crow was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Its last attack was blocked by Madame Lan's secret treasure, so it was obviously exhausted. Even so, Madame Lan alone shouldn't be a match for it. However, there were at least 30 heaven splitters still alive in the hall. Among them, there were 4 or 5 mid-grade heaven splitters. Under their joint efforts, the golden crow was instantly at a disadvantage. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before it died. Yang Kai smacked his lips. In the end, he didn't know who would benefit. The value of the golden crow's body was immeasurable. Although he didn't know what the golden crow's body could be used for, it was definitely not inferior to the true sun gold. How sad. Since he wasn't strong enough, he could only watch the show from the sidelines. He couldn't join in the fun. Yang Kai urgently felt his need for strength. On the battlefield, although the golden crow was at a disadvantage, the golden crow primordial fire was so powerful that no one dared to touch it. Every time the golden crow primordial fire spread out, everyone had to retreat, giving the golden crow a chance to breathe. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, a miserable cry rang out. It was an inferior grade heaven splitter that couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the golden crow true flame. In an instant, half of his body melted. His companions immediately brought him away from the battlefield, but it was likely that this would also end in tragedy. As time passed, the golden crow's body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out like magma and fell to the ground, burning holes in the floor. Of the more than 30 heaven splitters, 4 or 5 had already fallen. The remaining people were also gasping for breath, their strength lacking. Not only were the inferior grade heaven splitters like this, but the mid-grade heaven splitters weren't much better. Although they were stronger, the pressure they had to endure was not something the inferior grade heaven splitters could compare to. Every one of them was using their full strength, and even Madame Lan's pretty face was pale. Among everyone, she was under the greatest pressure. He prayed in his heart that he wouldn't be discovered. The golden crow didn't know if it was dizzy from the beating, but when it stood up, it didn't face Madame Lan and the others. Instead, it faced the place where Yang Kai was hiding. Immediately, the golden crow lowered its head, its pale golden eyes fixed on Yang Kai. They were less than a meter apart, and Yang Kai could even feel the golden crow's breathing. When their eyes met, Yang Kai knew that the golden crow must have discovered him. The shadowless veil couldn't even hide from Madame Lan, so how could it hide from an adult golden crow? Trying hard to put on a harmless look, Yang Kai forced an ugly smile at the ancient divine spirit in front of him. The golden crow opened its mouth, and a scorching aura filled the air. Flames could be vaguely seen, and the aura of death enveloped him. Damn you! Yang Kai flew into a rage. He had compromised so much, only begging it to let him go, but it had actually mercilessly attacked him in return. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai didn't wait for the golden crow's true fire to spit out. He raised his hand and summoned a golden feather, pouring all his power into it. When the golden light shone brightly, another violent aura suddenly surged. Not far away, Madame Lan and the others, who were vigilantly watching the golden crow stand up again, all paled. They had been on guard against the golden crow using the same trick. Now, it seemed that the previous attack hadn't taken the golden crow's life, but it should have. What was with this violent aura erupting at this time? As their gazes trembled, they saw a golden pheasant that seemed to have been enlarged countless times suddenly appear. The golden pheasant's figure was huge, and the golden light on its body was dazzling, almost covering the entire sky. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the golden crow's overflowing might, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Mia Meng! Hong Lao cried out involuntarily. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianxing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and Yuan Xiaoman and Madame Lan's red lips were also slightly agape. The minds of the numerous heaven-opening cultivators were a mess, and they were practically unable to think. They couldn't understand why Mia Meng would appear here. Why hadn't he been seen before, and how had he come in? However, very soon, Madame Lan discovered that something was wrong, and shouted in a low voice, "It's not the main body, it's a divine technique. Even if it wasn't the main body, it wasn't something that they could contend against at this moment." Niameng lowered his head, looking down at the golden crow. Accompanied by a strange cooing sound, his sharp beak suddenly pecked down with a crack. A huge hole appeared in the golden crow's head. The golden crow's body swayed a few times, then fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely devoid of life. This time it was truly dead. If the golden crow at its peak state had encountered Niameng, the latter might not have been its match. But the large golden crow here was already like a lamp without oil, and didn't have much time left to live. Although it had used tricks to kill many heaven-opening cultivators who coveted its treasures, it had also consumed a great deal of energy. After that, it had fought with Madame Lan and the others for a long time, so how could it have any energy left? Niameng's attack couldn't be blocked at all, so it wasn't surprising that it had died. After killing the golden crow, Niameng's figure quickly dissipated, turning into specks of golden light and disappearing. The overwhelming power that accompanied it also disappeared without a trace. Hong Lao's eyes widened, and he looked in the direction where the golden crow had fallen in surprise. Over there, a young-looking guy was standing beside the golden crow's corpse, his expression slightly awkward. Hong Lao couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" He had never seen this guy before, and the aura of this young man was too weak. He wasn't at the heaven-opening stage at all. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had no choice but to use the feather that Niameng had given him, so the shadowless veil lost its concealment effect, and his figure would naturally be revealed. He had been hiding until now, but at the last moment, he was still exposed. Yang Kai was also very helpless. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Since he was exposed, he could only quickly escape. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his hands solemnly. "Madame Lan." Hong Lao and the others immediately turned to look at Madame Lan, thinking that the two of them were very familiar with each other. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai took out the Rui pouch to divert their attention, and directly put the golden crow's corpse into the pouch. In a flash, he disappeared from where he was. With a flash of her delicate body, she soared into the sky. At that moment, Yang Kai felt as if his butt was on fire. The space principles around him fluctuated wildly as he fled madly. Behind him was a large group of heaven-opening realm cultivators, led by Hong Lao and the other mid-rank heaven openers. Looking at their flustered and exasperated appearance, those who didn't know would think that he had dug up their ancestral graves. This was the first time he had been chased by a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and so many of them at once. Almost all the forces in the nearby large territory were present. Yang Kai deeply experienced the strength of a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. Although he had relied on the laws of space to escape first, he didn't run very far before he felt several presences lock onto him from afar. Needless to say, these presences belonged to the mid-rank heaven splitters. After several teleportations, although he had opened up some distance, he still couldn't shake them off. Moreover, after several times, Hong Lao and the others seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's space principles and chased him even more fiercely. The distance between them rapidly closed. Yang Kai's strength was still a little lacking, so how could he compare to a heaven-opening realm cultivator in speed? Fortunately, the space divine technique gave him a unique advantage in escaping. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai would have been caught long ago. Behind the crowd, Great Moon Prefecture's Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang also had extremely strange expressions as they quietly communicated with each other through divine sense. "Brother, that's Yang Kai, right? Am I seeing things?" Tao Rongfang still couldn't believe what she had seen in the hall. She didn't understand how Yang Kai had appeared there. Wei Kei nodded quietly. "Yes, it's him. How did he—" "I don't know either, but he's in big trouble this time." Wei Kei's expression was solemn as he sighed. How foolish. Since he had a way to hide, he could have just kept hiding. Why did he have to expose himself and... and AI. In that situation, let alone Yang Kai, who wasn't even a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Even he wouldn't have dared to snatch the Golden Crow's corpse. Wasn't obtaining this hot potato the same as courting death? Now, with several dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators chasing after him, how spectacular would that scene be? Even if that little brat was proficient in space principles, he wouldn't be able to escape alive. It really is a pity. That little brat is quite a good person. It was only thanks to him that a son was able to find us, Tao Rongfang sighed. He also saved our lives, Wei Kei said. Tao Rongfang was confused. When did he save our lives? When the Golden Crow faked his death and revived. Weren't you very curious as to why I suddenly pulled you back? Yang Kai's voice came from afar. I can feel this master's sincerity, and it's really tempting, but aren't there three of you? I still want to hear what the other master has to offer. Ji Tianxing grinned. How about I give you a way out? Yang Kai said, this master's words have no sincerity. Don't even think about the Golden Crow's corpse. I won't give it to you even if I lose it. Yuan Xiaoman hurriedly nodded. Don't give it to him. This guy is vicious and merciless. If you give the Golden Crow's corpse to him, you definitely won't have a good ending. Zhang Qi also said, young man, that's all I have to say. You know what to choose, so quickly decide. Slow down. I'll think about it. You're too close. I'm not in the mood to think, Yang Kai replied. Zhang Qi said in a low voice, I think you have no sincerity at all. Don't play such a childish trick. I'll say it again, if you don't hand over the Golden Crow's corpse, even if this universe is big, there will be no place for you. Yuan Xiaoman snorted, stubborn. As they spoke, they did not slow down in the slightest, constantly closing the distance between them and Yang Kai. However, that brat was truly hateful. Every time he reached a certain distance, his figure would flicker, and his space principles would fluctuate, teleporting far away in an instant, making it impossible for them to interfere with him. They really could not understand when the Emperor Realm had appeared in the 3,000 realms, making a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators eat his dust. After a long day, Hong Lao also caught up, and he could feel Madame Lan's rapidly approaching aura from afar. Madame Lan had expended the most energy in the battle with the Golden Crow, so she was the last to move. However, she could not resist the other party's strength, so even though she fell behind in the beginning, she slowly caught up. Another half a day later, the 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators gathered together again, running neck and neck in the star field. Madame Lan's expression was strange as she looked at the 4 of them. That brat is so good at running? Yuan Xiaoman gnashed her teeth in anger. I don't know where this brat came from, but when I catch him, I'll definitely pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Although the others did not say anything, they were obviously angry as well. If this matter were to spread, it would really be embarrassing. Madame Lan smiled lightly. Wait until you catch him. I'll go first. When she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she actually rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, widening the distance between the other 4 in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others were filled with unwillingness, realizing that the Golden Crow's corpse probably had nothing to do with them anymore. There was nothing they could do, their strength was inferior to Madame Lan's, and their speed was also inferior. She shouted, Yang Kai, do you dare to swear on your Dao seal that you hid the Golden Crow in one of the 10 space rings? If you dare to swear, we'll stop immediately. Yang Kai said angrily, I've already given it to you. Why should I swear? Is there still any law? Ji Tianxing laughed. Law? In this world, strength is the law. If you don't have strength, you can only be trampled on. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. I've learned my lesson. There was nothing more to say. They continued the chase. The golden crow's corpse was definitely not thrown away. However, it had to be said that this brat's trick was very beautiful. Although it could not change the final outcome, it at least delayed them for a while. Chapter 39:18. Half a day later, the 5 mid-grade heaven splitters suddenly raised their brows in pleasant surprise. Yuan Xiaoman said, "He seems to have stopped?" Red Elder spirits were lifted. He must have run out of energy. After all, he was someone from the Emperor realm who had just condensed his Dao seal. It was quite impressive for him to be able to run for so long while being chased by mid-ranks. However, the pressure of running like this was huge. How could he keep running? Everyone's eyes lit up, and their speed suddenly increased. Madame Lan was in the lead, leaving the others far behind. Yuan Xiaoman and the others were depressed. In the void far away, Yang Kai stood still, looking at the 5 figures rushing toward him. He breathed softly, and at the same time, took out a few spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth, refining them and regulating his breathing. "Brat!" Madame Lan's voice came from afar. After this, how about joining the first in? Yang Kai was so good at running and he was proficient in the law of space. She was also fond of him. Besides, she was going to snatch the golden crow's corpse from him later. The first in had always been peaceful. Although she was snatching it under her own name this time, it was still snatched. Letting him join the first in was a form of compensation. Most importantly, Yang Kai had provoked so many powerful cultivators this time. If no one protected him, he probably wouldn't be able to survive outside the Chenquan realm. He might even die tomorrow. After snatching someone's belongings, it was only right to protect their life. Yang Kai chuckled. "Join the first in? What can I do if I join the first in? I don't know how to cook." Madame Lan chuckled. "You're so good at running. Just be a waiter." Yang Kai was amused. "Lady boss, I appreciate your kindness, but this is not my ambition. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Madame Lan frowned. "Do you know how big of a mess you've made this time? If no one protects you, how can you survive?" "Of course I know." Yang Kai nodded. "But I'm still not used to entrusting my fate to others. Lady boss, the mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow. I'm sure we'll meet again." As he spoke, he waved at Madame Lan. Madame Lan instinctively felt that something was amiss and hurriedly shouted, "Wait a moment!" Why would Yang Kai wait for her? His figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. "Damn it!" Madame Lan gritted her teeth and shouted. She was so close to being able to seal off the space around Yang Kai and stop him from using that teleportation technique again. But that little bit of distance made all her efforts go to waste. With this teleportation, she was once again very far away from him. It would take a lot of effort to catch up. His good intentions were treated as ill intent. Madame Lan gritted her teeth. Her divine sense spread out like a tide, trying to find Yang Kai's location. But in the next instant, her expression changed slightly. This was because within the range of her divine sense perception, there was no sign of Yang Kai at all. That brat seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Madame Lan couldn't help but open her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. It wasn't that Yang Kai hadn't used teleportation under her nose before, but there was a limit to the distance each time. Even if he used it, he couldn't escape her perception range, so she could quickly find Yang Kai's tracks and continue to pursue him. But this time he was actually gone. How did he do it? Could it be that the brat could teleport so far away? If he had this ability, he could have shaken her off before. Why wait until now? Just as she was puzzling over this, Hong Lao and the others also caught up. They turned to look and asked, "Where is he?" Madame Lan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Hong Lao and the others naturally didn't believe her. They released their divine sense to investigate, but none of them detected Yang Kai's aura. They were only 4th stage sky splitters. If even Madame Lan, a 6th stage sky splitter, couldn't detect him, how could they? "Sister Lan, has that brat been caught by you?" Yuan Xiaoman looked Madame Lan up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. Madame Lan was both angry and amused. She reached out and knocked Yuan Xiaoman's head. It would be a good thing if I had really caught him. Unfortunately, that brat isn't in my hands. Yuan Xiaoman covered her head with her hand. If he isn't, then he isn't. Why did you hit me? As the two spoke, Hong Lao suddenly formed a seal with both hands. A mysterious aura fluctuated from his body. Everyone turned to look and saw that there was a seemingly illusory red line wrapped around his fingertips. Yuan Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Soul leading silk. Hong Lao, when did you plant this? Hong Lao snorted. It was just a precaution. I didn't expect that it would really come in handy. Previously, he had attacked Yang Kai once. Although he didn't cause much damage to Yang Kai because of the distance, it was that one attack that silently captured a wisp of Yang Kai's aura and merged it into this soul-leading silk. The soul-leading silk didn't have much use, but it was extremely useful for tracking. As long as the distance wasn't too far, the soul-leading silk would be able to point in the right direction. As he spoke, Hong Lao did something. The red line flew out and slowly pointed in a direction. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to look, because the soul-leading silk was pointing in the direction they had flown from. In other words, Yang Kai had sneaked behind them without anyone noticing. Hong Lao, did you make a mistake? This direction isn't right. Yuan Xiaoman blinked and looked at Hong Lao. Impossible. Hong Lao's expression was slightly awkward. The soul-leading silk can't be wrong. Since it's pointing in that direction, it means that brat is indeed in that direction. But we came from that direction. If he really went that way, how could we not notice it? This didn't make sense. With their strength, they should have been able to sense some traces. Madame Lan said thoughtfully, that brat is proficient in the spatial divine technique. Previously, he only teleported, so he must be hiding something we don't know. I've heard of Hong Lao's soul-leading silk for a long time. Since the soul-leading silk is pointing, it shouldn't be wrong. Oh no. Zhang Qi's expression suddenly changed. What? Yuan Xiaoman looked over in surprise. Zhang Qi didn't look at her. He only looked at Madame Lan and said, Madame knows better than me what's in that direction. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her small mouth opened slightly. The first in. So that's what that brat was planning. Yuan Xiaoman said in surprise. He wanted to hide in the first in from the beginning. Zhang Qi smiled bitterly. Looks like it's right. None of them was in the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally didn't dare to run around. At this moment, they were all resting in the side rooms, causing the waiter and the accountant behind the counter to have nothing to do. One was lying on a stool, dozing off, while the other was sleeping on a table. My previous offer is still valid, and I'll give you enough compensation. Yang Kai really looked like he had seen a ghost this time. He looked her up and down. You're really Madame Lan? Madame Lan said angrily, How could I be fake? But you, why do you care so much? Anyway, I'm here now. Don't even think about returning to the first inn. I don't want to bully the weak. You'd better cooperate obediently. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in grief and indignation. You're blocking my way, and you're saying you don't want to bully the weak? Madame Lan, you're so shameless. Madame Lan's expression darkened. Brat, who are you calling shameless? If I were, why would I waste so much time talking to you? I would have killed you long ago. After he finished speaking, he calmed his tone and continued, Yang Kai, it's not a good thing for you to have the Golden Crow's corpse. You also saw the situation before. Even if you can enter the first inn, do you think you can hide there forever? Such a treasure can only be protected by powerful strength. If you're not strong enough, it'll only be a curse to your death. Those you met before were only a few heaven splitters. Now that news of the Sun Star and the Golden Crow's divine palace has spread, those who come might not be just heaven splitters, but heaven splitters. They might not be as easy to talk to as I am. Yang Kai frowned. How could he not know that Madame Lan was right? Moreover, as Madame Lan had said, if she wanted to, she could have attacked him right here. With her heaven-splitter 6th rank strength, there was no way he could have stopped her. However, she didn't use force, and instead tried to persuade him nicely. From this point of view, Madame Lan's character was still decent. Think about it carefully, but you don't have much time to think. I'll wait for you here. Tell me your answer when you've thought it through. Madame Lan sighed, looking at Yang Kai with some pity. This was the tragedy of not being strong enough. Even if he obtained something good, he might not be able to keep it. Yang Kai shook his head. There's no need to think about it. Madame Lan frowned. And your answer? I appreciate Madame Lan's kindness, but I've never been used to being forced to do anything. If Madame Lan wants the Golden Crow's corpse, then just come and get it yourself. Madame Lan laughed at his words, tilting her head to look at him. Are you sure you want me to do it? Come. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He was unafraid of death. Madame Lan took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling. Her red lips parted slightly. Don't worry. Although you didn't do it willingly, I'll make it up to you. These words were said with great sincerity. As soon as she finished speaking, her hand reached out to grab Yang Kai. Right at this moment, a great sense of danger suddenly rose in her heart. In her shock, Madame Lan instinctively activated her own strength, turning it into a defense. At the same time, she heard Yang Kai laugh loudly. Be careful, Madame Lan. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Master Wei, Old Fong said gratefully. However, he also knew that even if he didn't say anything, those heaven-splitting cultivators would have their guesses. Right now, there's something that's a bit unclear. Tao Rongfong frowned. Is that Golden Crow corpse on Yang Kai? Or was it snatched away by Madame Lan? Yang Kai had caused so much trouble this time that the Great Moon Province was unable to provide him with a strong shelter. Therefore, the previous proposal of accepting him into the Great Moon Province was likely to fall through. It wasn't that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfong didn't keep their words, but as heaven-opening realm masters, they had to consider the other disciples of the Great Moon Province. It didn't matter if they took Yang Kai in, but who could deal with the trouble that followed? At that time, the whole Great Moon Province would be in trouble. He saved our lives. Tao Rongfong looked at Wei Kei leisurely. In that hall, if it weren't for Yang Kai's timely warning, she and Wei Kei might not have been able to survive until now. Now that Yang Kai was in trouble, they couldn't do anything, which made Tao Rongfong very unhappy. Wei Kei blushed. Think of a way to compensate him. If possible, it's best to secretly help him escape to another large territory and conceal his identity. That's the only way. There's one more thing. What does Junior Sister think? Wei Kei asked. Tao Rongfong looked at him and said, The Golden Crow's corpse? Wei Kei nodded. Tao Rongfong said, I thought that the Golden Crow's corpse was most likely stolen by Madame Lan, but now it seems that it's not impossible that the corpse is in Yang Kai's hands. Wei Kei smiled. Why do you say that? Tao Rongfong looked at him reproachfully. Big brother, are you testing me? Wei Kei raised a hand. We're just chatting. I want to know if Junior Sister thinks the same as me. Tao Rongfong said, If the Golden Crow's corpse was really stolen by Madame Lan, then Yang Kai would be fine and wouldn't have to specially send a message to Meng Hong. But he still did, which means that he has some misgivings. His misgivings are none other than that his own troubles will implicate others, which also indirectly confirms the fact that the Golden Crow's corpse is in his hands. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Golden Crow's corpse has already been stolen by Madame Lan, and he's just being careful. Wei Kei smiled and said, Junior sister is indeed intelligent. Tao Rongfang rolled her eyes at him, a little flirtatious. Big brother thinks so too? Wei Kei nodded. Yes, now even I don't know who has the Golden Crow's corpse. But no matter who has it, it has nothing to do with us. In the side room, the servant brought in some food and exchanged toasts with Yang Kai. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, both of them were a little tipsy. Speaking of which, although Yang Kai had lived here for 4 months before, he had never asked the servant's name. He had always called him little second brother. Now that they were chatting, he knew the servant's name. The servant's name was Simple, surnamed Bai, and his first name was Chi. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Tell me, what do you want? Did the lady boss send you to find out my background? Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as he ate. Bai Chi chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and filled Yang Kai's cup, saying, How could that be? If the lady boss really wanted to find out your background, why would she go through so much trouble? The first in doesn't have any information. Just ask around and she'll know where you come from. Then tell me where I come from? Yang Kai had an expression of disbelief. Bai Chi looked at him. Do you really want to say it? Say it. Let's see what you have to say. Bai Chi put down the wine pot and sat up straight, saying, Then I'll say it. My name is Yang Kai, and I'm at the peak of the Emperor realm. A year ago, I jumped out from an unknown world and was received by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector Venerable Duan Hai. I entered the 7 Openings Land and worked as a servant in the Fire Spirit Land, taking care of the fruit trees for half a year. Later, the 7 Openings Land experienced an unforeseen event and powerful enemies invaded. During the chaos, I took the opportunity to escape. There were 3 people with me, 1 man and 2 women, Fang Biki, Daiyu and Asun. Am I right? Yang Kai stared at him. How many spies does the First In have outside? He was just a nobody, yet the First In could find out so much about him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this force was. Bai Chi chuckled. I also know that you've condensed the power of the 5 elements wood. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. What else? Also, on the Sun Star, you stole food from the tiger's mouth and played a bunch of heaven-opening realm cultivators. Ha ha! Yang Kai forced a chuckle and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the First In wasn't omniscient. At the very least, they hadn't inquired about his relationship with Old Man Su, nor did they know about the quality of his wood force. What they knew was only superficial information, but even so, it was enough to shock them. Tell me what happened on the Sun Star. How did you get the Golden Crow's corpse? Why don't you just ask the lady boss? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai grumbled. Just the mention of the Golden Crow's corpse made him angry. If it weren't for the lady boss stopping him, he definitely would have returned to the First In unscathed. He wouldn't have had to suffer that palm strike. The lady boss has been in a bad mood these days. Wouldn't I be asking for a beating if I asked her? Bai Chi said bitterly. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to him, but after thinking about it, he said, There's something I don't understand. If you can tell me, I can tell you about what happened on the Sun Star. Bai Chi narrowed his eyes and looked at him warily. What do you want to ask? Yang Kai said, Don't worry. It's not a secret. If it's a secret, you can choose not to tell me. Bai Chi nodded. Then you can ask. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I clearly left Lady Boss far away, and I'm sure that even with her 6th-stage heaven-splitting strength, she can't catch up to me. So why did she return to the First In 1 step ahead of me? Why is she waiting outside the First In? This was something he couldn't figure out after thinking about it for several days. Unless the lady boss also had something like the space spirit bead, there was no way to explain it. Bai Chi was amused. Is that what you want to ask? You know the reason. Bai Chi couldn't help but laugh, slamming the table. Were you chased to a corner at that time? So you wanted to come to the First In to avoid the limelight? You thought that as long as you entered the First In, no one would dare to do anything to you, So after leaving the lady boss behind, you went straight to the first inn? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. He did think so at that time. After all, he really had nowhere to go at that time, and the first inn was the only safe place. Ha 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 ha. Bai Qi laughed so hard that he leaned forward and back, tears almost coming out of his eyes. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, wishing he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. As if feeling Yang Kai's coldness, Bai Qi restrained his smile with difficulty, took a sip of wine, and said, "Have you heard of the Chenkuan escape method?" Chenkuan escape method? Yang Kai frowned. What's that? He really hadn't heard of this thing, but looking at Bai Qi's expression, Yang Kai could also infer that the reason the lady boss returned to the first inn in advance and waited outside for him had a lot to do with this Chenkuan escape method. Chapter 39:22. Bai Qi explained, "The 3,000 worlds are vast and spacious. Even if it's an upper-grade heaven splitter, it's not easy to rush from one place to another. It'll definitely take a lot of time, but how can a cultivator like us have so much time to squander? If we have the time to travel, we might as well study secret techniques and practice cultivation techniques. That's why there's a secret technique called the Qian Kuan escape technique. This secret technique has no other use except for traveling. For example, our first inn has the Qian Kuan escape seal, which has the lady boss's mark. As long as the lady boss is still in this large territory, no matter where she is, she can instantly return to the first inn with just a thought. This is the Qian Kuan escape technique." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "It's so magical?" He thought to himself, "Isn't this the same effect as my space spirit bead?" Wherever the space spirit bead was located, he could go to the location of the space spirit bead with just a thought. It was similar to the Qian Kuan escape technique. It was the same principle as the space formation. However, in comparison, his space spirit bead was more convenient than the space formation, and it seemed to have its own advantages and disadvantages with the Qian Kuan escape technique. "It's just that magical." Bai Qi chuckled. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "So, Madame Lan relied on the Qian Kuan escape technique to rush back to the first inn before me?" At this time, he also understood. He thought his previous actions were brilliant, but in Madame Lan's eyes, he was walking into a trap. He was very depressed. Fortunately, the Golden Crow's corpse was not taken away, or he would have vomited blood. "Also, I'll give you a piece of information for free." Bai Qi looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "In the 3,000 worlds, there's a place called the Qian Kuan Palace. Every large territory has a Qian Kuan Palace, more or less. Some large territory has 4 or 5 Qian Kuan Palaces, and some only have 1. As long as you spend some Heaven Splitter pills and leave your aura in the Qian Kuan Palace, you can travel through these Qian Kuan Palaces at will." Space array. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Bai Qi smiled and said, "That's right. However, there is a limit to the distance that can be teleported using the laws of space. The Chenkuan escape technique is different. As long as your body can withstand it, you can instantly go to the Chenkuan Palace where you left your mark no matter how far you are in the same territory." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. "This is very convenient. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely go and see it for myself." "Which faction does the Universal Temple belong to?" Bai Qi said, "It does not belong to any faction. The Heavenly Palace was jointly built by the 36 Paradises and 72 Blessed Lands. Every Heavenly Palace is guarded by the disciples of those Paradises, so it is absolutely not allowed to fight inside. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of all the Paradises." Yang Kai was shocked. That Universal Temple was built by the joint efforts of all the blessed and blessed Paradises? However, when he thought about it carefully, this was not surprising. No faction would be at ease in the hands of any faction, and no faction could control it alone. It was common sense for the 36 Paradises and 72 Blessed Lands to jointly control it. However, from what Bai Qi said, if he ran into trouble in the future, he could go to the Universal Temple to hide. "Now can you tell me what happened on the Sun Star?" Since they had agreed before, Yang Kai naturally would not go back on his word. He immediately recounted his experiences on the Sun Star. Bai Qi was dazzled and amazed. He was not surprised that Yang Kai had been able to conceal himself under the noses of a group of heaven-opening realm masters. The cultivator with slightly lower strength could not help but gulp, and their eyes looked towards the door, as if looking for a way to leave. Just as swords were about to be drawn, a door on the second floor opened with a bang, and Madame Lan walked out. Her phoenix eyes swept down, and her gaze fixed on Yang Kai. She snorted softly, and then leaned against the armrest, took out a handful of something that looked like melon seeds, and nimbly began to munch on them. Yang Kai chuckled. He knew that since Madame Lan had shown up, no one would dare to make a move against him here. Madame Lan had probably also sensed that the atmosphere below was not right, so she purposely showed up to suppress the situation. The lobby was full, and there were no seats. Yang Kai looked around, and then walked straight to a table. There were 3 people sitting at this table. A handsome young man, 2 old men with deep auras, and behind the young man stood a charming woman in revealing clothes. Behind the 2 old men stood a group of disciples, clearly from the same force. The young man's strength was not high, and he should have only condensed a Tao seal, while the 2 old men were both heaven-opening cultivators. The young man was originally looking at Yang Kai with disdain, but when he saw that he was actually walking straight towards him, he could not help but frown, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. "Brother, we meet again. What a coincidence." Yang Kai greeted him cheerfully. "If you don't mind, let's sit together." After saying that, he did not wait for the other party's agreement, and directly sat down opposite him. The young man was a little confused. "Who are you?" Yang Kai's face was full of enthusiasm. "Friend, you really are a person of great importance with short memories. Didn't we meet on the way to Sun Star?" This was not nonsense. The 2 of them had indeed met before. At that time, Yang Kai, Dai Yu, and the others were on the way to Sun Star, and the large ship this young man was on crashed into them from behind, almost injuring them. After that, he returned to invite Dai Yu and Ah Sun to board, but Yang Kai refused. At that time, he did not know which force they were from, but after seeing the jade slip Meng Hong gave him, he found out that they were from Bu and Prefecture. After Yang Kai's reminder, the young man came to a realization. "It's you." After saying that, his face darkened. "Who allowed you to sit down?" "Scram." Yang Kai did not mind and chuckled. "There's no place to sit. You just happen to have an empty seat here. Why don't you share a table? Why are you being so stingy?" The young man still wanted to say something when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. There were many divine senses on his body that were carefully examining him. Turning his head, he saw that the several mid-rank heaven-opening masters in the lobby were all looking at him suspiciously, causing his face to pale. He did not know how he had attracted their attention. The 2 heaven-opening realm old men at the same table also noticed that something was wrong. One of them winked at the young man while the other looked at Yang Kai and quickly said, "We'll leave this table to you, let's go." As he said this, he stood up. The young man seemed to be a little reluctant, but he was forcibly pulled away by the other old man. The group did not linger, paying the bill and directly leaving the first inn. A moment later, on the large ship, the young man's face was gloomy. "Who is that guy?" The 2 old men behind him exchanged a glance before one of them said, "Young master, that person is the one who stole the Golden Crow's corpse." The young man was shocked. "What? He stole the Golden Crow's corpse and then safely escaped back to the first inn?" "That's right. It's him. Then why are we afraid of him?" the young man asked in a low voice. The lady boss's punch was not light, and it almost stunned him on the spot. Before he could regain his senses, the fist came flying towards his right eye again, and there was another boom. Instinctively hugging his head, Yang Kai curled up at the foot of the wall, enduring Madame Lan's punches and kicks. He secretly swore to himself that one day, he would definitely get back at her and get his revenge. After an indeterminate amount of time, which seemed like an instant, but also like a year, Yang Kai finally felt that the attacks that fell on him like raindrops had stopped. He quietly turned his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. He saw Madame Lan panting with her hands on her hips, and an expression of satisfaction on her face. That felt good. Brat, you'd better take care of yourself. With that, she turned and left. Yang Kai cursed and collapsed to the ground. At the door, Bai Qi watched the lady boss leave leisurely, and then poked his head out to look around. Only then did he enter the room and close the door. He walked slowly to Yang Kai's side and squatted down to look at him, his face full of sympathy. You hit him really hard. The lady boss is really angry. I've never seen her so angry before. Yang Kai lay weakly on the ground, feeling as if many of the bones in his body had been broken. Although Madame Lan didn't have the intention to kill him, she really did use a heavy hand. He had just recovered from his injuries, but now he was injured again. It was really sullen. Are you going to keep watching like this? Yang Kai squinted at Bai Qi, who was squatting in front of him. Can you help me up? Bai Qi chuckled. If it was someone else who hit you, it wouldn't matter if I helped. But the lady boss hit you. How would I dare? If she found out, how would I still be able to stay here? Then what are you doing here? Yang Kai glared at him. Bai Qi said, I'm just here to watch the show. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brat, you've offended the lady boss. I think you're going to have a hard time in the future. Get lost. Yang Kai shouted angrily. Did he need others to tell him that he would have a hard time in the future? This time, the lady boss did not even care about the reputation of the first in and insisted on beating him up. He could imagine what kind of situation he would be in the first in the future. It would probably be difficult for him to even move an inch. Bai Qi chuckled, got up and said, You have the strength to chase people away. It doesn't look like it's a big deal. You go and rest first. If there's anything, call me later. With that, he turned and left. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. When he moved a little, he felt pain all over his body. He lay on the ground for a full 3 hours before he climbed onto the bed with difficulty and quietly recuperated. However, this effort was not in vain. In the first inn, after Yang Kai made such a scene, almost everyone's attention had shifted to the lady boss. Although Yang Kai's tone and actions were a little exaggerated at that time, anyone with half a brain was willing to believe that the Golden Crow's corpse had been snatched by Madame Lan, and now it had fallen into her hands. After all, the difference in strength between Yang Kai and her was too great. Since Madame Lan had already made a move before, how could she fail? The next day, in a wing room in the Great Moon Prefecture, an elderly man sat upright. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang stood in front of him, reporting what had happened recently. The elderly man nodded from time to time. After a long time, Wei Kei said, That's the general situation. What plans does the chief have? This elderly man was the chief of the Great Moon Prefecture. Previously, Wei Kei had asked Meng Hong and the others to go back to the first and send a message to the headquarters. The chief of the Great Moon Prefecture immediately led people here to meet up with Wei Kei, Tao Rongfang, and the others. They rushed all the way and only arrived at the first inn today. The chief nodded and said, You did well this time. As long as we digest what we got this time, the strength of the Great Moon Prefecture will definitely improve. This time, although the Great Moon Prefecture did not get something like the True Sun Gold, they obtained several portions of the True Sun Fire, one of which was a 5th grade one. This value was not small. For a force like the Great Moon Prefecture, it was not easy to obtain 4th grade materials, let alone 5th grade ones. If they sold this 5th grade True Sun Fire and bought some 4th grade materials, there was a great chance that they could create a 4th grade Kaitian. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to choose the right seedlings and spend a certain amount of time and energy. The two of you deserve great credit for this operation. Wei Kei said, Chief, you flatter us. This time, we also narrowly escaped death. Moreover, we even received a life-saving grace from them. Oh, the old man raised his eyebrows. We must repay the kindness of saving our lives. Tell me which expert helped you. Wei Kei said, It was not an expert. It was that kid called Yang Kai. The old man frowned. The kid who stole the Golden Crow's corpse and caused a storm in the city? Yes. The chief nodded and tapped his fingers on the table, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he said, I heard that the Golden Crow's corpse has fallen into Madame Lan's hands? That's what the kid said. What do you want to do? The old man looked at Wei Kei and asked. Wei Kei said, If it's possible, I want to ask you to accept him into our Great Moon Prefecture. He is a newcomer who has just entered this world and has no one to rely on. What's rare is that he is kind and benevolent, and we are indebted to him. Now that he is in trouble, we can't sit back and do nothing. The chief sighed. I knew you would say that, but have you thought about it? Now that he is in trouble, if our Great Moon Prefecture accepts him rashly, what kind of impact will it have on us? Wei Kei cupped his hands and said, I've thought about this, but now that the Golden Crow's corpse is not in his hands, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The chief looked straight at him. Do you believe what you said? Wei Kei's mouth moved, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He really didn't believe what he said. The chief said, although Yang Kai said that the Golden Crow's corpse had been taken away by Madame Lan, the Golden Crow's corpse is so precious that anyone who wants it will not let it go easily. When the time comes, there will be countless masters who will ask Yang Kai for confirmation, or even search his soul to interrogate him. When the time comes, will our Great Moon Prefecture protect him or not? If we protect him with the strength of our Great Moon Prefecture, we can't compete with others at all. I also have a question to ask the lady boss. How about we trade? Madame Lan looked him up and down. What do you want to know? Yang Kai lowered his voice, appearing very secretive. What's the use of that Golden Crow's corpse? Why are there so many people fighting over it? Madame Lan said, Why are you asking this? Because I'm curious. Yang Kai looked at her eagerly. Madame Lan pondered for a while, then said, Since so many people are fighting over it, it naturally has value. Golden crows are hard to find. In the 3,000 worlds, there aren't many golden crows. This kind of ancient beast is born with the sun and dies with the sun. It can be said to be an extremely mysterious existence. The golden crow's flesh and blood can be refined into pills, and its bones can be refined into treasures. Most importantly, it contains the golden crow primordial fire. If it can be refined, it can become the power of the 5 elements fire, and it's extremely powerful. The main thing was that this information wasn't a secret. Yang Kai could ask anyone and find out, so there was no need for her to hide anything. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It's the black flames in the Golden Crow's divine palace. He had seen the terrifying power of the Golden Crow primordial fire with his own eyes. Low-tier heaven-opening cultivators would be injured and die upon contact. That's right. Madame Lan nodded, then sneered. Boy, I advise you not to think about it. The Golden Crow primordial fire is extremely terrifying. If you don't have enough wood power to suppress it, absorbing even a little bit is enough to burn you to death. Yang Kai looked like he had learned something. Of course I know this. Tell me, Where did you get that golden Mie Meng plume? Yang Kai chuckled. Naturally, it was given to me by Mie Meng. Not long ago, I helped a Mie Meng greatly, and it was grateful to me. Before it left, it gave me 3 golden plumes. Madame Lan looked like she didn't believe him, but she couldn't be bothered to investigate. She said impatiently, "After saying so much, what's your decision?" Yang Kai said, "Don't rush me. If you rush me, I won't know what to choose. How about this, lady boss, you go back first. I'll think about it carefully. If I've made up my mind, I'll give you an answer." Saying so, he stood up, walked to the door, and opened it, looking like he was going to see her out. Madame Lan was dumbfounded by him, but since Yang Kai had made such a statement, it wasn't good for a woman like her to stay here and not leave. She gritted her teeth and got up. When she passed by Yang Kai, a long leg flew out of her skirt and kicked Yang Kai in the stomach before she left. Yang Kai grimaced in pain from the kick. He hugged his leg and hopped around for a long time, cursing in his heart that this crazy woman was really heavy-handed. After a while, Yang Kai closed the door, opened the barrier, and sat cross-legged on the bed. In a flash, he entered the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, it was quiet. Alone, Yang Kai came to a plane and took out the 6-unity wish bag. With a shake of his hand, he released the golden crow corpse. Since he got the golden crow corpse, he hadn't carefully examined it. Today, after hearing the lady boss talk about the uses of the golden crow corpse, Yang Kai couldn't help but have some thoughts. He also didn't expect that the golden crow true fire contained in the golden crow corpse could condense the power of the 5 elements. This was really a case of planted flowers that didn't bloom, but unintentionally planted willows that grew. When he went to the Sun Star, his original intention was to find Sun's true gold above the 7th grade. But things didn't go as he wished. He found the Sun's true gold, but he didn't get a share of it. The golden crow corpse he snatched by chance gave him another way out. Chapter 39:28. Standing in front of Yang Kai was a tall, hale, and hearty old man. The old man was dressed simply in shorts and a torn jacket, his skinny arms and calves exposed. He looked like an old farmer who had just returned from work, completely unremarkable. But when Yang Kai looked at him, he felt that this old man's eyes were as deep as the sea, and he felt like he was about to fall into them and sink into them forever. His heart trembled, knowing that this old man was definitely not as simple as he looked. And Madame Lan, who had been harassing him these past few days, was standing 3 steps behind this old man, glaring at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. "Young friend, can you come in for a chat?" the old man asked with a smile. Although his tone was gentle, it gave off a faint sense of authority that could not be resisted. This kind of authority could only be possessed by someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Yang Kai was no stranger to this. Yang Kai glanced at the lady boss, knowing that he probably could not refuse. He immediately nodded and stepped aside, giving up his seat. The old man thanked him and entered in a flash. Madame Lan followed closely behind. After closing the door, Yang Kai turned to look at Madame Lan and asked suspiciously, "Lady boss, this is?" He also had some guesses about this old man's identity. Madame Lan said solemnly, "This is the boss of my first inn." The old man smiled and nodded. This old man's surname is Situ. First name is Kong. As expected, when he saw the lady boss of the 6th grade splitter standing behind this old man, Yang Kai vaguely guessed the old man's identity. Now that he heard the lady boss's introduction, he knew that his guess was right. This Situ Kong was the boss behind the scenes of the first inn. This person was definitely a high-grade splitter, but he didn't know what grade he was exactly. "So it's Senior Situ. This junior has been rude." Yang Kai clasped his fists and extended his hand. Senior, please sit. Situ Kong nodded and sat down boldly. Madame Lan moved with light steps to stand behind him. You sit too. Situ Kong looked left and right, then raised his head to look at Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai dare to sit? Even the sixth stage Kai Tian's lady boss was standing, so how could he sit? He didn't even dare to overstep his boundaries in front of Senior. It was fine to just stand there and talk. Situ Kong didn't force the issue and said, I've heard about what happened to you. Do you know how many experts have gathered in the first inn? I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. If he had asked about the Golden Crow's corpse the moment he opened his mouth, Yang Kai wouldn't have found it strange, but it was a little strange that he suddenly asked this question. Situ Kong said, There are 32 middle-stage splitters and 5 high-stage splitters, excluding this old man. More than 21st and 2nd class forces have come. Yang Kai was speechless when he heard this. He knew that this matter had really gotten out of hand. Even the high-grade Sky Splitter had sent so many people. It was clear how attractive the Golden Crow's corpse was. After saying that, Situ Kong smiled and said, Then do you know why you can live a peaceful life in my first inn? Yang Kai was puzzled. What does senior mean? Situ Kong said leisurely, A few days ago, you shifted the blame to the east, saying that the Golden Crow's corpse was snatched by Xiaolan. Regardless of whether this is true or not, those people are trying to find a way to prove it. Xiaolan is a member of my first inn, so no matter what, they have to give my first inn some face and won't start with her. Then, the best way is to ask you for information and investigate the whereabouts of the Golden Crow's corpse before deciding what to do next. Furthermore, before you reach the 5th grade Heaven Splitter realm, my first inn will guarantee your safety. We absolutely won't let anything happen to you. The benefits had suddenly doubled. Although the lady boss's conditions were good, he could only choose one of the two, which seemed a bit weak. Now he could choose both. To be honest, if it were anyone from the Emperor realm facing this kind of temptation, they would probably immediately agree. If Yang Kai hadn't been determined to reach the high-grade Heaven Splitter realm, if he hadn't discovered that he could absorb the Golden Crow True Fire, he probably wouldn't have refused. But the golden path was right beneath his feet. If he agreed now, he would have no fate with the Supreme Martial Dao. Yang Kai didn't want to regret his impulsive decision today one day. I believe that other powers will find it difficult to offer such conditions. Stinking brat, if you still know what's good for you, then there's really nothing I can do. Yang Kai said with a sincere expression. I can clearly feel the sincerity of the first inn and Senior Situ. But, cut the crap. Just tell me if you agree or not. The lady boss didn't give him a chance to speak, directly interrupting him. Her attitude was so firm that there was nothing to say. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and said, I agree, of course I agree. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment. But then she smiled like a flower. At least you know what's good for you. But can you wait a few more days? Madame Lan's pretty face darkened, and she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. What are you planning? Since you've agreed, why wait a few more days? It's a personal matter. I can't tell you. Yang Kai said calmly, almost angering Madame Lan to death. But I can guarantee that I'll definitely offer up the Golden Crow's corpse with both hands after this. He thought that this would buy him some time, but who knew that Madame Lan would slowly shake her head and say, Even if the first inn can wait, the others can't. She looked deeply at Yang Kai and said, You're on your own now. She turned and left the room. Yang Kai followed her and called out a few times, but Madame Lan ignored him. Just as he walked out of the room, Yang Kai's body stiffened. This was because in that instant, dozens of powerful divine senses descended from the sky, enveloping him like a magnificent world. He couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. He shuddered and hurriedly retreated, swallowing his saliva, his face full of lingering fear. He had been hiding in his room all this time. Although he knew that many strong cultivators had come, he hadn't seen them in person, so his concept of them was still rather vague. Only now did he have a deep understanding of them. In this situation, hiding in his room was the safest. It was too dangerous outside. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked around and almost cursed out loud. The restrictions in the room had all lost their effect at this moment. It was obvious that this was Madame Lan's doing. Although his room plate could control the various restrictions in the side rooms and prevent others from prying, Madame Lan was the lady boss of the first inn, so she would definitely be able to do the same. Moreover, her authority would definitely be higher than his as a guest. In other words, if Madame Lan wanted to close the restrictions in his room, he couldn't open them again. The moment the restrictions lost their effect, the dozens of divine senses he had sensed earlier once again attacked him. Without the restrictions in the room, those divine senses were unimpeded and scrutinized Yang Kai carefully. In an instant, Yang Kai's whole body went cold, and all the hair on his body stood on end. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A well-built young man appeared at the door and looked at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai was shocked. He asked in shock, "Who are you?" The young man entered uninvited. A thick demonic chi flowed around him, making him look demonic and wild. He said calmly, "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you one question. Kid, you'd better answer honestly." Without pausing, the young man asked directly, "Is the Golden Crow's corpse in your hands, or has it been taken by Madame Lan?" It was one of the top forces of the 36 Paradise. And Mo Shang, who knew if he was from the 10,000 demon heaven. As his mind wandered, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the Golden Crow corpse beside him, his eyes flashing. If those high-rank heaven-opening powerhouses wanted to compete for the scepter pouch, the outcome would definitely not be decided in a short time. A battle between powerhouses of this level might take a year and a half. Such a long time was enough for him to condense fire attribute power. With this thought, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had been thinking of delaying for a few days, but the lady boss didn't give him the chance at all. Who knew that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? There was no need for a year and a half. As long as he had 5 or 6 days, Yang Kai would be able to completely saturate the fire attribute power in his Dao Seal. At that time, no matter how valuable this Golden Crow corpse was, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Who would have thought that the wrong move he had been forced to make would be the key to victory? There was no need to hesitate. Yang Kai first sealed the scepter pouch. Although this move might be a little redundant, and if those high-rank heaven openers wanted to open the scepter pouch, a mere seal shouldn't be a problem for them. It could at least delay him for a while, giving him time to disguise himself. If he was discovered to be secretly absorbing the Golden Crow's true fire, all his secrets would be exposed. Sitting cross-legged in front of the Golden Crow corpse, Yang Kai pressed his hand on the Golden Crow's forehead as usual, urging the power of his Dao Seal to guide the true fire in the Golden Crow's body into his body. Time passed little by little, and the battle outside continued. No one would have thought that a mere cultivator from the Emperor realm would have the guts to secretly do something under the noses of a group of high-rank heaven openers. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The fire attribute power in his Dao Seal became more and more abundant, and Yang Kai's anxious heart slowly relaxed. He gradually forgot about his own situation and immersed himself in condensing fire attribute power. It wasn't until a certain moment when the fire attribute power in his Dao Seal became completely smooth and could no longer absorb any more Golden Crow's true fire, that Yang Kai suddenly woke up and knew that he had successfully condensed fire attribute power. Quietly feeling around, Yang Kai found that there was still some true fire in the Golden Crow's corpse, but it was obviously much thinner than before, so he didn't know if it was enough for another person to condense fire attribute power. However, this had nothing to do with him anymore. This adventure had yielded results, so Yang Kai was satisfied. Even if the Golden Crow's corpse was taken away and he didn't get the slightest benefit, he would accept it. Now, all that was left was to figure out how to get away. Hiding in the wishful scepter pouch wasn't a solution. He still had to face what he had to face. Moreover, Yang Kai wasn't sure who his wishful scepter pouch would end up in. It was fine if it fell into Situ Kong's hands, but what if it fell into the hands of others? He wanted to investigate the situation outside, but when he recalled the pain of his divine sense being torn apart last time, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai made up his mind, gritted his teeth, opened the barrier, and quietly released his divine sense. He was mentally prepared to endure the destruction of his divine sense. But who would have thought that the situation outside was a little different from what he had imagined? The battle between the several high-rank heaven-opening masters had stopped at some point, and the void was calm. In his perception, there weren't many people here. No matter what, he had absorbed a lot of the Golden Crow's true fire from this Golden Crow's body and condensed his own 5 elements fire force. Compared to the beginning, the true fire in this Golden Crow's corpse was greatly reduced. He did not know if Situ Kong could see anything. Fortunately, Situ Kong only checked it briefly before waving his hand. The Golden Crow's corpse disappeared in an instant. No one knew where it was stored. The only thing he was sure of was that it was definitely not stored in a space ring. His sealed world bead could barely accommodate this Golden Crow's corpse, so it was impossible for a space ring to accommodate it. I'll leave the rest to you. Situ Kong looked at Madame Lan after storing the Golden Crow's corpse. Madame Lan bowed gracefully. Rest assured, boss. Situ Kong nodded and formed a seal with one hand. A complex spirit array pattern suddenly appeared under his feet and slowly rotated. Yang Kai clearly felt the fluctuations of space principles from it. Just as he was surprised and thought that Situ Kong was also proficient in space principles, the spirit array pattern flashed and Situ Kong disappeared. Yang Kai watched in a daze for a moment before suddenly understanding that it was not Situ Kong who was proficient in space principles. What he used just now should be the universe escape technique that Bai Qi had told him about. He had escaped to a certain universe temple. So this is the universe escape technique. Yang Kai pondered. If this was the case, the drawbacks of this universe escape technique were not small. Situ Kong had a high-rank heaven-opening realm cultivation, but it still took him some time to use this universe escape technique, so those who were weaker than him would definitely spend more time. Don't underestimate this little bit of time. In a life and death crisis, this little bit of time could be the key to escape. It seemed that if he wanted to use the universe escape technique to escape, he had to first ensure that he would not be disturbed by others. He had to pay attention to this point. If he were to suffer a loss in this aspect, he would have to pay a great price. Just as he was pondering, he felt a sharp gaze land on him. Yang Kai quivered and looked up, squeezing out a smile. Lady boss? Madame Lan smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, You are called Yang Kai? Yang Kai braced himself and said, That's right. The lady boss nodded slightly. Yang Kai thought that she was going to say something else, but unexpectedly, she did not respond. She lowered her head and seemed to be thinking about something. Yang Kai was a little scared. He cupped his hands and said, If Lady Boss has no other instructions, I will take my leave first. It was not good to stay in a dangerous place. After saying this, he turned around and left without waiting for her reaction. You don't want your things anymore? The lady boss's voice suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai turned around in surprise. What things? The lady boss smiled and said, What? Do you think that our first in would do something like that by force? Yang Kai was surprised and overjoyed. He said uncertainly, What do you mean, lady boss? The lady boss said, Although you were very uncooperative before, and the Golden Crow's corpse was snatched by our boss after much effort, the first in has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. How could we take you for free? If this were to spread, wouldn't outsiders say that our first in is a bully and that we are robbing you? Yang Kai could not believe his ears. He hurriedly turned around and rubbed his hands, beaming with joy. So, the conditions that your first-in mentioned before are still valid? That was 10 million heaven-opening pills, which guaranteed the protection and materials to reach the 5th stage of heaven opening. Its value was enormous. In your dreams, the lady boss said grumpily. If you had cooperated earlier, those conditions naturally would not have changed. But now that the situation has changed, those 2 conditions can only be discounted. I'm sure you understand. Yang Kai was startled for a moment, but he did not pursue the matter. He nodded and said, I understand. Then how much compensation can I get? This was a pleasant surprise, so there was no need to be polite. The lady boss casually took out a space ring and shook it on her fingertips. There are 10 million heaven-opening pills in here. As she spoke, she tossed the ring over. Chapter 39-31. Yang Kai received the ring, swept it with his divine sense, and was immediately stunned. Inside the ring, there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, all of them shining with a glossy luster, almost blinding his eyes. Yang Kai didn't count them in detail, but from a general impression, this number of 10 million was correct. 10 million, this was a full 10 million heaven-opening pills. He had actually obtained them so easily. For anyone who had just entered the starry cosmos world, this was a huge amount of wealth. If one had the means, they could even buy a set of 6th-grade materials with more than enough to spare. Old Fong and Dai, you would never have imagined that they would one day be able to hold a ring with 10 million heaven-opening pills in it. Yang Kai was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, secretly thinking that this first-in was really quite good. Even now, it was still giving him such a generous compensation, causing him to feel a little guilty. After all, he had absorbed a lot of the Golden Crow's true fire, and he didn't know if the remaining Golden Crow's true fire in the Golden Crow's corpse was enough for another person to condense their fire attribute strength. If it wasn't enough, it was likely he would end up wasting their entire cultivation. However, it wasn't appropriate for Yang Kai to remind others of this, so he could only keep it to himself. Before he could finish his thoughts, though, he heard the lady boss coldly say, I've given you your compensation. Now let's talk about this queen's losses. Yang Kai raised his head in surprise. Losses? What losses? Instinctively feeling that something was wrong, even the space ring on his hand felt a little hot. The lady boss gently sneered. My first-in's business is all about credibility. We have always been honest with our customers. If you give us benefits, our first-in will pay you back. But if you cause losses to our first-in, we will naturally compensate you. It is very fair. Reaching out, she shouted, Count! The bookkeeper stepped out from the crowd, a small golden abacus in his hand making a crackling sound. A moment later, under the dumbfounded gaze of Yang Kai, the accountant finished his work and presented the abacus to the lady boss, a look of pity on his face as he said to Yang Kai, Including the cost of the room, the total is 20,046,000 pills. The lady boss gently nodded, her slender jade fingers moving the abacus a few times as she lightly said, Round it up and count it as 20 million. Yes, sir. The accountant replied. The lady boss stretched out her hand again, and before Yang Kai could react, the space ring in his hand containing 10 million opening heaven pills was snatched back. The lady boss pinched the space ring and gestured to Yang Kai. This is 10 million. You still owe me 10 million opening heaven pills from the first stack. Yang Kai was a little confused. A moment ago, he had become rich overnight, holding 10 million heaven opening pills in his hand. In the next instant, he had inexplicably become someone who owed 10 million heaven opening pills. Then he became furious. He gritted his teeth and looked at the lady boss. Is it fun to play with people? The lady boss looked at him with her phoenix eyes and said indifferently, Do you think I'm playing with you? This consort doesn't have the time to do such a boring thing. Then what do you mean? Yang Kai's anger surged in his chest, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. He secretly swore in his heart that if this woman didn't tell him the truth, he would immediately summon his blue dragon spear and poke a few holes in her beautiful face. As for whether he could beat her or not, he would fight first. He just happened to have a golden extinguishing mist golden feather in his hand. Previously, when the lady boss said that he would pay with his body, he thought that was something else, but who knew that she didn't mean that at all. That crazy woman just wanted him to work at the first inn to pay back the money. Only when he paid back the 10 million heaven-opening pills would he regain his freedom. Yang Kai didn't know how Bai Qi and the others calculated their wages, but thinking about it, 10 million heaven-opening pills wouldn't be so easy to pay back. He estimated that he would have to follow that crazy woman for the next few decades or even a century. Thinking of this Yang Kai side, following the lady boss wasn't without benefits. At the very least, a 6th grade heaven-opening pill was a great deterrent, so he didn't have to worry about his safety. But following her was also very dangerous. He had secretly absorbed most of the Golden Crow True Fire and condensed the power of the 5 elements fire. If she saw any clues in the future, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Thinking of the Golden Crow True Fire, Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. Previously, when he condensed the power of the 5 elements fire in the Wishful Scepter pouch, he didn't have time to carefully examine it. Only now did he have some free time, so he naturally wanted to see the changes in his body. He calmed his qi and concentrated, examining his body. Within the Tao seal, 2 lights circulated, 1 green and 1 black. The green light surged with vitality, while the black light was reserved and low-key. However, it contained an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The power of the wood element and the power of the fire element coexisted perfectly within the Tao seal, creating the alternating red and black colors of the Tao seal. It looked a bit strange, but it also gave off a feeling of firm strength. The Golden Crow True Fire's power was extraordinary. Now that he had successfully condensed the power of the fire element, Yang Kai increasingly felt that what the lady boss had said before was correct. Only a sufficiently powerful wood element could suppress the Golden Crow True Fire. If the wood element in the Tao seal wasn't strong enough, then even if it absorbed the Golden Crow True Fire, the Tao seal would still be in danger of collapsing. And once the Tao seal collapsed, that would be the destruction of the entire foundation of the martial Tao. At that time, there would only be death. Not only that, but Yang Kai also felt that his strength seemed to have increased somewhat. He couldn't help but feel a trace of understanding. It seemed that his strength was about the same as the strength of the heaven-opening realm. Even if he was an existence that had condensed a Tao seal, there was still a huge gap in strength. The root of this gap should be the amount of yin, yang, and 5 elements fire element energy condensed. Every time he successfully condensed a portion of energy, his strength would increase by quite a bit. Eat more. Like your grandpa. Only a ghost would like to eat this kind of bitter and astringent fruit. He wanted to resist, but unfortunately, after drinking that jar of wine, his entire body became soft and intoxicated. He was stuffed into the lady boss mouth, and the meat and the core were all eaten into his stomach. The scene in front of him was heavy. Trying to maintain his last bit of clarity, Yang Kai used both his hands and feet to struggle out of the lady boss's embrace. He then crawled towards the door, weakly shouting, "Old Bai, help!" Chapter 39-37. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 burly men left, leaving only Bai Qi standing there alone. Yang Kai was confused. Just now, when he saw the 3 of them talking to each other with their divine senses, and from time to time, they would shoot him cold glances. He was really a little scared. No matter what, a big man like him had run into a woman's bed and slept with her in his arms for a long time. Even if he hadn't done anything, it was still somewhat improper. He had already prepared how to explain himself if Bai Qi and the others questioned him, but who would have thought that there would be no follow-up? Bai Qi turned to look at him and nodded. "It seems like it's a misunderstanding. We've wronged you." Yang Kai also nodded. "So it's a misunderstanding." "Yes." Bai Qi smiled and said, "But why did you go to the lady boss's room to comfort her at this time? Every time this happens, we hide as far away as possible. Not to mention comforting her, we don't even dare to go near the lady boss's room. Speaking of which, it's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance. Hey, what are you doing?" As he was talking, he suddenly found that Yang Kai had opened the restriction of the room. Then he stood up and punched his left palm with his right fist. He approached him step by step with a ferocious smile on his face. Bai Qi squeezed out an innocent smile. "Yang Kai, this is a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. As a cultivator, we have to walk on the road and look forward. Don't hit my face." He squatted on the ground and protected his head. "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Just because of a misunderstanding, you brought 2 burly men here in such an aggressive manner. Do you know how sharp Chef's kitchen knife is? If I hadn't shouted in time, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by him. I made you misunderstand." After a series of punches and kicks, she also vented her anger at the lady boss. After a long while, Bai Qi stood up angrily and shouted, "Enough! If you hit me again, I won't be polite. Don't think that I can't beat you. I'm just letting you go. I'm too lazy to fight with you." Yang Kai kicked him to the ground. "You're really something. You hit me so hard." After a while, Bai Qi sat on the chair with a bruised face. He gently rubbed his wounds and looked at Yang Kai from the corner of his eyes. "This is nothing. When the lady boss hits me, it's called ruthless." "You deserve it." Bai Qi sneered and pulled his wounds. He could not help but cry. "Does it hurt?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Bai Qi said angrily, "Of course." Kai Yang was in a good mood, so he chuckled a couple of times. His expression became serious, and he whispered, "I want to ask you something." "What?" Bai Qi replied unhappily. Kai Yang sorted out his words and muttered, "Do I look like someone?" "Someone very close to the lady boss." Bai Qi's hands paused slightly, and he said unintentionally, "Who?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know." Thinking back to the encounter in the lady boss's room, he was very concerned about a few words of the lady boss. At that time, the lady boss probably mistook him for someone else. Otherwise, why would she say something like, "Just come back and don't leave"? This was obviously something she said to an acquaintance she had not seen for a long time. "You don't know? Then why are you asking this?" Bai Qi turned his head and looked at him. Kai Yang didn't know how to explain it, so he could only vaguely say, "Anyway, yesterday the lady boss gave me the feeling that she thought I was someone else." "Oh right, is the lady boss married?" He thought to himself that this crazy woman shouldn't be thinking of him as her husband, right? No, there are many suitors, but the lady boss doesn't like any of them. I've never seen her have any emotional entanglements with anyone. Bai Qi shook his head and deliberately changed the topic. Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. He didn't think too much. His gaze passed through the endless void, his mind wandering. When the lady boss finished bathing, he helped her throw away the water. He didn't need to do anything to change her clothes. The lady boss wouldn't let him do it either. The first in's maidservants would do it. When the lady boss came out again, she was radiant. Yang Kai looked at her in a daze. He felt that the person in front of him was completely different from the person who drank too much yesterday. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.